Anyone here? Hey, I'm here to call out Joe Rogan for talking crap about me and talking crap about my mama. He's been doing it for too long. Me and my mama will tell you right now this earth is flat. It ain't moving around at no 600-something thousand miles an hour, spinning 1,000 miles an hour, and floating through the universe constantly, okay? This earth is flat, it's fixed, and the stars and stuff rotate around us. The sun rotates around us. Okay, and I can prove that. I would love to debate you, Joe Rogan, because I'm tired of you making fun of flat earthers. And if you're so confident, come on and debate me, buddy, because I'm tired of this crap you're posting. You want to post a video today about a mathematician that says the universe is local, but it ain't real. What does that even mean? That's a bunch of mumbo-jumbo crap, brother. And the guy is holding a trident in the picture. And y'all think I'm crazy for thinking that this is a religious thing. He's holding a trident, a symbol of the devil. They're trying to feed you these lies to make you think that science is right and that God didn't create this universe, the Big Bang did. Okay, I used to be an atheist because I used to believe that this universe was created by the Big Bang. I used to believe all that crap from Neil deGrasse Tyson, okay? And I'm just so sick and tired of hearing your crap, Joe, about flat earthers being stupid. Boy, I'll smoke you in a debate. I will smoke you, and there ain't nothing you can do beat me in a debate, brother, because you ain't got no proof. Gravity ain't real. It's density. This paper, when it drops, it's because it's more dense than the air around it, not because of some magical thing called gravity. There is no proof of gravity, brother. There's only proof of density. That's why hot air balloons float, because of hot air being less dense, okay? Not because a hot air balloon is an anti-gravitational device. And I will debate you right to your face, and I'm tired of this crap that you're posting. I'm tired of you making fun of flat earthers, because you got one right here that will bring it to you. And I know you won't accept this challenge. Actually, no, I don't know, but I bet you won't. I bet you'll sissy out. And that crap you're posting, it's leading people away from the Holy Spirit. This universe wasn't created from no Big Bang. I don't care what Neil deGrasse Tyson says. And we didn't land on the moon. And Neil deGrasse Tyson knows we didn't land on the moon. He's lying about it too. Okay? All these people are lying, brother. And all you're doing is leading people away from the Spirit. When you understand that God created this universe, then you'll understand that there's no need for all this Big Bang and this and that, and it's all a bunch of crap. That's why the stars, the Little Dipper and the Big Dipper, are in the same position they've always been in, because the universe ain't constantly expanding.
Why would anybody lie about that? Where's the money in lying about the Earth being flat? It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Listen, the reality of Earth and space is crazy enough, you dumb You don't have to fake conspiracies. The reality of this whole thing is so uber bizarre. We're in a giant ball that's floating in the sky. So above us is something a quarter the size of us. It's floating in the sky, and it doesn't even spin, and you need it there, and it regulates the tides. And if it was any further or any closer, everybody would be dead. That's crazy. That itself is crazy. You don't have to pretend the Earth is flat, you retards. That doesn't help anybody. Faith see that? SETI is investigating a possible extraterrestrial signal from deep space. Yeah, they said this is not a drill.
That's the movie Contact.
Yeah, literally. They're trying to... But this is a real SETI signal. But this is a real SETI signal. But this is a real SETI signal they're investigating. It is amazing, man. Amazing, man. But this is a real SETI signal. But this is a real SETI signal. But this is a real SETI signal they're investigating. It is amazing, man. Amazing, man.
Man, I got a question for you, man. Okay. So, I've been a fan of you for a long time, right? So, what made you make the switch from like being a moon landing denier to like?
That's a good question.
Crazy if you don't know.
If somebody reputable starts talking about UFOs, you can co-opt the person and say, "Hey, you want to know UFOs? We'll show you the real deal." But not only can you never talk about it publicly, you have to be a debunker publicly.
I'll tell the government right now, tell you right now if you're listening, NSA, CIA, I'm available, okay? If you show me all the real wreckage, I swear to God, I will make fun of that crap to the end of time. I'll make up stories. I'll lie to my mother. I don't care. You show me a UFO, I'll lie to my mother. I swear to God, I will make fun of that crap to the end of time. I'll make up stories. I'll lie to my mother. I don't care. You show me a UFO, I'll lie to my mother.
To get verified on SoundCloud, your account needs to fulfill some requirements. First, it must represent a well-known or highly searched artist, collective, DJ, label, curator, or podcaster. Fan accounts or impersonators won't get verified. Your account must have a complete bio, have a profile photo, and have at least one track uploaded. And make sure it doesn't contain any misleading information. Once everything is in place, head to the settings in your SoundCloud account page and click on the request verification button. If you want to know how to monetize your music on SoundCloud, check out our
Sorry, press play again. I didn't realize when I talked it made it stop. It was sounding good.
Yes, the Chinese have made the sun. They have several suns that's in orbit right now. Don't I don't want to say the exact number, but China has been making huge bank off these products.
You say Willis?
Yes, the Chinese have made the sun. They
So Chinese made the sun. That's the claim.
Yes, the Chinese have made the sun. They have several suns that's in orbit right now.
Okay. What are these suns made of? What are they made of? Well, that was interesting.
Can I get some high boys?
Sure. So we got 4 suns, right? That's the claim. You know, just like a planet in Star Wars.
Yes, the
The what?
Yes, the Chinese have made the sun. They
I don't know, dude. Sounds like an audio clip. Like a person actually having a conversation. Watch, I'll try. Well, the Chinese have made the sun. There's several suns. They've made them and they cost a lot of money.
Shut the fuck up and let me answer the fucking question.
Hey. Calm down, bro.
Act fucking civilized.
Okay, bye. I'm just gonna eat you from the server. That's how civilized I am.
I'm sorry. What's up?
Yeah, there you go.
I've been making a compilation of soundboards of let's call peculiar people I've come across.
Hey, mic check. Can anyone hear me?
No, we can't.
I had a feeling that was the case. As a general question, when there's nothing being said in the Discord chat, is there a way of turning on the music bot? Or how does the music bot work? Like, does someone do that? I guess like a mod or someone?
I mean, I can beat the music bot. What do you want to play?
Just a good old debate someone might have had a while ago, or
Some
bit of
country
information,
music?
whatever you got.
Some
Country
information.
music, that sounds just fine. Maybe some techno beats, flat earth bass.
Yeehaw. Yeah, like some country music about like tractors, the fields, the flowers.
I mow my fields and they are flat.
I'd prefer like a sea shanty, a sea level shanty. If you got any?
Wait, hold on, I can get one for you. Hold on.
$101 ways to maximum. I only need one way.
So let's see.
I gotta find my compilation. So I used to have a compilation from this old flat earther called Curious Life. He had some of the best original content, all about perspective and atmosphere and the angles of light propagation. Real good stuff. They keep his channel got destroyed back in the day when a lot of people mirrored his content, but even now it's hard to find. With a simple search, anyway.
What was the guy's name?
What was his name? His name was Curious Life of a Flat Earther. That was the original guy that made the content.
That sounds like a cool guy.
We used to play it on the bot a lot here. He had a 5-part series that was all about how you see how the world presents itself, the angles, the math.
Yeah.
What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor early in the morning? Way hey, up she rises, way hey, up she rises, way hey, up she rises early in the morning. Shave his belly with a rusty razor, shave his belly with a rusty razor, shave his belly with a rusty razor early in the morning. Way hey, and up she rises, way hey, and up she rises, way hey, and up she rises early in the morning. We'll put him in a longboat till he's sober, put him in a longboat till he's sober, put him in a longboat till he's sober early in the morning. Way hey, and up she rises, way hey, and up she rises, way hey, and up she rises early in the morning. Stick him in the scupper with a hose pipe on him. Stick him in the scupper with a hose pipe on him. Stick him in the scupper with a hose pipe on him early in the morning. Way hey, up she rises, way hey, up she rises, way hey, up she rises early in the morning. Put him in the bed with the captain's daughter. Put him in the bed with the captain's daughter. Put him in the bed with the captain's daughter early in the morning. Way hey, up she rises, way hey, up she rises, way hey, up she rises early in the morning. That's what we do with the drunken sailor. That's what we do with the drunken sailor. That's what we do with the drunken sailor early in the morning. Way hey, and up she rises, way hey, and up she rises, way hey, and up she rises early in the morning. Way hey, and up she rises, way hey, and up she rises, way hey, and up she rises early in the morning.
Yo, AI Ardent.
What up?
Can you hear me?
No. I can smell you.
You know, there's like this one world where you're able to change your nickname.
Sure. So since they updated it, they have it somewhere where you can do that on your own. Yeah. I don't know. I can't look at it right now. I'm driving.
Right.
What role is it, AI? I'll give it to him.
Oh, his nickname.
Yeah, what role is it that he can change his nickname? They were gonna give him.
I think it's something like Nickname Master or something.
What?
I don't know, like something along those lines. I've seen one before.
I always thought it was
Username.
gold or gold plus, but I don't know anything else.
I mean, gold is fine as well, but
You could do it on your Discord end. Unless a moderator has changed your nickname. Then it doesn't
like,
matter what you change it to.
before a moderator changed my nickname on request.
Okay, so then it has to be changed by a moderator. Huh? They either have to delete it, and then you could change it.
I think gold or gold plus can actually do it on their own.
Yeah. But on the Discord side of things, I think if you pay for Nitro, you can have multiple nicknames in different servers. So every server you can have a different name. But then it counts as your regular name. So then if you have a nickname change thing.
I don't think that's the case. Like with Nitro, you get like a new profile customization, as in like your profile banner and stuff. And you can actually change the hex code behind the hashtag. But that's about it. Like everyone can change their username if the server allows that.
Yeah, like I said, I think it's gold and gold plus that can actually do that. CB, you can change your name. Yeah, he's changed his names numerous times.
Gold plus only, I believe. Gold plus and up.
Yeah, gold plus and up. And like to get that, you need to be active on here, be on the voice, be interacting, so that everybody gets to know who you are and like the community gets used to you.
I mean,
and that's up to you, really. If you want to put in the work and people are going to see that, then you move up the ranks here as far as the names, the titles go.
I mean, I've been here for like 2 years already. Like, I've just had a hiatus of like 1 or 2 months.
But seniority is not what I mean. It's not about seniority. It's about being consistent on the voice chat. That's what I mean. Like being on here, being, like people have to get to know who you are, like see what your arguments are like all that. Just get to know you, basically. And then once they are, then there's like a vote that's taken by the moderators and everyone. And hey, we know this guy. His name is Knight of Christ. Let's put him up to the Gold Plus, and because that has to be voted on. It can't just be arbitrarily given. The mods can give up to silver, but that's it. We can't give people gold.
All right. That's fine. And what about that one?
Just ask.
There was one specialized role.
You want your nickname changed.
Yeah, or you can ask it anytime you want your nickname changed. We'll do it for you.
unless it's retarded.
Correct. Yeah.
Like TOS violation, exclamation point.
But one of the like Cuddy would already have Gold Plus, but if he was on The Voice, he would already have it. Because he's been consistent on here, just not on The Voice.
Alrighty.
Yeah, we need a debut. We need a debut.
Yeah, I'm not going to be here in the mornings anymore. Today I'm going to start work, so I have like this orientation that starts at 8 o'clock today and tomorrow. And then the following days I'll be starting at 4:30 in the morning to like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so.
And can I ask some roles to be removed by any chance?
I know you and AI started talking at the same time, so.
Oh.
What'd you say, AI?
Question?
Nothing.
Oh. What'd you say, Knight?
Can I ask for removal of fee roles? Like.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, what do you want to take it off?
Not here to learn and highly suspect.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah, like.
Is that it?
I had like a back and forth with one of the mods, and yeah, like he got angry.
Was that all the things you want taken down?
Yeah, that's about it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yep.
I mean, you know what? Like, you can let a highly suspect stay.
You want it to stay?
Yeah.
Mysterious.
It's up to you, man.
It helps with the ladies' element of danger.
Hey, Cuddy says you need too many roles, complainer.
Too many roles, complainer.
There's a link. There's a role that we have for that. These are all just cosmetic, by the way. There's nothing attached to them. But I won't give you that because it's like not what you wanted. So.
Right. I mean, there is a quote by Machiavelli that goes as, "It is better to be feared than to be loved if one cannot be both."
Who said that quote? That's interesting.
Machiavelli.
Oh, Machiavelli?
Yeah.
The actual gangster, not Tupac?
No, not Machiavelli. Machiavelli. Like, I'm gonna put it in chat. Machiavelli. It's Niccolo. Hold on. If.
And what's up with that sea?
It was a political theorist. The sea shanty, it was Drunken Sailor by Irish Rovers.
I requested the sea shanty. It was great. Thank you for that.
Yes. No problem.
Is that from you're from Ireland? Fun guy.
Me? No.
Yeah.
I'm from
Belgium. I'm from I'm from England, fun guy.
I was gonna say.
Are you British?
Sea shanties. I'm British, so sea shanties are all from Cornwall, Ireland. I live near the coast. I live on the Kent coast, which is near France and Dover. So we all enjoy a good sea shanty singing in a pub because
Do you have a license for that?
We live on an island, huh?
Do you have a license for that, mate?
Do I have a license to sing sea shanties in a pub? No.
Yes, that's why they're stupid, isn't it?
Oh, what do you mean, like a PRS license? You do need a license to make music in public areas, yeah. It's ridiculous.
What?
Damn.
You have to pass a test to get the license, like You have to stand in front of a bunch of people, and they tell you if your music sucks, and then you fail, and then you're not allowed to play in public.
Right?
Your license has been revoked.
No, anyone could do it. As long as you pay the money, anyone's allowed a license. They just want money. It's just about the money.
Hey, who's taking tabs? Like, all right, do you have your license? Like, who's that guy? Is there somebody out there roving around checking people's license?
Yeah. You can get
kidding.
£1,000 fine. We call them the music police, but basically anybody can dob anybody in. The bigger the company, if you don't have a PRS license to play music, you'll be fined. You get fined once, and then the next time someone could face prison.
Hey,
if that happens, dude. Like
that's something new I learned today. Thanks for that. I didn't know that. You guys are oppressed, man. Like even worse than we are. But we're gonna
imagine getting to prison. Imagine getting to prison and being like a cellmate with like a murderer, and he asks you, "Why are you in prison?" I didn't have a license to play music. Like, bro, that's just silly.
You know the old saying that someone's singing, like, someone's being sarcastic. They're like, "Well, I sang too loud at church. That's why I'm here." Like, this is literally someone singing too loud at church. Like, that's why they're here.
You'd go to prison for singing. Like,
certain pubs where you're not allowed to dance either, because that's comes under the same thing.
Do you need a license?
Yeah, it's an entertainment license. Yeah.
Where's your dancing license now?
So if somebody's playing music and somebody just walks along and starts feeling the beat, and they're like, "Oh yeah, this is hip," and then all of a sudden they get tackled by a SWAT team.
Damn. You can't do that. Stop. In the name of the law.
We've got gyrations on Avenue 27. Gyrations.
I think he's doing the moonwalk, guys. This is serious. We need a sniper team.
Thankfully, they defunded the police so much we don't have policemen really anymore. So unless you get it on CCTV.
Yeah, but that's too much, dude. I don't even know what that is. That's hella ridiculous. How did that even come to be anything? Like, why is it even manifested into whatever laws you guys have over there? Who voted for this? Like,
we just love laws, man.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I could see that.
It's just a way of making money. So if you basically, it's royalties to music. So if every business that's playing music puts in money towards the PRS to have a music license, then it pays for the music. So it's a way of sort of avoiding law. Like being sued or whatever. Royalties. It's a bit like Spotify companies.
Is that the way to justify it?
Okay.
A justification. I mean,
right. So, okay. Where's the audit that proves that the money actually made it to the artist and not the politician?
Exactly. They didn't get jack squat.
That's above my pay grade. No idea. Who audits them?
A lot of grabblers are putting their hands in a cookie jar.
Yeah, dude, that's like a charity, right? So a charity, they say, "Oh, we're going to give to the kids that have cancer," right? And so they have an organization that does that, and they do give money. But what they do is they collect $10 million, pay themselves $9 million, and then give the kids $1 million.
Yeah, they're the heroes.
Big scam.
So is this one the one you're talking about? Hell yeah. Oh, you're singing a song that is copyrighted. You can't do that. Like, go ahead and pay us money. Okay. Like, wow.
Just quickly, that Machiavelli quote, that's from the film Donnie Brasco.
He was a real historical figure. Like, he existed.
Yeah.
Like, he was an Italian politic.
Yeah. He was an Italian philosopher. He's got loads of great stuff. But I'm just saying, they reference it in Donnie Brasco with Al Pacino. Is it better to be feared or loved? I'd say that it's ultimately great to be loved, but it's better to be feared. Oh, and I'll do it bad justice, but it's a great quote.
I see you've been hanging around here, fun guy. Like, so that's good. Keep up the the appearances.
I've been trying.
Well, I mean, just whenever you can, but like just in the times that you can, just show up and just say what's up and kind of get used to the community, because everybody here is mostly all of us know each other. But if you become a staple here, then people will be like, "Hey, man, this fun guy is pretty cool." He might not know a lot about stuff, but he knows about being here. Just kidding. He can sing a really good sea shanty, but I don't know about debating Globe.
I'll debate Globe with you all day long. But yeah, no, I'm certainly not a know-it-all.
No? Okay.
Hopefully not. Apparently earlier I heard you had to be a know-it-all to be a member.
Yep. You gotta know it all
of the community. So I'm halfway there.
Oh, it's not just some stuff, right? But it's there's a lot more to the conversation to have with somebody in an open forum like this, because everybody's scrutinizing everybody. We're all looking into how you're saying things to other people, making sure you're not like saying things that are building straw man for flat Earth and just other, like being an FE is not like, well, you got all of us in here, we all stand beside you. It's like making sure that you don't go off the rails and say something you're just like totally on a tangent about. It has nothing to do with like FE whatsoever. So
that's why I love what Nathan Oakley's doing. Yeah, I love it. What he's doing to the Jeranism guys.
So because he's putting them in like, and that's the thing, holding people accountable, because you can't just say things. This isn't like, hey, let's just say whatever we like about FE because it's cool, right? No, the next generation of critical thinkers are going to be born from like the conversations that we have. They're going to be like shaped and refined, and that's why like it's important. Like I always say this, guys, this is sacred ground to us. This platform, the way we speak in here, it's shaping, rethinking. Every day you wake up, it's a new day to come at this thing, and a day for you to be a better version of yourself. So that's the thing. If you come into this thing kind of like, oh, well, I got the Mark Sargent, model of like the little snow globe, and I'm going to talk to people, you're going to be stopped in here, be like, no, you can't. No, just stop. You're misrepresenting. It's like coming in here with FE Society's ideas and saying you're going to talk about flat Earth. That ain't going to fly. When you start talking about the disk flying up 9.8 meters per second, then someone's going to like pump the brakes on your conversation and say that we're not talking like that, because none of us represented. So it's like anything that comes out, it's always scrutinized, peer reviewed by the people in here to make sure that it's on the level, pun intended, right? Because it's like you don't want people to get a misunderstanding of the community that you represent. It's important to us, right? Like, because when you speak and no one's talking and you're the only one speaking, they lend you their credibility. So you're carrying the weight of the credibility of the group of people that are here that have like made this place be what it is. Like, and it took years, man, to get it where we're at right now. Trust me. So the
other night.
Yeah.
The other night when Adam Meakin was in, I can't remember. I think he was talking to you. You're Miggy, right?
Yeah, that's me. Yeah.
Yeah, he was talking to you, and he had nothing but high praise for the place, for this server, and it really came home to me that this is the place I want to be for all those reasons that you just laid out. Is that there's a quality, and it's a good enough quality to always tune into any time of the day. And if there's not so much going on here, then the quality in the chill chat is brilliant. I don't know the guy's name, Lordies or.
He's always in there. Yeah, he's always in there. You find him most of the time in there.
He's ace, man. He's ace.
This particular forum, however, there's always a moderator in here. I'm not going to be during the day, so hopefully somebody else comes in here. But AI's in usually. He's listening in. But what you're going to find here is that both FE and Globe side, they don't just get away with whatever they want to. And like, if we hear somebody speaking, like there was a guy named A Lizard that was in here. He's still on about this anti-government, getting people sovereign citizen ideas. And it's like, I had to put a halt on his conversation. I'm like, yeah, but we don't, if you want to speak to somebody outside of a live stream chat, please, by all means, do that. Like, You can have these other sidebar conversations, but in this particular forum, we're going to be talking about the shape of the earth. We might go on tangents, mind you, because there's no other people in here. That's fine. But when it's time to speak to new people, because we start seeing the list of people that are in here, and if somebody's new that pops in there, it's our kind of responsibility to address them as in, hey, how you doing? Like, welcome to the server, such on and on, so on and so on. If we don't do that, then that new person that came in here is not, they're going to slip through the cracks. So it's important for us to like address every new person that comes in here, just welcome them to the community. And if their mindset is of the globe, that's fine. We don't, like I always say, we're not in the convincing business. We're in the challenging business. We're going to challenge their thoughts of what they previously conceived of what they think about the globe. And so when they're left with all these challenges, they have to think about how they would address those claims that they have, and then come back in here maybe with a fresh perspective. Tomorrow they might say, hey, you know what, I've looked into it. It's kind of swaying my mind. So, you know, and that's progress. That's what we like to hear. When it comes out to like, hey, you know what, you guys are completely right. You know, like the earth is flat. So that's kind of a red flag to us, because it's like you haven't even done the research. What it takes for somebody to get to that point is a soul searching. It's a journey of self-exploration. You have to figure this out for yourself. Once you do, then it makes a lot of sense, right? You're not having any doubts. But if you come in here and somebody convinces you on the spot, it sounds great on the onset. But what happens is it could be to that person's detriment, because they don't build it on their foundation of how they came across to the knowledge and they were awoke. You know, it's just like, it's kind of just like knowledge, surface knowledge. It doesn't have any depth to it. So you really want that person to like really search it out for themselves. And, you know, I
love that point you made the other day about when people just aren't ready because they haven't done the work yet. Like they haven't worked on themselves enough yet to get to that point to actually become dispelled from these ideas that they already have. It was a great point. Like quite often, don't bother trying to hammer home the point. Just lay the seeds and then watch them grow. So yeah, it's a great point.
Yeah, and oftentimes we get swept up with emotions in here, trying to get the person who doesn't understand saying the same things in a different way, so that see if they can get the point. And what happens is, because initially maybe somebody didn't explain it correctly, or I'll give you an example. The black swan gets used in here quite often, but quite often the modus tollens of the black swan doesn't get spoken of. I see it happen quite often. Like, you know, people talk about, well, this is a black swan. It's like 8 inches per mile squared, using that at the 1 foot off the observer height. Like, you get the kind of the meat and potatoes of what they want to get to. But the modus tollens, if P, therefore Q, doesn't get spoken of. So there's a lot to that was constructed within that argument that QE had made. And when he did it, he kind of wrapped it up with the whole idea that if all swans are white and you found one black swan, that would make it like obvious that obviously all swans aren't white, right? So there was an understanding to get before you actually get to talk about like, and it was all in the presentation. But somewhere along the line, we just cut out that part and just started talking about the oil rigs and like, you know, that's great. I'm not saying it's bad, but if you don't include the presentation part of it, just to kind of like emphasize what this means, then you're not really, you know, putting all the effort into like explaining it correctly. So I haven't seen that thoroughly yet, and it's great. I mean, people can talk about flat Earth within the perspective that they know how, but like I was saying before, Fun Guy, this is sort of, as you could view it like an academy. People with a lot of knowledge and experience in the conversations can guide you to a better way, not like follow their method, but you make your own method by the way you can see what works and what doesn't, what's effective, and you really see how we can approach things in a valuable way versus trying to do it just, you know, firing your guns and expecting to hit something, you know, like that's ineffective. You have to actually know why the arguments were constructed the way they are and applied the way they are. Just saying, man. Like, the longer you spend in here, the more you get to that knowledge part where your method starts becoming refined, and it's not like you're just a bonfire. Like, no, shut up, you're not listening to me. Like, you know, it's you hear them out, because obviously they're gonna give enough rope to hang themselves, right? So you hear them out, listen to their sentences and what they're saying. Are they repeating something from the knowledge that they learned? Are they making something up or on the spot? Like, you can get to hear all of that because either you know the rhetoric and they're not following it, or they're actually following rhetoric and they're trying to expand on it, like, make more of it. So you can hear those things when they're speaking to you. And I just that's why this place is that important. I've always said that, like, this might be a fun chat for other flat earthers to come in here, but this chat is important to me. It always has been, because of the fact that I know the people behind it. Like AI, there's I would say, like, these founding members, like the council of founding members, like Gemzy, you got like Helio Skeptic, Gospel Bear. You got some people that were just the ones who were here during the whole period of transition, like when we came from like the arena style where we had all the anti-globers in here and it was just a mess. But now where it's like I feel like it's like an academy now, because everybody comes in here to ask questions, they learn, and they leave in a better mindset. They don't have to feel like it's such a challenge as it was when you had an anti-glober in here sandbagging your conversation. And by sandbagging, I mean they would interrupt, they would want to say what they wanted to say and not let the new person, kind of learn what we're talking about. Now you don't see that as much, which is good, right?
Well, for me, it's that Buddhist notion, right, where you take the boat across the river, and that boat is knowledge. You take the boat across the river, you get across the river, and then you leave the boat there. You don't take the boat with you. So once you've learned something, you don't have to keep it with you all the time. Like, it gets you to where you need it to go, and then once you've then you can move on to the next thing. It's like a point of departure. So it's like you say, once you've learned that one thing, you don't need to hammer it to everybody. It's like, it was for you. It got you where you needed to go. You just leave it by the river. You leave that idea by the river, and it's always there for you if you need to come back to it to help somebody else cross that river. But essentially, it's just a stepping stone to somewhere else. Sorry if that's a bit abstract.
Serious? I've been dragging this boat on my back for years. Are you serious?
You didn't know I would say the other thing, fun guy, if you're in here, what's going to get your goat is like when you're listening to somebody speak and they're saying something that's so ridiculous, but let's say CB's on a point with him, right? And you just want to say one thing. You want to say this one thing and you interrupt CB's point to make your one thing more apparent to that person. What you're doing is you're actually stifling the point that CB was going to make. I'm using this as an example, and he's speaking to somebody from the globe
I'm
side.
running for president. My platform is ban YouTube shorts.
Ban YouTube. Oh, are you hot mic?
To me, they'll be gone. They're evil.
No, shorts.
Hey,
yeah.
You don't even be there for like an hour. You don't even realize it.
No, but he actually. That's the thing, fun guy. If you're on a point with somebody, and then fellow flat earther jumps in and then interrupts the conversation with you and a glober, it makes it difficult for you to actually continue to finish your point. And usually, most of the times, it never finishes because it goes from like CB's point to like your point to somebody else jumping in front of you trying to make their point because you brought something up that they thought was interesting, so they interrupt you, and it's just on it. And by like 7 points later, you're like, damn, my point is lost completely. I might as well just back away. So that's kind of the thing in here. We try to respect that, and it's so much to say is like the best you can do is in live stream voice text say, hey, I need to cut in, or even in the conversation say, hey, I got a point. Either the person that's speaking to the other glober say, hey, just hang on, and they don't do it in a rude way because like in the middle there might be a little passion. They might tell you like, hey, just hold up a minute, hold on, like you come in just a second. And so know that they're not saying that to dog you, or you know what I mean, but it's like it's difficult when you're in a platform full of people wanting to state their point when somebody says something triggering, and that's kind of but you will hear that, like that will come across to your mind some days. So hopefully you will be like kind of in the mindset of just you'll know your cues, or even ask them, hey, I got a point, can I say something? If they're like, hey, just hang on, just hang on, don't try to barrel your way through. That does happen quite often, however. And the moderators wind up being the bad people because we're like, no, guys, stop. You let this, like we have to clear the room. And
There's multiple reasons for that too. I mean, these guys are looking for another branch to swing on to get away from the previous point. So the less branches we offer, the better. Anyway, so
well, gish galloping is a common theme for those guys. If they're not, if you don't hold them to one point and they're able to make another on top of the one they're just making, they're all the better for them. They're grateful for that. You know, because that they don't want to be held down to a point and then having to explain the reason behind it. They'd rather just go to another point instead of solidifying the previous one. Yeah, I'm just kind of like going overview like the way that works here, and the reason why it works better than any other platform is because we're policing ourselves to kind of keep it that way. Because if it was just willy nilly, you just say whatever you want whenever you want to say it, then it'd be a madhouse. You know, everybody's trying to jockey for a position to say something. They're over talking each other, and you know it's not going to get anywhere. Trust me, I know that everyone has that zeal and that passion, but if we don't have the temperament, we're never going to get our points across. It's not going to happen. So, and it might frustrate you, Fungi, for the most part, because you might be knowledgeable in a specific area and you don't want the conversation to get away from the point. So, I guess just do the best you can to see if you can ask the person, hey, can I ask them because I know more about it? And if they say no, then you have to just respect the no, you know? Or, type it into live stream voice text. Hopefully the person that's speaking would pay attention to that because that's our vehicle for information at the moment. Does that make any sense, Fungi? I don't know if you're still here or not. Hopefully you...
Yeah, that makes total sense. Sorry, I'm at work and my boss came over and talked to me, so I just had to mute. It's all new etiquette for me. I've not really talked online much before, but no, all of that made a lot of sense to me. I really appreciate it. I'm not really here to try and change anybody's mind about anything. I think you have to come to that stuff yourself, but I just love hearing the conversation. It's it's just all about the things I want to listen to, and like you say, I'm just going to try and learn as much as I can from you guys.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, man. Everybody here has something to bring to the table. So long as like they have the opportunity to do it, that you can hear how they present and such. So it's great. You hear a lot of different ways to say things and methods and stuff. Yeah, like Nathan Oakley has his way of doing things, right? And it's effective. I mean, obviously he gets viewers and people that listen, and he's got a panel, and it's great. But like you are you know. And so you do it the way you do it. You might not be Nathan Oakley's way, but hey, who knows? Maybe you might try his method and it works for you, but you can see how a best method for you to do it.
Yeah, I would definitely do it a little bit different. A little bit more a little bit more comedy, maybe. He's funny as well. He's funny. So yeah, maybe a bit more comedy, a bit more pizzazz, a bit more live as well, like in real life. But yeah, great point. Right, I'm gonna have to mute, but I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Fungi. It sounds like I'm saying fun guy, like it's in a fungi.
Well, that's the idea. Yeah.
Oh, is it?
Me and my daughter, we just spot mushrooms all day long in the woods. Like, oh look, that's different. Like we've spotted like 100 different types, so we love just spotting the fungi. So I like, yeah, it's partly that.
Fungi eating fungi.
Yeah, but my name is Guy. Like, Guy Adams. But Guy, that people don't tend to use their real names and stuff. Apparently, I don't know why, but I guess it sort of makes sense. Like Adam Meakin uses his name, but I don't want to be the Guy Adams. Seems a bit much. So Fun Guy seems fine with me. Like,
yeah, people used to call me Miggy at work. So my name is Miguel, but yeah, Miggy's like.
Oh, cool.
Migs to your mates, right?
Miggy, Migs. Yeah.
Saint Pierre. Are you Saint Pierre?
Me?
Yeah. Someone. Oh no, you must not be you.
No, that's not me. Saint Pierre's. He's been in here, but he's not. I'm not him.
Okay. Like I say, there's a lot to learn in terms of like there's so many. Obviously, there's a wealth of personalities. And they're all sort of like a new thing to learn. So it's like, so much information. Like it's a little bit of an overload. But everyone so far is super nice.
We have characters in here, Fun Guys. So we got Sasha, Like everybody's a different character,
Listen
you know.
this.
Like, yeah, listen this, and he's pretty. Yeah, he has a weird. Like you have to bear with him because like when he says something, like not to interrupt you, like when he does it, he's not meaning to interrupt, but he wants to give like in a very obscure way of looking at the same thing you're saying. So like if you're talking with somebody who's of the globe mind, right? Set, they're gonna be like kind of defending their point, and then he comes in with just like, okay, yeah, we can see the curvature. Now, where do we see the curvature? Like he'll go along with everything they say just to get to the point where they're starting to talk about the curvature of the Earth. Like so it might sound like he's like siding with them, but he's not. It's just his way of like being obscure and like a different approach.
I've got a mute. I'd love to hear more about. If you could just talk a little bit about some of the members, it'd just be great as like a mental reference if you had anything to say about them. But I'm gonna have to mute because I've got to stop talking. But yeah, thank you very much again. I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, AI is very thorough. I see if I go down the list. If you're gonna talk to him about something, be honest when you're speaking to him. He's very thorough on some of the subject matter that he brings up. You can't just get away with certain things that you would normally if you're having like a conversation that's just like a normal chat, because it's either you know something and you're speaking on it like you're diving into the minutia of the topic, or you're just going to be on the surface about it. But either way, you're going to get like actually called out on it. CB, I seen him. He's very passionate about like FE for sure, and he doesn't suffer people like wanting to tell him the same things over that he's already heard like 1,000 times before. So a Glober that comes in there saying, well, it's like a basketball, see, and his eyes, I could just tell probably roll about 300 times before he like comes back to and he's like, dude, stop. We don't need to hear you say that over and over and over. We know that. Like I heard that's his perspective, and the way he does things is like he wants to get to where they're actually talking about the reality of the situation. Let's see, Chris V, he's an educator, so he's someone who has a more kind of the side of like how the teaching methods that he has, or because he's a real teacher, he's an educator, so in reality he's actually, that's his job, his profession. But yeah, he's very patient with people. He wants to talk to them about like how is it possible, if they can see it in reality, then they should be able to describe it in a way. So he deconstructs things for them. So he does it in a way. He uses the 3 points that I brought up, and it's a great vehicle for him to actually bring somebody to the knowledge of flat Earth, just so that they can understand, right? He will still allow them room enough so that they can kind of make their own mistakes and see if they can figure out where they went wrong. Cuddy, he's always in there cutting people up because he's like straight to the truth. He never speaks on voice, although I think I've had one conversation with him to verify his position in here, so I actually know his real voice. But I like, as far as that goes, he's anonymous because of his job, so he can't be on the microphone. Yeah. So yeah, but he's always in here, just like making sure people are on topic in the live stream voice text. He's always like bringing back, with memes and different ways that he's, kind of bringing attention to people. Dr. Flat Earth Dude, I don't know too much about. I think I've spoken to him a couple of times, but for the most part, he's a sensible guy. I know that he wants to talk sometimes, and he's been muted a couple of times that I've come in here. I don't know if he's fallen asleep on the mic or not, but I don't know, maybe somebody doesn't agree with him or something. I've seen him muted actually a couple of times to come in here. But from what I know, he's pretty okay. Like, I don't see anything wrong with it, the way he's been presenting things. Let's see, Earthball, I don't know anything about. Sorry, Earthball. El Boricua, he's let's see, he's an OG. El Boricua, he likes to get back to the basics and talking to people how logically things happen. He'll expand on certain points that he brings to the table, making sure that people are realizing that the Earth isn't what they've been taught as far as like the globe ideas. And yeah, he's bringing some sense back into the nonsense, right? Fun guy, I just got to meet you. So, but you seem very sensible. You seem like a down-to-earth guy. Go ahead, fun guy.
Sorry, what does OG stand for?
Original gangster. It's a term of endearment for people who have been in this for quite some time. So he's not new to the topic. So if he's
That's
always
really cool.
respectful, but at the same time, if you're trying to interrupt him, he's going to tell you to just wait, hold on. And there's a lot of people that like to jump in when he's speaking. I've heard it before. Fun guy. I just met you. You're pretty cool. You seem down to earth. You seem like a sensible person, someone who was easy to have a chat with. But I haven't heard you on the other flip side when you get like a real stubborn baller that's in here. So I don't know how you're going to react to that. So that's still yet to be discovered. I am Kovac. I don't know too much about. I think also silent in the FE portion of it. I mean, I've heard him, like, he'll chime in. He's a man of few words, let's say. He's a man of few words, but when he does speak, it's something serious, and he'll speak it. Jin CBR, he's the most militant flat earther you've ever met. Like, he doesn't suffer fools, not even a little. So he's going to make sure the nonsense they're speaking is going to get tossed back to them in like 100-fold, so that they're going to be able to, like, they can't withstand him. Like, everywhere he goes, he's just gonna like tear everything up. Like, he's like an atom bomb in the middle of like their playground. So at least that's the way I see it, because he's brought in a lot of people from other servers to come in here and question the things that we're like. What about flat Earth? And he brings people in here. They're like, oh, Jid CBR sent me in here. So we have at least an opportunity to talk to people, because he's destruction. But yeah, he's basically the one that goes to other servers and talks to people about this, and he doesn't let them. Let's see, Joannis Midigar, him and his wife are the dynamic duo. They come in here. He's silent for the most part. He's always talking to people though, being friends with everyone. He gets to know a lot of things about people in here. He keeps the conversation on point. He's pretty cool. Julius, he's the homie from Iowa. He's in the same state I live. And just recently he's been more vocal. He hasn't been vocal for quite a while, but just recently he just got on the microphone. So yeah, he's really vocal these days. And he's also chiming in more often. And I haven't heard him too much like challenge the ballers yet, but when he does, I'm pretty sure he's going to be ready for that. Kiwi has 2 accounts. You see King's Clown and the other Kiwi account that he has in here. One of them I think is recording on his channel, and the other one he has in here just for posterity, I guess, just because he wants to be two places at once or something. But yeah, he's basically also one that's been learning new ways and refining his methods, and every single day he's becoming like a better and better like champion for flat Earth. That's what I see anyway. I'm gathering from what his perspective is, and he's trying to learn and adapt and just become like a most proficient like flat Earth proponent. So yeah, I see that in him. He's definitely, like, I would say, like a rising star in the flat Earth community. Flatty I've known for a while. He has conversations with people. He doesn't come on very often, but let's see. Flatty is he can withhold some arguments, but he also allows people to make sure that they get their points across. So, but he does do a lot of destruction whenever he's speaking about flat Earth. I just haven't heard him being vocal too much. Satoshi Nakamoto is somebody that I just heard recently coming in here and speaking, and he speaks to people more of in the ones who are like in college and such, because he used to go to college. He dropped out, but from his knowledge of what he gained from there, he carries a lot of that information with him. So he can speak to some people that are talking sort of like quote unquote eloquent, and so he can kind of meet them at their level and such. So he doesn't use just like only like maybe some common sense flat Earth understanding. So he can speak to somebody in that level. That's pretty cool. Saturnine, you used to be Platter, right? Is that right, Saturnine? I don't know too much about. I guess Platter I haven't heard speaking on here, but obviously he's got a value tag. So I'm just saying from my perspective what I've heard. Tim, or excuse me, I skipped Skeptical. Skeptical, I haven't heard you too much either. Maybe you have been in here and speaking, but I never really when I'm on. Tim, yeah, I've heard you speak, and he speaks. Tim will provoke a lot of these globe earthers to actually getting into conversation. He gets them to like open up and start talking about the topics, and he's real good with it. I've heard him. He's thorough. He gets them to realize that reality means something, and it's not just something to have concepts on, like on pieces of paper. Like he wants to draw them into the reality of like where we live and such. And Carr, he's my good friend for ever since I started FE. and he's always listening. The guy is always listening, and he's just a boon to Flat Earth because he's always like just been a friend to everyone. So I see the value in somebody who's always consistent, and you know he's been everywhere I go. Cars usually is, so he's a real good friend of mine for sure. But that's so far. I think I didn't miss everyone, but people that were in here. Oh, I missed Dave Hinkle because he wasn't here when I started. But Dave Hinkle, yeah, he's that guy right there. He speaks to people on the YouTube live stream voice chat. He's a moderator there, but he also comes in here, and it doesn't matter. Dave feels like, you know, for 50 years he was a glober, and you know he's 60 now, so he's seen the reality of flat Earth, and he just wants to like let people know about it because he also like wants people to know like how is it possible that we live on a flat and stationary Earth, that they're talking about the Earth being a globe. So he always goes straight to the point. Where's the curve? That's Dave in a nutshell. That's it. I mean, as far as my perspective, I could go a little bit deeper with these guys because I've known them for a while, but everybody is a character in here. And like I say, I respect everyone. I think everybody has a place, but my thing is just be more vocal. If you're in here and I haven't heard you, or you haven't been in here, just at some point there needs to be a place where you come out of your shell and just start talking, have that conversation. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to say what to say. Just start speaking, man. We're all here to do this together.
Say it with your chest.
Yeah, for sure.
Speak up, boy. I can't hear you from up there.
Hopefully that gives you a small perspective, fun guy. But yeah, there's many more people that aren't here right now. So yeah, I'm gonna have to go Splitsville. So yeah, I gotta head out because like I said, I'm starting a new job today. So, but yeah, I'll miss the morning shows with you guys. I'm gonna be here in the afternoon. It's just keep up the good work and all that good stuff.
Yeah, thanks, Mickey. I really appreciate that. And I like the Splitsville thing.
Oh, good.
Like, the etiquette of how to say goodbye seems tough to me, but thanks. Thank you very much. Bye.
No worries, bro.
Adios.
Yeah, have a great day, everyone.
Yeah, good luck with the new job, Mickey. Good luck with.
Yeah, thanks, Jen. Talk to you later, bros.
Hey, Mickey.
You're the last one. Complete the mission. Complete it. Don't you worry. Well handled. Stay. More and more people are. Worry about, man. Each day.
Good morning. I'm Steve Inskeep. A prized possession in the Dutch National Museum is not what the curators thought. Back in 1969, the Apollo 11 astronauts visited the Netherlands, and the U.S. ambassador gave the Dutch prime minister what he said was a moon rock. No doubt it gave a warm feeling to the U.S. ally. But when an expert saw it in the National Museum, he said he wasn't so sure it was real. Geologists have now identified the moon rock as petrified wood. It's Morning Edition.
Hey, some people just joined. How did the check-in go?
Perfect.
I meant to unmute myself, but I disconnected from the call. The check-in went fine, I'd say. Thank you for asking.
Yeah. Is there a conversation going on right now?
Oh, we're just waiting on you. No, but feel free to, if you have any questions, you're more than welcome to ask. But if not, I guess we could have some questions for you.
I have no opinion, so I'd like to ask you questions.
Okay.
I would like to know, is there any specific main reason you have the belief that the Earth is flat? If that is your belief. So
Not a belief. It's not a belief. That's the fundamental difference between the heliocentric model and the geocentric model. The geocentric model is in reality, and the heliocentric model is out of reality, because you need to believe in the heliocentric model in order to make it something. No, not even real. I think that would be the wrong word here. But yeah, we do not believe a geocentric model. Yeah. We know it is geocentric. We know we have definite, observable, repeatable proof that it is indeed what it is.
Like if I were to ask you, why do you believe you're as tall as you are? You would say, well, I don't believe. I just have the measurements for my height, and that's how I know how tall I am. So you would tell someone that it's not really a belief. So we're kind of telling you the same thing. It's like, we don't really have a belief that we can offer you. I can just show you a measurement, just like I could like show you how tall I am, just with measurements. So,
are you passionate about, that topic?
Well, it's like I could just, in regards to your height again, I could just ask you, like, are you passionate about how tall you are?
But you're in a server where, it's literally just talking about flat Earth.
Well, you're here. So maybe some people like to hang, bro.
No. What I'm trying to ask
I hang out in other servers that are bigger than this.
What I'm trying to ask is, do you think you care about the fact of whether or not the Earth is flat?
So what is this, like some type of psychoanalysis, or?
No,
wouldn't you just want those measurements, or you just want to talk about what people think and like how they act? Or?
If we have server called 24/7 Flat Earth, do you think that we care about something?
What?
If we have the server named 24/7 Flat Earth, do you think that we care about something?
I think you care that the Earth is flat, yes.
No, we care that Earth is not a globe.
Why is that?
I mean, I used to care when it was a globe. When I believed it was a globe, I cared then too. So, like, what's the problem?
Because the reality shows that it's not.
I see. Stainless, do you have any questions you can help me out with here?
How about you start talking about the ground that you live upon, like we all do, get simultaneously right now in this moment? Maybe that would be more enlightened for you, because you yourself said I have no standpoint. So if you have no standpoint, it shows that you might not yet have received the knowledge about the realm that you live in, which I think would be a great start, right? When you're around people like us which have measurements of the ground you're living on, and we figured out that it's not a heliocentric model where the so-called Earth is a spear-shaped or spheroid-shaped tilted ball flying from every expanding universe while hurling around other planets,
while everything else that we observe in reality is perfectly still and stable and has nothing to do with that assumption. But yeah, maybe you want to ask questions regarding this topic that we all hear, right? So you can maybe learn something and say tonight, oh yeah, maybe it is not a heliocentric model rather than a geocentric model, which was, highly appreciated in the past centuries of human beings. Highly advanced civilizations knew that it was geocentric. But then, NASA came along with their SS soldiers and created this false doctrine of a space ball flying through an ever-expanding universe. But yeah, I mean, just ask some questions about the topic, man, instead of like running around it, It's not scary.
Not that. I'm just interested in more of the mindset, not the topic itself. But I understand why.
Okay,
you can understand the mindset, but you will understand the mindset as soon as you understand what the topic is. But you yourself have already, said in the beginning that you have no standpoint, which means you have no knowledge. So
yes,
I mean,
I don't.
So maybe you understand the topic first, and then you can understand maybe the psychological behaviors of why people are interested in this topic. Maybe because it is indeed truthful and it has indeed enough evidence to be something to stand behind as a person, as we all do in here, trying to, get fellow slaves to understand that this world is not what we have taught it to be, right? Does that make sense psychologically? I gave you some hints there.
Yes, it does make sense.
All right. Wonderful.
Good. Wonderful. Yes, Stainless, I need your help here. May you unmute yourself?
I will help you. A sphere has a dimension. Earth has a dimension,
Okay.
Earth has a dimensions. It's a 25,000 miles radius and blah blah blah. When we check that in reality, there is no anything like that. There is no curvature in reality. The Earth is not curving anywhere. With that given map of the globe. And that's the point, mainly. Every observation showing flat, stationary Earth.
Okay, thank you. Do you guys want to tell me anything? Like, ask me anything?
Does the Earth move?
What?
Are you moving right now? Does the Earth move? Are you currently moving?
Not from what I can see. Not from what I can see.
Okay. But what do you in your heart of hearts, deepest down? What do you think? What do you believe?
I mean, the Earth does look pretty flat to me.
I mean, asking if you're moving right now.
Moving? No, I'm not. Well, I'm moving my lips, my mouth, I'm talking.
Okay.
Now he's asking you, are you moving together with the Earth?
Yeah.
I'm not sure how I can answer that. I do not understand the question.
All right, let me help you out. So if we have a treadmill,
yes,
it's on a low speed, like just moving very slowly, and I put a little toy Monopoly house on the treadmill, could we say that house would be moving at that point?
Yes.
Okay. So if you've shrunk down, you're inside that house, would you be moving?
Because of the treadmill. Yes.
Yeah, I would agree. So let's go back to the Earth. Are we? I'm in a house right now. Are you moving currently?
No.
Okay. Well, as a flat earther, we're just saying the Earth doesn't move. So
because I assume in belief of a round Earth, the Earth is rotating around its axis, something like that.
yeah, if I was a globe earther, I would say, yeah, of course I'm moving right now, and I have a bunch of screenshots of people saying exactly that. I'd be happy to post those for you if you'd like. But I'd say that's the objective difference between someone who believes in the globe and someone who doesn't. Is one of those two people is saying that you're in a house that's moving currently. So I guess I can post those for you if you'd like to take a look.
Post them where exactly?
You should be able to see the live stream voice text right above this live stream. So I'll post those in there.
Okay.
So I think that's a good starting point for flat Earth. Is like, well, first of all, it doesn't move. Then you have to wonder, because people will ask, well, a lot of people think that new people who are not familiar with flat Earth, they think that it's floating around in some sort of in outer space, right? Like a magic carpet just floating around in outer space or something. So if it's not moving, then it can't be floating in outer space. But there's another argument for that anyway, and it's about gas pressure. So while I'm getting these screenshots, I guess I could ask you, are you familiar with any examples of gas pressure existing without a container? For example, I'll give you some examples of gas pressure with a container. Maybe a can of like sparkling water or some type of soda. Once you open the container, you've now released the pressure.
Yes.
Same thing with like your car tires or something. You have a higher pressure inside the tire. And if you have a neighbor who slashes your tires or something, you have to replace the container to have the gas pressure inside. So we're asking, can you have gas pressure without the container?
No.
Yeah. So I would agree with that as well. So the argument would apply to the gas pressure that we breathe outside. So if every example on Earth requires some sort of container for gas pressure, soda or my car tire or whatever, why would that not be the case for the gas pressure that we breathe as well? So we would say that the Earth is contained. Here's a small clip of Bill Nye the Science Guy saying that.
The Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
So that's a tough pill to swallow for someone that used to really love outer space like myself. But so there's flat Earth isn't floating around in outer space or anything like that. I would say the Earth is the only place. I don't think the Earth is a place floating around in another place. I think the Earth is the place.
I see. That is really interesting. It does make sense to me.
It's a tough pill to swallow. When someone tells you outside is really inside, it's kind of backwards from what we're all used to believe. That outside is like outer space and just goes on forever.
This is kind of off topic, more about me, but generally speaking, I'm just like, I think I'll always have no standpoint, mostly because I don't care. I don't think I do. You know what I mean? I am just interested to hear what others have to say. I find it really nice. It keeps me open-minded, I'd say. So I appreciate the conversation.
Likewise. I guess my pro tip for you is, so I do meet a lot of people who kind of take this similar path, like, I just want to sort of be on the fence. Just I don't want to really take a stance. But I think you'll learn. It's okay to take a stance. Even for myself, it's okay to be wrong at times. If you take a stance, then we can sort of. All right, do we agree on this stance, or is there a difference between our stances? And then maybe we can learn something along the way. But I mean, I understand people wanting to sort of not take a stance because then they can't. Then they won't be wrong, right? If I don't take a stance on something, I can't be wrong about it. But I think you actually learn more if you potentially take a stance. Oh, okay, so I see where I was wrong about that, and so on and so forth. But that's just my tip for you. But
yeah, definitely. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, you're right.
I have a question. You said you're open-minded, while in the same reference using the word "I really don't care," which kind of is a contradiction, that.
I'm not really good with my words, I'd say, but I think you understand what I mean.
Not really because of what?
I don't think I'm good with my words, but I think you can connect the dots and assume what I mean to say.
Yeah, I understood what you said. You said in first sentence, or let's say in the same sentence, you said, I kind of don't care, but I try to be open-minded, or stay open-minded. Yeah, how does these two things correspond to each other in your worldview?
I mean, when I said I don't care, I said I'm not interested. I don't care whether or not the Earth is a globe or whether or not it's flat.
So you're not open-minded.
Is that the case?
Yes. Let me show you the definition for open-minded.
Okay.
Should I read it to you?
Sure.
Okay. 1 second. Let me get the English definition. Because my Google is in German.
I mean, my question, why are you looking for that? My question for people who sort of take the, I don't think it really matters. Like, say you just woke up from a coma, like you were banged on the head or there was some accident or something, and then you just woke up from a coma today. Like, wouldn't you want to know where you are? Wouldn't one of the first few questions you ask, where the hell am I?
Yeah, so there are multiple definitions. Let me just quickly say this, so I'm finished with what I'm trying to say. Having a mind that is open to new ideas, free from prejudice. I don't know how to say that English word. Or bias. Prejudice. Thank you. Having or showing a mind receptive to new ideas or arguments. Unprejudiced, unbigoted, impartial.
Yes.
Okay. So now the definition of I don't care.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if I actually need to define that, but you see how these two things don't really fit. I mean, look. I'm doing a psychological game here, okay? So the thing is, if someone comes to the conclusion of saying to himself, I don't care, he has made a point for himself in his life once, which means regarding the worldview of where you live upon, you have chosen to accept something where from there on you said, now I'm not going to care about any new information regarding that topic, which means you're either a glober,
right,
or something else, so I'm trying to figure out what is it that your foundation is sitting upon, from where you can be in a position of saying I really don't care anymore.
I understand how you took that. Yes, I understand what you mean.
So what is your foundation?
My foundation. Let's think about that. I think I go with popular belief. I'm more of a cheap person. I still appreciate
Let me ask you this. Is a popular belief a good foundation? Is a good way of following information?
I don't think it's a good way. I just think it works.
Okay. Well, that's an argument.
It just
I think so. It just works.
That's kind of vague, don't you think?
It's pretty bad. I think this goes back all the way even more so personally. I'm a religious person, I'd say. So
I mean, we're all religious, man. Everyone is worshipping something. So that's just the nature of the created being that we are. You know, it doesn't matter if you try to not be religious. There's something in your life that there's a reason for why you wake up. Mostly, there's also something important that you worship, even if it's just another person.
Let's test your consistency here. So you must be Christian then.
I'm Muslim.
But that's not the most popular one.
What?
I thought you would go with the most popular thing. Because it just works.
I mean, for most things, well, I am Muslim specifically.
Okay.
I see where you're coming from.
But, okay, hold on a second, my friend. Let me ask you a question, if I may, boys, for a Well, no, I don't want to bring religion into it. Never mind. I'll withdraw. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Kiwi.
I mean, his question really wasn't religion. It was his consistency of the popular. He says, because he was saying about the most popular one usually works. Therefore, his consistency is incorrect. Then, right?
Well, Elbow, the thing is, I can't hold a man responsible for what he was born into, right? He can obviously he couldn't choose that, which is why I withdrew on that. But TV makes a really, really good point with respect to the gas pressure within the confines of the conversation, and that was one of the things I was going to pick him up on, just to understand what was created to house the gas pressure.
Yes, I agree on that.
Okay, so we do have some agreements that there has to be. So you do agree that there has to be a container for the gas pressure, correct?
I do. Yes.
Awesome. So do you think that the bottom of that container would be well designed if it was flat or if it was round? Again, the bottom of the container.
I mean, a tire is round.
It's also small.
The Earth is pretty small.
Okay, so
wait a minute. Compared to us, the Earth is pretty big.
He raises a very valid question or a valid observation, stating that the car tire. And what I'll say to him is that a car tire is very much, I would say, function over form, right? Like the car tire is designed that way because it has to roll. There's nothing in the design that we observe that states that the Earth should be moving, or it should be rolling, or it should be turning. And so that will then lead me back to my original point that why would the Earth be round? Because a car tire has to be round so it can roll.
Okay, let me think. Let's say I believe the Earth is round. Okay. This is like, I'm not sure if this is true or not, but I'll say based on what I know, I guess round earthers would believe that the atmosphere contains the gas pressure. I think that would be likely.
No, the atmosphere is the gas pressure, brother. So it doesn't contain itself. Let me help you out. They say it's gravity.
iOS on or after November 9.
What?
Are you hot micing here, Elbow?
Am I hot micing?
I I don't know. Yeah, they would say it's gravity. So,
Gravity.
yeah, it's a tricky business because, they cannot remove the Earth. So we can test for these things. So it's a tricky business altogether. Gas pressure argument, yes, is quite good. There's a natural antecedent. So, yes, I like it. But on the other hand, I don't like it so much because, they'll start saying, well, where's the dome? Show us the dome. And we can't do that. And we don't know what it is, where it is, what it's made of. This is an issue, I think, for us. But, yeah, it's not the best argument. Don't really know where I was going with that.
I ain't never seen no cow from any steak I've ever eaten either. So
yeah,
and them steaks was good too. But
did you see Dell's? Watching Dell this morning. He's done a video a couple of days ago where he's talking about being. Sorry, I've just cut across this conversation. Sorry, everybody. But yeah, I love Dell from Beyond the Imaginary Curve. So I'll just post that video anyway because I love that guy. Oh, I can't find it now. That's brilliant.
I just had a thought.
Yeah, go for it.
Wouldn't differences in pressure create, let's say, a sort of container because of the difference? Like the difference in pressure would act as a container. So the difference in pressure between the atmosphere on Earth and the atmosphere in space, where it's a vacuum, I guess that's what it is. That difference, wouldn't it create a sort of container?
No, let me give you an example, an analogy. Sorry if people have heard this before, but I always use a banana as an example. So let's apply this argument to a banana, right? So we're asking, can a banana without a peel exist? Like, is there a such thing as a banana without a peel existing in nature? And so the challenge would be, just show me one. So if someone comes along and they just slice up a banana into slices and they say, here's some slices, here's proof that it didn't come from a peel, you wouldn't accept that, obviously. So what when you bring up the layers of the gas pressure, the atmosphere, so to speak, when you say, well, here, look, it's in layers, it's not really showing what the claim is, which is that you don't need a container for the gas pressure at all. In the same way, someone would say, well, you don't need a peel at all to have these banana slices. Well, actually, you did. So, in the same way that you don't go around and find peelless bananas hanging on trees, you don't find gas pressure without a container, or layers, a gradient of gas pressure without a container as well. So slicing it up doesn't really help prove what you're trying to prove.
To tack on to CB's point, that observation completely violates the second law of thermodynamics, which is entropy, right? Things of mediums like gas, water, fluids, they will all seek disorganization. They will all seek madness until you put them into a container, until you order them. So to state that gas is able to keep itself in a contained system or in a contained state is a complete violation of the second law of entropy.
So you're saying my thought is disproven by science?
Well, CB just illustrated a very, very valid point. He's like, okay, you can't just have slices of a banana, right, hanging out. You have to have, like, they had an order prior, which was the peel, right, which was the banana before you deconstructed it and sliced it up. So what he's saying is that you can't just take the slices and observe the slices on their own. You have to understand where the slices came from. Right, I'm just stonewalling his observation and stating that it's an actual violation of thermodynamics. You could research that on your own. But this is just the stuff that we know for a fact. And when you have variables, or you have things that you're trying to figure out, plugging in constants, which are these things, which CB just illustrated, right, helps you to further your view of things. Otherwise, you're just going to be stuck banging your head against the wall.
Yeah, either way, whether you're globe earther or you see it as a flat Earth, the gradient, we both agree there's a gradient. We're just saying it requires a container. The globe Earth says it doesn't require a container. So
I see. Then, do you guys know what the container would be, or what it is?
nope. Just like I got steak in my fridge right now, but I can't tell you how many spots that cow had or anything like that. You know what I mean?
I understand.
Kind of like that in a way.
It's illegal to try to go up there, my guy.
That's true. I was just curious.
Oh, what's up? What's it?
What's up? You gotta get the government to approve a certain type of fuel to even send a rocket like anywhere near that high.
Yeah, man. I was gonna say, like, I don't have a drone, but don't you need a certain? You need a permit to fly a drone, even at a certain, altitude range or whatever. So.
All the ancient texts say that there are like 7 layers to the container.
We can't get political, can we?
Well,
It'd be ideal to not. But
that's just it. Right,
you
but
know,
again, there has been evidence of things in the past. We have Operation Dominic, Operation Fishbowl in the 60s, which they launched like 200 explosive devices up in the air. For what reason, I have no idea. There was the rocket, the Falcon 9 rocket launch, which something was launched upwards. The visuals that were created leave a lot of questions to be asked. Whether, quote unquote, the rocket was apparently breaking through to gain its space exploration, or in fact the rocket was not allowed. It was prevented from its forward progression by some form of containment sealing apps. You can check that on YouTube, Falcon 9 rocket launch, if you'd like to see further.
Huh.
Actually, you know what? I just realized I have them on my phone. I'll share them in the live stream if you have access to it.
I do not know.
It's just the chat we were referring to earlier. You should have access.
Yeah. The live stream?
Oh, just the chat.
The live stream voice text.
Yes.
So again, these are absolutely no reflections on the server. These are just, let's say, the visuals that were created on the launch. So take from those 4 visuals what you will. Draw whatever conclusions you'd like. But it is interesting to see.
Yo, you wanna hear something crazy, bro? So if you look at a magnetic field under a ferrocell,
yeah,
you can see these lines. They're called constructive and destructive lines of interference or whatever. But anyway, they make like the flower of life. Are you familiar with the flower of life?
No.
Okay. I'll drop a little video for you, but so anyway, it's called like a toroid, a magnetic field, right? And yeah, it makes the flower of life. Dude, when you look at the quote unquote planets, which that word just means wandering star, right? When you look at the motion of the planets, they all fit perfectly within that flower of life. And the Earth is within a magnetic field, so of course
the Earth's actually a plane, and magnetic fields have something called an inertial plane or a black domain wall. Anyway, it's like a plane through the middle of the magnetic field, right through the middle of it. And all the planets have these like cycles that fit right within the toroid flower of life perfectly. It's actually very cool if you've never seen it.
That's yeah, I'd like that.
Like, there's no explanation. Like, yeah, there's one of them. There you go. That's Chris just dropped a screenshot. And I have the video of it, so it'll show you those building up. Those are the planets from our view. You know, they claim it's all random, chaotic, blah, 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 but...
What you just don't understand is gravity and refraction coming together is the reason why you see these patterns, sir.
Wow.
So
I've never had a baller like really be able to address this. They say that it doesn't look like the flower of life. It just clearly does, right? So.
Since you're a flat earther, you're clearly just seeing it wrong.
Yeah. And of course, here's the sun and the moon mapped out over the Earth. The Earth as the center. Probably coincidence.
I see. Huh. Can you answer the quiz question about the density? What?
What's up?
I wanted to ask a quick question about the density.
Okay.
So I understand that if something is more dense, then it will go up because it's denser than air, right?
Yeah, it would be less dense than the air.
So if you put a helium balloon inside a vacuum space, inside a container with a vacuum space, will it stay down? It will not go up?
Is the balloon more dense in the air?
There's no air. It's a vacuum space.
There's never no air. So there's just
You can create it.
Air.
You create a vacuum space. There's no air.
Well, there's always some air, right? Like, there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum. So if you remove as much air as you can, which is what a vacuum chamber is, then all you did was remove more density of the medium. But look, I don't care. I'm in here. I don't play the little games that everything's intrinsically electric. And there's a downward electric flow in the earth that sets the up and down. There's a measurable downward electric flow. It sets the up and down, and then density and buoyancy sorts the rest out. Everything's intrinsically electric. So that would be, you know, what is weight? What is, you know, density? Well, the matter's held together electrically.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Yeah. So the problem is they don't say that's the cause, because that wouldn't explain how the Earth could be at all, right? Like, it wouldn't work. And so it's known that there's something called the impedance of free space. It's like 377 ohms. So you have like an electric constant, a magnetic constant, more accurately dielectric permittivity and magnetic permeability. Permeability, right? Like going through said medium or substance. Permittivity, like the ability, like basically like it permits the electricity, we'll say. It's conductive, if you want to say that. Capacitance. But anyway, so like even in a vacuum, there is like an electric constant in a vacuum chamber. It's always there. Like a vacuum chamber isn't empty.
I see. Did that answer your question, the menorah? Yeah. It does?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Thanks.
Like that balloon is like electrostatic. The helium inside of it's electrostatic. And then the vacuum chamber's medium is also electric. And so there's just this relationship between the object and the medium when it comes to the electrics and the density, and that does everything. Yeah, no. It's like if I drop a ball in the air and it falls down, it's like, oh, the ball's more dense than the air, right? If I drop it in a vacuum chamber, of course it's still going to go down because it's more dense than less air, right? And then the electric background kind of just sets the up and down. That's what I think. Based on all the evidence. Some flat earthers may disagree. They won't debate it properly though. So.
I'll say something. CB said, like, when you wake up from a coma, like, the first thing that comes to mind is, like, where am I? Right?
Yeah.
Right, CB?
Yeah.
Me personally, I doubt I would care. So I will ask my question again. I think I didn't ask it clearly. This is a bit more out there, but yeah, why is the shape of the Earth relevant here?
We don't claim to know the shape of the Earth. It's not.
What?
We don't care about the shape of the Earth, bro. Like, we don't actually care. Like, we don't care what shape the Earth is. None of us care. It's about the fact that we were lied to about the Earth. So how would that not matter? If there's an area of the world, have you ever seen the movie Hunger Games?
No, but I know about
it's this movie, yeah, where like they section off certain areas and they have these like slaves live within their areas and then they fight each other and they're not allowed to leave their area. That's like real life. The movie is like real life where there's an area on the earth that you can't go to. Right? So it's not about what the shape of the earth is. We don't claim a shape. Like flat is not a shape. Like it doesn't matter what the shape is. It's just that we're being lied to about the earth and we're not allowed to find out what all is on the earth. So how would that not matter? Like if they drew a circle around you and told you you're not allowed to leave it, like you agree that would matter, right?
I mean, to me it wouldn't, but I understand.
That was all facts there. With it, but like to the other guy, it's so. Just to piggyback off my example, the coma thing. Let's say you needed to be picked up. Let's go old school before there was Uber and all this stuff, and you need to be picked up, right? You just got out of that coma. You need a ride, whatever. You call me. You're like, hey man, I need you to come pick me up, and I go, where are you? And you go, well, it doesn't matter. Why does it matter? It's like, well, how am I going to pick you up if you don't know where you are? You don't care where you are. You know what I mean? That stuff it applies real world. Like it does kind of matter.
But I think that would apply if I had a destination. But if I had a destination in the first place. But I think if that were the case, I would just continue living life, moving around. I think that's what life is. We're just on Earth and just experiencing things. I don't think it matters what things limit us. Just
you don't think it matters?
I think these ideas limit
to know where you live, bro. How does that?
Dude,
I don't.
You remember that saying? Maybe I didn't grow up in the '60s or whatever. I'm a lot younger than that, but remember that saying, "Far out, man." Like, oh, that's far out. Have you heard that before?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, think about those words, far out. Like they'll call someone far out. So it's like someone is so far out but they don't even know where they began or where they started. So you don't want to be that guy continuing to live on, being a far out dude, but you don't even know like your origins or where you began. So you don't want to be so far out that you're lost.
Then let me say this. Your arguments about, because I guess your main problem is that like the government or like people are lying to you about the shape of the earth because you're not allowed to know what's out there, as if you're inside of a circle, right?
It's just part of it,
yeah. That's part of it.
It's not the main thing. I wouldn't say that's the main driving factor or anything. I mean, when we started asking you questions, the first thing wasn't like, so you're being lied to, right? It was just like, here's some evidence.
Right.
Cope with it on your own.
Well, it matters, bro, because like I use the analogy of you dating a girl. So let's say you're dating a girl and then you propose to her and she's your fiance. So you're engaged to get married. And then I come up to you and try to show you evidence that she's been cheating on you. You would want to know before you decide to marry her. So this is the same scenario in a way. It's like, would you want to marry the lie unless you can figure out why she lied to you or whatever? Like, none of that really matters. Like, the reason I say we don't care about the shape of the earth is like, truth be told, like, it doesn't really matter. Like, the earth is what it is. The reason that this matters is because you don't realize like where you live at all. You don't understand it. Like, I'll drop a picture for you. And in my opinion, you live within something like this, but it's like you live within this magnetic field. You live in like this energy field. It's stationary. Everything moves around you. There's an energy source coming from above you. Right? So it's like, if the earth is the center of everything that exists, I mean, why would you not want to know that?
Okay.
I don't understand why you wouldn't want to know.
I see. But then with
children are being lied to about this, right? So like, you agree that matters, right?
Probably.
Yeah. You see the picture in the voice text?
Yeah.
So that's a magnetic field under a ferrocell.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine if that's like an outside view of the earth. You live inside that field, and then everything moves around that's in the sky. It's the center of everything, and everything moves in this perfect cycle. You see those lines in it? You see how those lines match exactly what the planets do? There's no way that is just a coincidence. My point is, like, if you live within that and everything moves around you and it's the center of everything, it would obviously be important that you know that if they're telling you actually you're a tiny speck of dust, in this huge vacuum of nothingness, and you're shooting all kinds of different ways. My favorite answer to your question is actually, you were told that you can't trust any of your senses. So, like, you have to believe, like, oh, I don't feel the earth moving. It always looks like the earth's not moving. In fact, I can tell when the air does move. It's called wind. And I can tell when the earth does shake. It's called an earthquake. Right? I can tell when things do move because the earth's not moving. And I see everything in the sky move. I see that the horizon's horizontal. I see that the ocean looks like it's flat. So like, basically what they've told us is everything is the opposite of what you actually observe. And you're not capable of determining truth yourself. You have to believe in other people that came up with the story for you. So you can't trust yourself. You can't make your own decisions. You have to look to authority to make decisions for you. And that's how you have a slave state. Would you agree that mental slavery matters?
I actually agree with you. I understand. But another thing is, do you think you'll ever learn, like, with the cheating situation? If your fiance, there's speculation that your fiance is cheating, there would be evidence provided to that. Like, do you think there'd ever be evidence that, you know, of there being something outside? So you know that, according to you, you know that there's a container, but is there any evidence that there's anything outside of that container?
We see stuff in the sky. In fact, just basic logic would necessitate something exists outside the Earth to have made the Earth in the first place. So, I mean, we see stuff, right? Like, we see stuff move in the sky.
And do you want to know more about that? Like, you want to get out of the container and...
No, I don't. I don't want to get out of the container. If there's like this huge, beautiful Earth where I can go look at Niagara Falls, and then I can go look at the Grand Canyon, and then I can go look at like beautiful pastures, and I can go look at the ocean, and I can go look at mountains, and I can go all over the world seeing that. Like, why would I need? I couldn't even look at all the Earth that we know about. Why do I need to get outside of it? Look up in the stars at night, and it's so beautiful that it's like impossible to wrap your mind around. You can't even understand how many stars there are by looking up from the Earth. The Earth is amazing in and of itself. It's hard to even grasp how big the oceans are. Why would we need to get out of it? We can't even fully understand and appreciate what's here. I mean, I don't think any of us have a longing to get out of it. It's only the spell that tells you that you can get out of it, and that the world is insignificant, that makes you want to like not like appreciate it. I don't feel the need to get out of it.
So why does it matter if you're in a container or not?
The only reason that it matters is because that's the only way that it could exist.
Wait, can I answer this? Because the last couple of years they told you had to cover your face, but in the next coming years, what if they told you need to cover your head with a helmet because of space junk? There's going to be a lot of people who will go along with it, just like they did the last few years. So if you know yourself that that's not true, that outer space is not real, and there's nothing that's going to come crashing down and bash you on the head, then maybe you won't be the ones that's going to be walking around with a space junk helmet on. So
I see. That is actually a good argument. Yes. Okay. But
like
do you
think to a fundamental concept, bro? Like, you agree that truth matters.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Right, and like, say you wanted to control someone, like say you wanted to manipulate them and make them do what you wanted them to do. Well, what would you do? You would lie to them. Right.
Look. Yes, but the thing is, I think in a case like this, you can only go as far as knowing. Like, can you really do anything about it?
Yeah, I think so. I think that
you can tell other people.
Yeah, millions of people are waking up to this, and I think that's important.
Difference.
Say again.
And so you think eventually it will make a difference if there's enough people.
Yeah.
Okay, that's valid. That's good.
But what about this? Even if it doesn't, like, nobility dictates that you still speak the truth. So, like, children are being told that, like, lightning struck, like, this primordial ooze, you know, and then they end up coming from a rock, and, like, everything came from nothing, and they should be scared of asteroids coming to get them, and they're like this tiny grain of sand, and, you know, in the ocean of nothingness and all this stuff. It's like they're being misled. Like, children are being lied to and misled. So at the least, we need to speak the truth and attempt to get the truth out there, right? Like, even if we don't win, even if we don't actually get it all the way out there because we're censored and stuff, like, you have to be noble in life, bro.
Right.
You have to stand for what's right and defend the defenseless, you know?
I think what I learned most from all of this is purely the fact that, you know, you guys stand for something much bigger, and I like that a lot. I never thought of it this way. I never thought that flat earthers care that the earth is flat simply because, you know, they care about the shape. But what you've provided actually makes a lot of sense. I appreciate that. I agree with you.
Of course, man.
It's
like that'll maybe make sense why people are so passionate about it, right? Or why would people talk about it like every day for years and like, you know, I don't know, like you probably know that like if you were to go into your real life and start telling people you think the earth's flat, it's not going to be easy. Like people are going to assume you're crazy and make fun of you at first, but like we do it anyway. So yeah, it's obviously much bigger than like, oh, we're just obsessed with like geometry and shapes. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not like we're not like a bunch of weirdos that are like, what? Oh, I need to know the shape of everything.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah, it's just a lie, bro. Like it's the same way I speak out against abortion. You know, or I speak out like whenever I feel like people are being lied to and misled and you're lying to children, like I speak out against evolution, right? So I think this is the biggest lie though, because you know, it's the overarching lie.
And that's why you believe a very important topic.
Yeah, yeah.
I see.
A lot of us have sacrificed a lot to do this, man. Like you may be surprised. Like,
true.
Yeah, like I like. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, like I can't get.
Well,
I have like some really good job offers that I can't get because I like talk about it on video publicly.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well,
yeah, you get it.
Yeah, I do. I'm just gonna. Yeah, I guess that's it. I learned a lot today, and thank you for the talk. I think that's all.
Likewise, you're welcome to come back anytime. Appreciate the content.
Thank
you
you
sure
so
to
much.
go. Yeah, be sure to know where to find the YouTube link so you can go back and listen. And if you'd ever like to, you're more than welcome.
Social media links, right?
Also, make sure to check out the hashtags in this Discord regarding whatever topic you might be interested in a whole. Because when you scroll down in the Discord, it says like you have like these hashtags where it says horizon, gyro, firmament, I don't know, gas pressure, gravity. Whatever you might be having interest in, there's always like material to these hashtags, you know?
Okay.
It's very interesting. Very interesting. I would especially check out if you want to have something to laugh. 1 second, what was it? Check out ISS. Hashtag ISS. Because that's funny, man. It just shows you how deeply they're trying to, you know, create a false image of reality. And sometimes, you know, lies are easy to no wait, I wanted to say that lies easily expose themselves, right? So you can have a lie, but it's hard to cover it for a long time. So at some point, for some small minute or second, the truth will, you know, slip through, so to say. So yeah, check out the hashtags down there, man. There's a lot of good stuff.
I saw the ISS. I see. Yeah.
I mean,
okay, thank you, man.
I'll tell you one more
No
thing,
problem.
bro. Okay.
Yes.
So like, the best thing to do is when you go from here forward, like when you go outside and you're whatever you're doing, just think about it, as in think, like, no one ever thinks about it. That's why the trick works, right? But like, think, is the earth moving right now? Or like when you see a sunrise or a sunset, like watch it and like really take it in and think, like, is the sun moving? Or like during the sunset, am I like falling backwards away from the sun? And it just looks like the sun's moving, right? Like, just go into your life and think about everything. Like, think about, am I moving? Is the stuff in the sky moving? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Most people never think about it. And when you do that, bro, like when I did that, I'd look at the moon. I'd see the moon during the day. I'm like, yo, the moon looks like blue as well. Like, it looks like it's the same size as the sun pretty much. And like, I see the sun setting and rising. And I don't think that in the morning when I see the sunrise, I'm like doing a nosedive, like falling like a roller coaster towards the sun. And the sun's actually sitting still and it just looks like it moves, you know? Or like you'll see the sun move in the sky throughout the day. Like, just think to yourself, like, am I actually moving and the sun is sitting still, or is the sun moving? And like when you do that, when you go in real life and you look at stuff and you think about it, it's like, it's a pretty crazy experience.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that once again. I'll be taking my leave now. Yes.
Take care.
Thank you so much, guys. Take care. You as well. Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
So you just described something I've been thinking for a while. It's like you sit inside a house and you watch the sun go across the sky, and you have to ask yourself, is this house really freaking moving right now? Like, people don't stop to think that ever. So that's why I'm constantly saying, oh, so you think your house is moving? And they find that on the face, they find that ridiculous. But then after a few minutes, they'll realize that, oh, wait, I do think the house is moving. So,
yeah, like I try to tell the anti-flat earthers in the other servers, like, I'm like, have you ever done that? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think they've ever done. Like, when I did that, when I like actually thought about it, like, bro, I couldn't. There was no going back. Like, once I really looked at like outside in nature and thought about it, I'm like, whoa, this is crazy. Like, I just never thought about it, you know? No one thinks about it.
you literally have to like take someone by the hand, drag them like outside usually, peel back their eyelids with a freaking tape and be like, look, dude, you gotta just look for yourself.
Just look at it.
Look, I'll stop talking so much because I know I just came in and started talking, so my bad. But I just want to hear what you guys think about this. So like, I dropped a picture in the chat. It's like the Illuminati symbol. Most of you guys have probably seen. And I'll drop it again. So anyway, you have like the all-seeing eye, right? And everyone's like, oh, that must be the sun because you see this stuff coming off of it, blah, blah, blah. Like, this is how I interpret this symbol now. So according to like occultic writings, so you can read like the Secret Doctrine, you can read all kinds of occultic texts and stuff like this. There are 7 sacred liberal sciences. You have like mathematics, arithmetic, and then, you know, you have geometria as one of them. And that means measurement of Earth. So that's what the G stands for. Well, so the G stands for measurement of Earth. And within the symbol, you have the compass at the top, meaning like this, like a circle, right? A circle representing the sky. Then you have the square pointing down, as the square represents the Earth. As in, the Earth is a square, like it has corners. The sky is represented by a circle. Okay, and then of course here you have the handshake, as in like, that's kind of like the secret is when you get to 33rd degrees, which the 33rd degree on the flat Earth is the center. You have 32 degrees and the 33rd is the center. So that's why the number's 33. Anyway, so they're shaking the hands like you're in the club of, we understand the cosmology and the Earth. So the G, literally, that's how you measure the flat Earth, is with the compass and the square, right? And even what's his name? Albert Pike writes about this in Morals and Dogma. How you use planar geometry on the Earth, and then like the sky is like all circular or spherical. And so then anyway, you have the all-seeing eye, and I think this is Polaris. So Polaris is the all-seeing eye, or like right around Polaris, and all the energy comes from there. If you look at electric optical imaging, of like the radiant sources of meteors, they all come from the same 6 places, and you'll get like this triangle, right? You get this triangle of energy in the sky, and it's always right, it pinnacles right at where like the center of the sky is, where Polaris is. So if you try to like basically like mathematically work out or transform a circle in a square, either way, you can't do it. There's no way to perfectly do it, right? So you have this mathematical leftover, if you will, and that's the triangle. That's where you get a triangle to try to work it out. And that's what the pyramid represents. And of course, and that's basically like energy comes from the sky or the heavens to the earth. And so that's in the form of a triangle or a pyramid. And we can literally see it in the sky with electric optical imaging. So anyway, I don't know what you guys think about that, but the way I interpret it, that's why you always will see the square and the circle everywhere. It's everywhere with ancient cosmologies and the infamous picture of the dude. I forgot what it's called. I don't think it's like, I don't know if it's Da Vinci, but like the dude that's, the naked dude that holds his arms out or whatever. I forgot what it's called. But anyway, it's a circle and a square everywhere. And so I think that that's representing the heavens and the earth being the square, having 4 corners. And then you have the all-seeing eye or Polaris giving the energy to the system down below. And the G stands for geometria, which is measurement of Earth. What do you think about that? You think I'm crazy?
No, that makes sense, man. But I think they not only, the meme, they not only use the G for geometry, I think they also sometimes use it for genitalia, because they have this, the specific hand sign where they do this, Masonic hand structure over the genitalia. And I think they have double meanings within the weird little old man's club. But yeah, for the higher, I think the main meaning is geometry. Yeah, I would definitely agree, because it just makes sense with all the other symbology around the G. I mean, the G within the geometry is enclosed within the tools which you would use to apply geometry, right? So yeah, it makes the most sense, I would say.
So yeah, there are many things that people say the G stand for. Like if you talk to a lower level Mason, they'll usually say grand architect or whatever. There's all kinds of different things, but some people try to say gravity, and like, no, that's not it. But like, so yeah, there's maybe other things that it can be applied to, but for sure, the fundamental doctrine is that there are 7 sciences, and that these track back to Cain, who taught them to Enoch. So like the evil Enoch, right? And this is the occultic belief. And that Cain passed it on to Enoch, and then Enoch wrote tens of thousands of books about it, about all the sciences, astronomy. It's like astronomy, dialect, mathematics, all kinds of things. I don't even remember the 7. And this is like their core belief, because that's what Gnostic means, right? Gnostic means knowledge. So it's a Gnostic belief. It's all about this sacred knowledge. And they actually believe that Adam had it in the garden, and then he fell, but maintained the knowledge, passed it on. And then Enoch from Cain's like really the first one that wrote it down with tens of thousands of texts, and then passed it on. And so like the core foundation of their belief, like their esoteric, Gnostic, occultic beliefs, is about this knowledge, which is broken up in seven subjects, like basically like you were taught in school, right? 7 sacred liberal sciences. and geometria is one of them, and it's consistently referred to as the most important one.
Isn't it also? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Aren't they also being indoctrinated into thinking as kids, especially what they do within these royal bloodlines, that they tell them that actually Yahuwah, the creator, is actually the one who has imprisoned Adam and Eve, and the Antichrist, Satan, the serpent, is actually the real hero of the whole story, because he has made them free, so they could have escaped Eden and the imprisonment. Like they twisted around as if our creator of a loving, the kind Father is actually the devil, and Satan for them is the opposite of actually being the hero of the story.
They have said that he barrier of the light.
What? I didn't catch that. Sorry. What did he say?
I couldn't tell.
That he is barrier.
You're going in and out, brother.
Yeah, we can't. Okay.
You might come back. Try again. Did you know that menorah actually, that's your picture?
This is the
Did you
type
know
of
that that's actually representing the 7 layers of the firmament?
cult, and it was off to the side.
Yeah, I went there. I checked it out, man.
What?
The menorah's profile picture is it represents the 7 layers of the firmament. That's what I think. And like literally in the shape of it. But anyway, yeah, like we were saying, what good. So if you read The Secret Doctrine by Helena, I don't even know how to say her name, Helena Blavatsky. So The Secret Doctrine.
Blavatsky,
Blavatsky.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just straight up tells you what they think. Like they think that there are going to be 7 total races, and the first one, I forgot what they call the first one, and then they have a second one that they call like the boneless people or something like that. Anyway, and then they end up getting to the Atlantean civilization as like, I think that's the 4th. And then you have the Aryan, which is post-Diluvian. And you have 2 more. And so they believe that like the pinnacle of their success, or their one world order built upon this sacred knowledge, was Atlantis. And then they believe it happened a few times. You've heard of Lemuria, probably. They actually believe this. Like this is what they believe. So
yeah, this is where Lucius Trust comes from. You probably heard of that, right? Where Lucius Trust. You can paint a picture actually back from Eckhart Tolle, all the new sort of the New Age stuff, right through to Alice Bailey and Blavatsky. It's kind of interesting. I always, when I get into something, I always try and find the root of it. And in the ancient world, I was talking about this on GeoServer a little bit, but because we dropped down into a different bit, and Elijah and Travis, they had a bit of a mini debate, and I found it fascinating, but it's interesting because in the ancient world, the snake was always used as a symbol of wisdom and eternal youth, because it could shake off old age, so to speak, or shed. And we have to see it from their perspective, don't we? We have to sort of put ourselves there rather than think in terms of how we think.
Yeah.
So I love all that. Find it deeply interesting.
Well, it's just foolish to think they made it all up out of nothing, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Yeah, we could easily. We seem to have been painted a picture where these people are really primitive and silly. No. I think we could easily make the argument the opposite way, that we've sort of degenerated. We're the backwards. We're living in the clown world. So I don't know. But yeah, I was in the server the other day when you were debating the guy fight the flat Earth guy. I don't know what server it is. I can't. I got invited to it. I flick around these servers, and I sort of have a few base servers. This would be like what I'd call a base server or geos. I'm happy over there, but I'm really not interested in going to all these servers and listening to these people. It's not easy for me to listen to them, to be honest.
Because it's so much gibberish.
Yeah, it's just insincerity, really. It kind of just grinds on my ears. So
it's like watching a cheap TV channel where it's just about entertaining your mind with nonsense.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, actually, Clay.
You know, sensationalism. They're always gonna pick on something and make it sensational and actually dumb people, making even dumber people feel better about their non-existing intellect, right? It's the same with these weird TV shows where you have people that seem kind of cringe and weird. They even, write a script in a way where they act even more weird, so people in front of the TV that are also miserable can feel better about themselves because they see people even more miserable than them. That's just how I see all these anti-flat earth YouTubers, They just sensationalize certain topics to make fun about us by picking things we don't even really consider or to be true or whatever, and they use that sensation to make people who have no knowledge about anything to make them feel smarter, right? It's just a pleasing show. A people pleaser show, so to say. The whole globe heliocentric ideology is about pleasing men, into believing a myth. At least that's what I think.
Look, that top picture is the ISS trajectory mapped over a flat projection. And then the second's a magnetic field under a ferrocell cell. And then the third is like different planets. What a coincidence.
That's awesome, dude.
It's crazy, yeah.
Yeah, you open these doors and you suddenly start to realize just how little you know.
Well, it makes perfect sense to me. Like, what are the odds of that being a coincidence? We know we have a magnetic field in the Earth. We know all magnetic fields have something called an inertial plane. Well, I call it inertial plane. That is one thing I actually did for sure get from Ken Willer, theory hypothesis. But there's a mainstream name for it, right? Like a block domain wall. It's called that just because the dude names that found its block or whatever, right? So like that's stupid. That's not a description. I call it inertial plane as a description. But either way, so we live on that. So if we live in that, then we can look at a magnetic field on a ferrocell cell and get an idea of what's around us. So anyway, what are the odds that the way the magnetic field is manifested under that ferrocell cell, that Because there's ferrofluid in the entire ferrocell. So people are like, no, you're not actually seeing the magnetic field. You're just seeing the fluid and blah, blah, blah. Okay, but there's fluid in the whole ferrocell. So why do we see lines, right? It's because that's where the energy is. That's how the energy is manifesting. And you look at that magnetic field and it matches all this stuff perfectly. There's like no way. There's no way it's a coincidence. So like we do have it. We can start to figure out where we live. Like I think it's so stupid for flat earthers to sit here for 7 years and never start to look into this part of it, right? Like it's clearly like the only viable way to start to explain it. It's moving within these constructive and destructive interference lines within the field, right? So like, yeah, I just think it's crazy, man. I think it's super cool. I've asked a bunch of the anti-flat earthers. They got nothing, bro. They try to say it doesn't match. They try to say it doesn't match when it clearly does, right? So, yeah, that's just my opinion. Like, I don't know why we would ignore it. There's no coincidence that we've been misled about magnetism because it like seems to hold the key to where we live and much more. What do you guys think about that ISS trajectory?
It's awesome, dude. I just can't stop looking at it.
Crazy.
You know, I'm not afraid to put my hand up and say I'm a noob when it comes to this stuff, electromagnetism. But it's there's something here for sure.
Yeah, no one fully understands it. We were lied to about all that, bro, for sure. Like, well, you guys have heard of it's like called dendritic Lichtenberg figures. You ever heard of that? It's like lightning or look, I'm gonna drop a bunch of pictures. Oh, well, let me dare them. So these are yeah. These are like basically electric discharge patterns. And it's everywhere, dude. It's like in your brain, it's in your lungs, it's in your heart, it's in trees, it's in their roots, it's in lightning, it's in geographical like locations, it's in leaves. Dude, this pattern is everywhere. It's like right in front of your face. Everything's electric and constantly seeking equilibrium.
Yeah, that ain't no coincidence. No way.
There's no way. So I used to say, like, look, you can look at your heart. I mean, you can look at your lungs and look at trees and like, oh, we need them to breathe. They need us to breathe. And what a coincidence. We have the same pattern. It's way deeper than that. Everything is electric. So we have this like commonality that interconnects all things. It's like this fingerprint of the creator, right? It's like, it's a beautiful thing, man. It's like insane. It's like, how could you deny creation if you knew that everything had a common characteristic? You couldn't, right? Like there's no like, what? How is there's like this fundamental force or energy that holds everything together? That is in everything.
I need to save all these pictures. Yoink.
Yeah, it's really cool. I think I might have a few more.
Yeah, I said that on GeoServer. You were there when remember we were showing the lineage coming up from the ground, and Geo just said something like, "It's like a tree branch." And as soon as he said something like that, it just popped in my head. I was like, "Wow, I've got to come in and say something here," because as I keep saying, truth has a certain frequency and it resonates, and when you hear it, you'll know it.
Look, I can drop some more stuff to trigger people.
To trigger people. We should have saved that video.
Yeah, so these are like infamous physicists or whatever. Talking about how there has to be an ether. So these like hostile witnesses. You have Paul Dirac, who's like considered one of the fatherheads of quantum mechanics. I'm not going to read all the quotes, but yeah, saying like, thus with the new theory of electrodynamics, we are rather forced to have an ether. You got Saunders and H.R. Brown and the philosophy of a vacuum. See, this is one thing that I do kind of not like what flat earthers do. Like, yeah, there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum. Nature abhors a vacuum. This is true. Right? But like, it's foolish to just not look at it, right? Like, it's foolish to not try to understand what's going on. And if we were to just account for air, there's way too much energy. There's something else there in the vacuum chamber. And yeah, the ether is basically a decapitation. If ether exists, the heliocentric model has no choice but to cease to exist, right? So like, anyway, and then here's Paul Davies. Well, he says there's straight up says there's an ether. Then you have Robert Laughlin, with a Nobel Prize in physics, and he's from Stanford. He's like, the word ether has extremely negative connotations in theoretical physics because of its past association with opposition to relativity. Of course, some people will have you believe that ether is relativity and relativity needs ether. Well, I don't even know what they're talking about, but anyway, he's explaining that the reason people don't call it the ether, because historically speaking, it has like this opposition to relativity. Of course, they're trying to come up with some type of like interpretation that would be like a relativistic ether, which is, it'll never happen. It's intrinsically contradictory, but anyway, just to throw that out there for anyone who wants to save them, I think it's pretty funny. Like, because the ballers, they have their scripts, right? They're like, Michelson Morley debunked the ether. Like, they have a little script or whatever, but like, no, Mom. I got your own paradigm says there's something there. Right? Like we literally have like free space has impedance. So what's that about, right? Like, wow, there's an electric constant in a vacuum chamber. Like, how's that work? There's something else there, bro. Anyway, I think these three things we talked about, like magnetism, those dielectric discharges, those Lichtenberg, are I forgot they're called, like dendritic Lichtenberg figures, and then the ether. These three things combined become like seemingly very crucial to kind of understanding a macro depiction of where we live and like formulating a better understanding. Like, what is lightning? These lightning strikes, like they're trying to go back. It's like, obviously it's a discharge, right? Which is when something reaches like its threshold of capacitance, which capacitance just means like ability to store electricity in layman, right? So it's like it has a certain amount that it can store, and then that threshold's reached, so it discharges the remaining electricity, right? And so like, well, where's it discharging it to? Where's it trying to go to? Like, it just disappears, and then it appears, so it like pops into and out of existence. I think the creator would be very disappointed in us, man. Where like we can't just accept like, dude, the energy comes from something way beyond us. I think it's sad. I'll stop rambling. I just need some smart flat earthers to like work with me to try to figure it out, you know. I'm definitely not going to figure it all out, so it'd be awesome if we'd have kind of a unified effort here.
Yeah, this is way beyond me. This is like, yeah, I hear that. No one of us is better than all of us. But we have to start pulling in the same direction. That'd help.
Yeah, like, yeah. I don't even like. I like that everyone doesn't agree, right? Like, I think that people that are critical of the ether is like very important for sure. Because I think that's like the case with everything. I think that you always need opposing ideas vocalized. I think that's like crucial to like a functioning society. Why free speech is so important. At the same time, though, like, I really don't see a way around the fact that this is a pretty crucial piece to the puzzle. Like, the magnetic field, right? Like, I don't know, for me, and I don't know, it doesn't resonate with everyone. Like, when I see this picture right here, that one right there, like, dude, it just like, it's crazy for me. Like, it resonates with me so deep that we're like looking at the earth from the outside in a way. Like, something to that effect, right? And like, how crazy is that? Like, how beautiful of an idea is that like you live inside that?
It just kind of reminds me of a flower, I think.
Yeah, I wanted to say the same thing. It reminds me of a rose flower.
It's gonna sound kind of weird, but it kind of reminds me of. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. You got it.
No, it just kind of reminds me of like a mother's womb and like why we're attached by the umbilical cord, and it kind of, you know, in a weird way, it's kind of a similar shape. You know, we kind of wonder what that outside is, but you kind of have everything you need in that womb. But you know, you're attached to it as well, and but yeah, it definitely resonates with me as well. Just wanted to throw that in.
It also reminds me a bit of a blood cell. But I mean, I don't know how one looks like, so.
Like, you see this everywhere, right? Like, we have all these acorns that fall in our driveway. It's like really annoying. They're like everywhere. But anyway, you pick one of those acorns up and you look at the top of it and it has.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it has this pattern in it.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's like everywhere, dude. It's like everywhere. You see the electric discharge pattern and you see this like flower of life pattern. I don't think you will ever find like a completely perfect flower of life, because seemingly that would be a state of equilibrium. I don't know. So what I believe, and this may sound woo-woo to people, like people used to be so much more wise, dude. You can just go read like 1800s and the way people talked and wrote, you know, it's like, wow, we're so stupid now. But way back in the day, they kind of understood some of this stuff that I'm about to say, in my opinion, and we've become dumb. But I think that nothing could exist if it was completely in a state of equilibrium. I think it would cease to exist. So I think everything is in a process of seeking equilibrium. Like, there's no such thing as rest. Nothing that exists is entirely at rest or like not moving, unchanging, like nothing. You can't name anything. It's all has this base resonance or vibration. Everything. And if it didn't, it wouldn't exist. And then I think that's where this downward electric flow comes into it, where it's kind of like it keeps it in this process of seeking equilibrium, the earth and all around it, so that it exists. Like, there's energy coming from above us down to the earth. And I think it's from the creator. And the creator is literally radiating energy. He's like the energy source in the middle of above us. And like it causes everything to move around him. And that energy source comes down to the earth. And this creates the earth. Or this is what allows the earth to maintain itself in material form. And everything is constantly trying to find its way back to this original state of like rest and equilibrium, or like the pure potential state before it manifests. And this seems like woo woo, or like, oh, I don't, that's too deep, or blah blah blah. You're woo woo is what everyone will say, but I think these are like really like fundamental truths that people used to know all across the board. Like you can look at the Hermetic principles, and they knew that everything. And I don't condone everything in the Hermetic principles, right? But like they knew way back then that everything was interconnected and via vibration. Well, guess what? 2022 has proven them right? With all the physics that we have. Of course, they said there was an ether back then. They actually called it like the milk of the gods, or like a celestial milk being stirred up. Like, how did they know that there was like a vortex in this etheric milk that was being stirred? They just got lucky and guessed. Nah, man, they clearly used to have a way better understanding than society does now. Like the Vedas, there's like an ancient Vedic depiction I'll show you. It's depicting ether physics. I don't know. I just find it very interesting. What is magnetism? Oh, I don't know. Virtual photons. I've been going back and forth with the that physicist out of beta. Or that, he's a professor, blah blah. In emails, he keeps emailing me like obsessively. Like he's getting so destroyed on this. Like the more time passes, I'm just like, bro, there's no way around it. I really wish that people could see my. I think it is publicly posted now. I wish people could see my Oktoberfest presentation. I think I could drop it.
Yeah, I think so. Didn't you just send me that, Chris? Or I can't remember. I don't know. I just looked at it, but I'm certainly going to be watching that.
What was a clip from the True Earth Summit?
Nice, yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah, a little similar presentation. I mean, my Oktoberfest one is kind of like, is a bit complex, I guess. I cover like atomism a bit, and then I go into like, some people try to say that they're completely unrelated. The idea of atomism and ether, and it's a false dichotomy and all this stuff, but like, no, actually it's not. So anyway, yeah, I talk about like there's no such thing as charge and discharge. Like, and there's no such thing as positive and negative charge. It's just charge and discharge. And the reason that they quote unquote attract is because like they're like conjugate geometry, like conjugate geometric expressions. Like there's like this motion, this geometric motion, like her hyperboloid and the toroid, and they're inverse, right? Of course, they fit within each other. And so it's like this superimposition of this geometry that fits within. And so it's like you have positive and negative, quote unquote. You just have something charging and discharging, and these things come together in the process of seeking equilibrium. There isn't positive and negative. That doesn't even make sense. You know what I'm saying? So like, yeah. I mean, I just think that we could literally find a way to boil this down to where like you could teach a 10-year-old this stuff, and then they'd be able to be the next Nikola Tesla. These basic principles.
Yeah, I'm going to say you'd have to tell me that's 10-year-old level.
That's why pictures are so good, because like the visualization of geometry will click with people so intuitively. But like the simplest way to understand the charging and discharging thing is like if you pour a glass of wine, like if you pour wine out of the bottle into the glass, the wine bottle is discharging and the glass is charging. But I'll show you like those pictures. Like, and like this is just where I'm at right now. Like that's why I wish more people would maybe swallow their pride, but like just like look into it. Like there are really smart people in flat earth, and I want people to be like, oh, I see what you're saying, but this is what I don't think makes sense and stuff. So we can iron it out together, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just seek that truth.
It's just like, oh, we can't prove it, or we don't know, so I'm not going to talk about it. I just think what you're saying is wrong. Like, how about how about we like work together to figure out what's going on?
Yeah, there's a lot of people in these servers that are intentional misleaders, and I don't want to focus on that at all, but I think it's pretty obvious to most of us.
Yeah.
And yeah, just seek that truth. Even if it goes against something you hold really dear, it doesn't matter. Just go where it leads. what the evidence says. That's why I always say information to me is just a stepping stone. I don't let it stick to me.
I wonder if I can just drop the PowerPoint in here. Mm. Maybe you guys can tell me if this link works. It's like empty for me. What the hell? Bruh. I don't know. Like, you shouldn't need PowerPoint. It should just open up on the browser. That's what's like. I'll figure it out. Like, you should be able to just open it with the internet. I would love some like critical feedback, you know, not just like you're stupid. This is word salad, blah blah blah. Like actual critique though. All right, look, I think this one's gonna work. Look, so this is what I was talking about, like what they call positive charges on the left and what they call negative charges on the right. It's actually just charging and discharging. You see, like if you took what's on the right and put it inside what's on the left, it would fit right in there. And I think that's why positive, quote unquote, attracts to negative. Like, watch this. There's another cool slot in there. This refutes the electron, in my opinion. So it says, like, there's a typo there. If electrons truly were tiny charge-carrying particles of matter or autonomous corpuscles, like corpuscular material, you could use them to probe any material. But this is not the case. Every non-ferrous material needs to be sputter-coated with a metallic surface that can break and reflect the incoming lines of induction. In the electron microscope, the lines of induction are called electron beams. In reality, the electron microscope is nothing more than an electrostatic reflectance imager. So, like, if it was really these little, like, material charge-carrying particles, like little charge-carrying particles of matter that were, like, corpuscular and autonomous, meaning, like, self-existent, and corpuscular material, then, like, you'd be able to use this electron microscope and these electron beams, quote-unquote, the electrons, to probe all material, right? But you can't do that. So it's not this like corpuscular material thing. It's just like, it's like a dielectricity. It's like the terminal end of little lines of induction. And it reacts to different materials differently relative to their dielectricity. Anyway. Sure, I'm probably being pretty boring.
Well, I for one don't think that it's boring, just because it's hardly talked about. But I mean, within the recent years, I've been trying to get more and more into electricity. But I think, I mean, at least in my opinion, what I've noticed is the academic level. They're kind of shoving the wrong stuff in your the first.
Okay, we missed most of that, Chris. You got to the shoving the wrong stuff in our faces. I think that's where you're going.
Oh, right. Well, I mean, that kind of is the problem, or at least I've noticed a lot of this, even professionally at teaching academia. You know, they teach architectural history this way, and I've even told them like, well, I can't teach it like this way for you because I don't see it that way. You know, because they're kind of in this evolution mindset, and that's okay. They're so I just don't teach that class. But you know, I've noticed even when I look into electricity and stuff like that. You know, I run into these guys as well, and they even kind of say it too, like, well, we just don't say it this way because that has a philosophical basis that we don't want to get into. So it's like they've set up this gate, if you will, to where if you did understand it, it would change a lot of things, and if you don't, well, you'll just keep believing in that ball anyway, kind of thing. But no, I think it's terribly interesting.
I agree totally.
Look, Tesla said, nature has stored up in the universe infinite energy. The eternal recipient and transmitter of this infinite energy is the ether. The recognition of the existence of ether and of the functions it performs is one of the most important results of scientific research. Yeah, how dare you use it? That dude is a genius, but he's just definitely not as smart as flat earthers now who just say nah, you know what I mean? Did you guys know Tesla claimed to send a transmission 1.5 times the speed of light?
What did he do?
Send a transmission 1.5 times the speed of light.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But he he reifies the diameter of the Earth. So who knows how fast it went or whatever.
I find it quite interesting that the Ethernet or the internet that we use every day is the speed, you know, that we just see every day. You know, it's just weird thinking about how my voice is in your ears with it all over the ocean or through the ocean directly under a second, you know.
Yeah. And really, I think the delay is like our electronic equipment, right? Like I think it's already there.
Yeah, but just think about it, man. It passes through the mic, through this cable here, and then into my PC, through all that charged matter, so to say, then through the Ethernet cable into the router, from the router through another cable into another big box down the street. And then it's just, I don't know, man. It's just weird.
Yeah. It's called the Ethernet cable for a reason. It is very insane to wrap your mind around, for sure.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, also thinking about how we can store like thousands of films on just like a micro SD, you know? And you can just put it somewhere for the next 3-4 years, and then you can just stick it back into your device, and you will still have the thousands of pictures or film or whatever on that micro SD. It's just insane.
Yeah. Like, yo, what I've been doing, like, when I talk to some of these anti-flat earthers, bro, I'm like, I bring up Mickelson Morley, and dude, they freak out. I'm like, so do you agree that according to relativity, you could never actually detect the motion of the Earth around the sun? I'm like, no. I'm like, oh, well, that's what it says. And then I explain, right, where like they shot light one direction. Now, light doesn't actually travel; it just illuminates at a certain rate, in my opinion. And if you want to call it travel, whatever floats your boat, but it's already there. But anyway, so like for intents and purposes, we can say travel, right? Because it illuminates as if it's traveling. We use the rate in which it illuminates to have the convention of speed of light, and it's very, very useful and gives us very intricate measurements with interferometry, right? So anyway, we quote unquote shoot the light in one direction, and then we shoot the light in a direction perpendicular to that. One of the directions is going with the assumed motion of the Earth around the sun. One's going against it. So the light that's going against the motion of the Earth would obviously take longer to get back to the receiver because it has to catch up with the Earth, right? So it has to catch up with the Earth. So it has to travel a greater distance because the Earth is moving away from it. So it's going to take longer because it has to travel further, right? But this is not what actually happens in reality. The light is not like way behind the other light source. They're like almost they're received at almost the same time. But they're not quite the same time. And Einstein tried to say the reason that there was a small phase or fringe shift was a instrumental error. But this makes no sense logically, of course, because why would the error always consistently be based on that direction? Right? Like that makes no sense. If it's just instrumental error, you'd have that error in all directions. But it's always just in the direction that goes against this alleged motion. See? Now it's actually because there's a drift in the ether, but anyway. So my point is it doesn't match what it's supposed to. So they try to say, well no, it just looks like it's different because of the instrumental error. So if the light is going with the motion of the Earth and then against the motion, again, the one going against has to travel further to catch up to the Earth because the Earth is moving away from it. So it's going to take longer. Well, it doesn't do that. So what they said was that the apparatus they used to measure the distance physically contracted. And at the same time, time physically expanded, thus slowed down. So even though it actually did travel further and take longer, the universe effectively tricks us by slowing down time and contracting the measuring apparatus to where it looks like it's the same distance and the same time. Thus, it's always going to look like the Earth is stationary because the universe tricks us with an illusion by slowing down time and physically shrinking matter. But you'll never be able to tell the matter shrink because it'll look the same. You'll never be able to tell that time slowed down. This is like the staple of heliocentrism. Like without this, it can't exist. Which means if someone believes in it, they have to believe that time slows down. And they have to believe that matter shrinks. And most of them will say that's not what it says. Oh, I don't get into relativity. I'm not sure about that. But they don't realize that they have to believe this. This is why any flat earther saying we shouldn't talk about Micah and Morley is going to kick rocks, in my opinion, because it's like, dude, it's so lethal to that model. And yeah, anyway, so this is what Stephen Hawking was talking about in his 2007 book called A Stubbornly Persistent Illusion. That's what he's talking about, is that there's this stubbornly persistent illusion that tricks us into thinking that the earth doesn't move. And that you could never prove it, because what we would use to detect it, measuring rods and distances via physical measuring devices and clocks, are affected by, the bending and warping of space-time. So you could never prove it. So what this means is if I take a laser rangefinder and I use it to measure certain distant lengths of wood to cut it and build something, right? If I measure that wood in one direction versus the other direction, that the light actually traveled further and took longer. It uses the convention of the speed of light, and it gives you a distance, right? A laser finder, they're super accurate. Well, according to their model, it actually took longer for the light, but it rendered the same distance because the matter physically shrank and time slowed down. So it always looks like you can measure it perfectly to have the same size wood that you're cutting to build your shed or whatever. According to them, if you measure your wood, if you have your wood sitting in a different direction perpendicular to the other wood, the one that's going against the motion of the earth is actually physically contracting, and the laser is slowing down. Slowing down time. Time is slowing down. Like, how crazy is that? Like, when you really put it in real life application and try to show people what they believe, they can't accept it, bro. Like, it's like...
It just sounds ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, I loved it when you talked about photons, and when you were breaking down that, atomism. I was just like, and it's funny because I sent you those documentaries and all that stuff, and I enjoyed. This is a long time ago. This is like 2005 maybe when I was looking into all this, and I was like, yep, you just sort of accept that's the mainstream definition. But then when I started listening to you breaking down atomism, I was like, oh my god! It's like when we say things back to the Globers, and we see when they come in here and we say their stuff back to them. I mean, obviously they have to disagree on all levels. They just come in here disagreeable, but it is funny when you break it down. And I was listening to you, and I'm like, God, that is it. That is what they think of this photon. It is quite magical. And so I love it. I love it when you do that, Austin. And I enjoyed looking into Rupert Sheldrake talking about the speed of light. Obviously, he had that famous TED talk taken down off YouTube, and this mystery drop in between 28 and 1945. That's all very interesting and all. I love Rupert Sheldrake, although I guess you could consider it mainstream, and goes along with most mainstream things.
I wanted to say this real quick, just to make the mention. I forget the exact words you used with it. The persistently stubborn, slow motion, I guess, is what you're trying to say. That the motion of the Earth is so slow that it's persistent and stubborn. Am I using that correctly?
Well, it's not that it's so slow, because they claim it goes like 20 miles a second, but
right.
Yes, stubbornly persistent illusion is the name of a book written by Stephen Hawking that says that the universe is always gonna trick us via illusion to make it look like the Earth is stationary.
Well, you could flip that and take away illusion and replace that word with reality and say that the Earth is flat and stationary in a stubborn, persistent reality instead of an illusion.
Yeah, I think a proper denotation of their possession is a stubbornly persistent delusion.
Right.
You know,
It's insane. It really is.
Psychosis of the mind, dude.
Hello?
It is. It is a hypnosis of the mind.
Hello?
So I'm looking outside right now, and I think I see some chemtrails. It's like 3 different streams of it.
You want to know how, check this? I just found this out. Apparently, you can boil vinegar, and the chemtrails above your house will go away. They'll dissipate.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Just by boiling vinegar?
I tried that, but it doesn't work. For me, at least. I tried it, man.
Did you try it?
Yeah. I used, an old tea boiler. We boil the water. And I put a full vinegar bottle in on a very chemtraily milky day. They're completely spray in the morning. And I did it with like 2 bottles of vinegar. Nothing changed,
What's a full
unfortunately.
bottle? You're supposed to do a certain amount, and then you're supposed to boil half of it. I haven't tried it, but I mean, there is a video of it, and this is like pretty reliable people, I think. But I don't know. Apparently, you have to do it.
Maybe I did something wrong.
A certain type of vinegar, and you only boil half of it, and then the chemtrails will begin to dissipate in the air above you. I don't know.
Maybe I did something wrong. That could be the case.
Well, I'm not saying it. I think it's cool because it's very testable, right? So like, maybe it's not true, but yeah, it's like a certain type of vinegar, and then it's like you have to do enough of it and only boil half of it or something like that. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's like I don't remember how much it is. Like maybe 4 quarts or something. But if that is true, it would be crazy, like that would be so crazy. I thought there's no way. So like right now I'll agree with you because I haven't done it.
I just can't, I just can't get to a point where it makes sense to me to how the vinegar would interact with, how it would even reach the height of it, like it's just kind of weird.
Why would it evaporates and dissipates into the air?
Yeah, but the thing is with clouds, normal clouds, apart from the country clouds, that's where you can see that so easily. But it's the thing is with normal clouds, they're also just the normal clouds. When you see them rise on the ground after it rained, they just go to a certain height, normal rain clouds. But the chemtrail clouds, they're always in this area where the airliners fly, very high altitude clouds. So, I mean, it's kind of I just can't get my mind around how the vinegar would reach that height. But again, maybe I did something wrong. Who knows? Maybe I'm just simplifying it.
I'm glad we brought this up because I forgot I wanted to do it.
Try it out, man.
I'll get all the exact things, all the exact instructions, and then I'll video it.
If it works, then you make a video. Perfect. Okay.
If it works, we should all do it across the whole
world. Exactly.
Like literally wage war from our backyard.
Have you heard of orgonite? I don't know what the English word would be, but we say in Germany orgonite. People like they build like these tools with with some kind of minerals and metals and like pipes out of I think zinc. Anyway, they built like these weird things that are also like chemtrail busters. I don't know. Have you ever seen that stuff? Wait, let me. Post a picture.
You build like a pyramid or something.
Yeah, for example, Orgon, Orgon needs.
Latter-day Saints talks about it a lot.
Yeah, it's just so.
It'd be awesome if we could find a way to easily combat the chemtrails.
Yeah, that's the first time I've heard that claim. That's kind of interesting. I was just going to say that I usually come on here and I recommend a lot of stuff, and I usually tend to leave out apple cider vinegar with the mother because it's so underrated. I don't know. I just kind of forget. So yes, very important. I always drink a little bit, usually every day. I usually put a bit on my chips. You guys call them fries, but yeah, with the mother just denotes that it's still got the goodness. It's not had the goodness cooked out of it or non-pasteurized, if you will.
Interesting. I mean, vinegar will like clean up some stuff like efficiently, right? So it's like that's the only part of it that kind of makes sense to me with the chemtrail thing. So I'm like, I don't know, like the world's crazy, man. Like I don't know what all we could do. So.
Well, I know a guy. I know a guy that's struggling with his gut, and the GP. I know we can't talk about this stuff too much, but it was recommended to him that he stay away from fermented foods. Yeah, we probably shouldn't open this kind of worms, but that's the antithesis of what I would have recommended to him. So we'll just leave it there. It's no surprising clown world thing, is it, Austin? It's no surprising clown world.
Yeah, our summit, had David Avocado Wolf there.
Oh yeah, he's awesome. Yeah,
dude, he was ladling gravy, bro. Ladling gravy, bro.
So I post the link. There are like multiple websites.
Not free yet. It's not free yet.
Here in Germany, for example, they sell like these kind of things with I don't know. I actually really don't know what kind of stuff you put in there, but supposedly they they're like cloudbusters. I don't know. Kind of interesting. There was much more video material on YouTube like 5-6 years ago about this stuff, but it has all been deleted or blocked. Unfortunately, where people showed these, orgonite cloudbuster things in action, and that was actually something I was thinking about maybe building one myself or getting one. Actually, you know what? I actually might be getting one myself, to be honest. Just, to finally know if it's just, big words or if it even works for real,
Oh yeah, there's something else that you might people in here could try out that I heard that sounds crazy to me. Is the idea that if you walk out to a tree, watch it, wait for the wind to blow, and see like how far the wind will blow out the limbs and all that, the leaves, and then walk up to the tree and say, "I know you can hear me. Reach out and touch me." And allegedly, the tree will actually like touch you. How crazy does that sound?
I don't know. Didn't try it yet.
Did it? Jaren said him and his wife did it. Someone else told me that they went and did it after they heard him and it worked. I don't know. Sounds crazy, but tree hugger becomes a whole different term now.
I just can say every time when I go into the forest and I'm between trees, I just feel very relaxed. It's almost like a cleansing kind of feeling. You know, as if all the smudge of today's society is like being washed away. I don't know how to explain it.
Dude,
It just
trees
cleans
are
you.
so special in my opinion.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. They're like super special. And like the scriptures like constantly use the analogy of trees for us. Trees are very important scripturally, right? And then Enoch says that they cut the trees down as an act of rebellion. And it talks about trees everywhere. And then trees are used as an analogy for like great rulers. They're like personified. Of course, you know, you cut off the limbs that are not producing fruit. Similar to how we have to cut the things out of our life that are like not fruitful. So
I mean, there was even a tree that was, there was even a tree that was covering the whole face of the earth, right? That was cut down in the scriptures, which is kind of crazy. Imagine that on a spinning ball.
Well, it says that like all the nations of the earth like lived under it.
Yeah.
And on it and in it. Like, you know, like roots of a tree will like pop up above the ground. Like imagine if like this giant tree like actually was like the land people lived on. Like I know it sounds crazy, but who knows? Like personally, I think the giant tree thing could be so real. Like I don't ever underestimate the scriptures, man. Like I learned that like you think, okay, this is stupid. Like this is way too insane. This is not real. And you start like really, really looking into it, and the scriptures are vindicated like every time. It's like the truth or rabbit hole of all rabbit holes. It's like you can't prove them wrong. It's like if you diligently research and go to the Hebrew and start really looking into it, all of a sudden it's right. Like, oh, it's correct again. Oh, weird. It's just insane.
Mm.
So I wouldn't underestimate its accuracy with the tree thing either.
Have you seen this documentary about there are no forests or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is, I questioned that. I was like, is that scriptural? And then I actually, looked deeply into it, and I gotta admit that the things, the tree stumps and all that stuff we find, as looking like from huge trees that once upon a time were on the face of this earth, for me it can't be a coincidence, especially when you look at what you talked about, when you see these land masses looking like veins and whatnot. I definitely think that this place once looked very magical, very like, that's why we also that's why everyone likes films like Ring of the Lords, or is it, I think that's how we call it in English, Herr der Ringe,
Lord of the Rings, yeah.
Lord of the Rings, yeah, and all that kind of mystical stuff, because it's just, I think it's just some of these things are just how this place once looked like, especially during the days of Noah, with all the weird perversion of the blood, and I don't know, like there's so much to history, so to say. I just think I was born into a place and time where no matter how far you would try to research, you can never stitch it back together perfectly, if that kind of makes sense. Because it's just, I mean, my life is too short, first of all, and second of all, it's just, there has been so much manipulation going on regarding history and this and that. It just, it's very hard to get behind the curtain, so to say. of what true history actually is. And I wonder if even the so-called elites actually themselves know everything about what has taken place. You know what I mean? As if there's a person who really knows the so-called all the secrets or something, you know?
Yeah, like I think like I'm like quite positive that celestial entities came down, acted as gods, took women as wives. And when I say took down, came down and came out from the center. And then there were giants and they were worshipped. Like I literally think that happened. Like all ancient civilizations say it happened across the entire world. You got like the story of Atlantis across the entire world, and in fact, it looks like Atlantis is even referred to in the scriptures. The great city of the island that was swallowed by the sea because it became so proud. And it's crazy. It like you got South America, like Mayan depictions of this merchant that came from the sea that was half man, half fish with a fish head, which is why the Pope wears that, saying that he taught them how to cook their food, how to read and write and create language and create laws and agriculture. And to become a sophisticated civilization, gave them rules of order and told them to follow them and listen to everything he taught them, and he would return. Same exact story is told in Babylonia civilizations, and so that's in the Eastern world, of course, and then they're also told in China. How would this same story be told all across the world? Like automatically, the history we were told doesn't make sense. You have like, you have architecture across the whole world that matches. You have stories that match.
Yes.
There's like 20 civilizations that say that Atlantis was swallowed up by the sea and that something from Pleiades star group, the sisters, the stars came down, hit the water and helped spark it. If you try to track the word Atlantis back, you're going to come back to the Western world, the Mayan civilization. ATL is actually where you track the etymology of Atlantis back to. And they use the same symbol for the deluge. It's like, bro, it's crazy how much of this information is there, right? Of course, the story of Atlantis is that Poseidon took women as wives and had like 5 sets of male twins, the first of which was Atlas, which is what Atlantis was named after, as well as the Atlantic Ocean. And then basically they met in the center of the earth and decided to wipe them out. Which of course the creator did the flood, not some like rebellious angels, but they took the credit for all these things. But my point is like, this story is all across the world. Every story, every ancient civilization says that, gods, demigods existed, angels came down, what you want to call them. And they made giants and that they were worshipped as gods and they taught them secrets. So like, it doesn't, no truther would be like, it's just a coincidence. They all said the same thing across the whole world.
Look at the, you're talking about the architecture, I can't say the word, architecture. Can you help me, please? How do you say it? Architecture across the whole plane. The thing is, when I was in Berlin and then looked at these buildings that have survived World War II, so to say, and other buildings in Germany, I was like, why is it that you have all these giant statues, some of them especially with angel wings, and others just, giants, and I was like, man, these people, these statues, these giant statues of men, they would perfectly fit in these giant windows and doors and things that they have built or that have been built. And then I was like, okay, if I see this stuff here in Germany, especially when it's, after the war, when it's still there, let me see if I can find old pictures of, Asian countries and so forth. And, I see a similar thing. Actually, we see this everywhere on the plane where, like, you have statues of very big people, and especially you have so many, like, angel references with these very sophisticated buildings. And I just really think that, like Witzit said, the knowledge of construction and the ones who have maybe even constructed it are the fallen ones, so the entities that made themselves gods. And then the flood came and caused these buildings have been built this way, so robust and gigantic. People just reclaimed it, so to say. We, the normal folks, just reclaimed it after the flood and populated these huge cities built by this perverted bloodline, if that kind of makes sense. I don't know. It's just, for me, the only thing that just adds up to it. Because it doesn't make sense for me why people in the past would have built all these huge windows. And I wish people would come over here to Europe and look at these things, because when you really stand there as a human right in front of these buildings, you just really, your mind just can't. It just doesn't make sense to believe the narrative of why and how they build it. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, the buildings you're talking about with the huge doors. I know what you're talking about, because it's like, whoa, why would you ever make doors that big? And the steps, indeed, the steps. But I just want to give credit to AWA, and I think anybody interested in this sort of thing should go check out his last few videos, especially on the star forts, especially on the cathedrals, because he's debunking the debunkers. He's showing a lot of integrity, because he put a lot of this stuff out there.
What's the channel called?
AWA. I'll post it in a minute if you want.
Okay, thank you.
But he's made some awesome content in the last few weeks, because he's showing that with a lot more research that yes, we were indeed capable. It was a huge slap in the face to our ancestors that did these fantastic things. They work with their hands a lot more than we do, and they didn't just have horse and buggy. They had all kinds of pulling equipment, and they could move vast amounts of weight in the cleverest of ways. So I really want to give him credit, because that's really important. And we know all this, how many channels have sprung up from this Tartaria stuff, and I just love his take on it. So yes, I just think that's really important to give credit. You can tell I'm passionate about it, because there's too many people putting things out into the world that are just misleading folks, and it gets to me a little bit. But
I'm not saying
I'm not saying you, Cloud. I'm not saying Clay. I'm not saying you, dude. I'm just saying that there's, we need to sort of get some sort of baseline, and we need to, and your English is fantastic, by the way. Never beat yourself up for this bloody mutt of a language we find ourselves speaking. Because I used to do that years ago, because I was kicked out of school when I was like 13. So I suddenly realised that what this language is and how it traps people in this left brain prison. And I don't beat myself up about grammar anymore. But yeah, so yeah, AWOL. I'll just get. I think Chris is. Oh no, I thought Chris was on it. But sorry, I'm rambling there a bit. I'll post his channel. We watched the Starfort stuff in the chill chat the other day, and it was amazing how they built the walls a certain way to deflect cannonballs, etc. It's awesome.
I just wonder why the mass destruction that is like really pointed at these buildings in World War II.
Oh yeah, for sure, especially Dresden. You go look at Dresden before. Oh my god, it's like the most stunning city you've ever seen in your life.
I mean, I looked into the stuff where one man moves like tons of stone and whatnot, but still, he just moves it on the ground, and he like. The thing is, what we see buildings hundreds of meters high with tons of stone, with like things carved into the stone that is symmetrically perfect on each side and whatnot. Like it's just I don't know, man. It's something within me. I don't know. It's hard to explain, but something just tells me that it's not built by someone like me. Okay, not that I have the wish of having something. I don't know how to explain it, man. It's just an inner thing, where something tells me that, like, the revelation I have about it is that these megalithic cities, these Starfords, and all this interconnected stuff is one nation. It was once built in the days of Noah, before the flood. That's just what I have, and I think we have also been tricked about the timetable, time period of when things happened and when the plane was repopulated, because it needed to be repopulated after the flood, right? We all agree there was a flood, but it has been repopulated. And before the flood, if there was thousands of years of these fallen entities with their knowledge of heavenly knowledge, these, when you look at these buildings, and I don't want to use wrong mouth against something I don't know how heaven looks like, but the way they structured it, especially with domes over it all the time, representing the very thing we actually live inside of, it just all reminds me of people who had the knowledge about heavenly things, to build things that are so beautiful and gigantic. For me, it just makes for me the most sense that this this kind of stylistic building style just came from above, from entities who once lived in a glorious kingdom and then decided to create their own kingdom as a replica. Okay, to not underestimate what heaven actually, the kingdom of heaven actually would look like. But I think really what we see with these still left buildings all over the plane looking equally, it's just like this replica. That, like, if Satan wanted to build his own kingdom from what he actually has the knowledge of, as a replica, what. And I mean, it's just what I have in mind about all that stuff, which makes the most sense for me.
Yeah, I don't really like these big claims. I can't comment on any of that. But as I say, what I'm talking about specifically is the Greco-Roman cathedrals, and there's much evidence. There's loads of evidence. Tons of photographs, thousands and thousands of them. The megalithic structures that I think you're talking about, where they all joined together, the weird, where they've joined weird, and there's still plenty to go at in history that we don't understand, for sure. And I want to differentiate the two, because I enjoy looking into it too, but I think we're doing our ancestors a disservice, and we're slapping them in the face to say that, it was this entity, or it was them, whatever you want to say. Not us, is what I mean. A version of us that used their hands a lot, and they had, mastery of these skills of sculpture, etc. So, yeah, but I know what you're talking about. Some of these things, especially, the Egyptian stuff, oh my God. It's like, you can't get your head around just the stones inside the pyramids as well. What the hell did they do? Build the pyramids around them? Because I can't see them carrying them in there. So, yeah. Hi, Izzy.
Hi, Andy.
What have you been doing today?
I woke up and then...
That's always a good start.
Yeah, I know. And then... I don't know, I've done actually shit all today. I've literally laid in my bed.
Nice.
But I'm comfy, so...
Are you here to debate?
Depends what on.
On the nature of where we live.
Well, duh, but what about?
I'm only joking.
Best be.
Yeah, anyway, I was rambling. But I do enjoy trying to stitch history together. It's fun. And I agree with you, Clay. I don't think I'll ever quite get the full picture. But we can sort of... the truth's usually somewhere in the middle, I find. Whatever. I'm going to make a brew. Does anybody want anything?
Yeah, I'll have a couple, please.
Do you want a biscuit?
No.
insane. Good job, team. We went to space! That was absolutely insane. And then all of a sudden, it really is. It's just black. Just this perfect circle, super bright layer of blue all the way around the Earth. Biggest of all time shout out, Moondell. Truly the experience of a lifetime from the bottom of my heart. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. For real. Holy cow.
Astronaut Cotton, it's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Pleasure.
Lifelong fan. Is the Earth flat?
Not flat, I can confirm it's round.
He's an astronaut in our midst.
One astronaut, a bunch of civilians.
And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, you know, I don't. It's fine. He wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
Interesting.
That stuff is flat.
So, age-old question for the globers. At what height in your field of view, based on the geometry and the physics of light and the limitations of optics alone, should you be able to see the curve of the Earth? At what height? For $10,000 atoms. Is it A, 10,000 feet, B, turtle, or C, none of the above? How high do you have to be to see the curve of the Earth? A, chronic, B, cocaine, C, puffing salts, or D, Tide Pods? All right. Riveting stuff. Time to eat lunch.
Yep. Stay flat. Stay flat.
Anybody out there? No, hoy hoy. How's everybody doing today on the 24/7 panel? Sounds good. See who's present. I see band members in the chat. I see Chili, Clay Underseal. What's going on? Critical Inception, Cuddy, Dave Hinkle, Earthball. I haven't chatted with you. I see your mic is available, so let me know if you're available for chat. Fe Batman. Oh, you're not available for chat. Cool beans. Fe Batman. I am Kovac. Johannes Midgard, and also Morvis. Hope all is well with everybody here. Be well, friends.
Low key, I'm probably robot saying hi.
Good day, Dave. You're doing well. No stress, my guy. Thank you so very much for saying hello. Appreciate you, man. Hope all is well in Robot City.
If my mic's working, I'd just like to say we need verification of the radius of the Earth. Thank you.
Yes, in fact, Dave, I have noted that the 3959 claimed mile radius has in fact been claimed. However, the measurement has yet to have been effectively demonstrated. So we're still waiting for proper demonstration of this 3959 claimed mile radius, knowing in fact that the measurement has to exist before the mathematics can be presented. I hope that makes sense.
Everybody talk at once now. Continue.
I'm getting lunch sorted here, so I'll be in and out, but am available. Touch base.
Is my mic still working real quick? Probably not.
No, you're totally good, dude.
Okay. I wish I had the time to kind of step in and be like a host, like Miggy's kind of blazing a trail on here, keep the subjects going and stuff. So somebody doesn't have to work for a living and has the time and charisma. We got an open spot here. Looks like Miggy went back to work. Just saying. This isn't about Miggy, it's about the truth of the matter. And he just happens to be hammering that nail pretty hard that you really care about truth, this is a good place to be. So if you want to have a conversation, start one up. Probably robot now, sorry.
Appreciate that, Dave. Yeah, man, we're always here hanging out. Some of us are able to hold that mic for longer periods than others. But whether it's a collective effort or an individual effort, we are here to help in whatever way we can carry that message forward so people hear it. Appreciate the team as always, guys.
Damn, is my mic still working? No.
No, you're working. You're working, Dave. I can hear you.
Yeah,
All
you're
right,
good,
thank
dude.
I just want to give a shout out to anybody who might be listening right now. We've got a little quiet period here, but we're always welcome for conversation, especially sincere, honest conversation. Maybe you just heard about this subject, you never took it seriously. You know, this is one of the best places on earth to talk about the shape of the earth. That's all I'm saying. Come in here, have civil discourse, and you'll be fine. All right, I'll shut up. This has been Dead Air Dave at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Appreciate that, Dave, so very much. Yes, yes. Click that link. If you have observations, questions, bring it on in. Let's have a chat about it. Drop it on the table.
Yeah, I need some help with a scale model. It's quarter inch equals 10 foot, and I need to make it 14 miles long. Would that be 38.6 feet?
Hold on a second. Okay, what's the scale? Sorry?
Quarter inch equals 10 foot.
A quarter inch equals 10 feet. So for every quarter inch, you have 4, 48, and then quarter inch equals. You said quarter inch equals 10 feet?
Yeah, I come up with 33. I come up with 33 inches for a mile. That's 528 quarters.
Well, no, but if you do, hold on a second. If you have every quarter inch equals 10 feet, that would be 4, and then you have to multiply another 12 to get to 1 foot, right?
Well, there's 5,280 feet in a mile. So I'm doing it in 10 foot increments. So I divide that by 10. It gives me 528. Now they got 528 quarters I need to convert into inches, and I come up with 33 inches.
Okay, I have to sit down and go through it myself, but that's what you got.
What I'm looking at doing is modeling the C&D Canal in Delaware when it had locks on it, and it was a 10-foot ditch. 13 3/8 miles long is what the thing says, but everything you read on it now says 14 to 17 miles. So I was just using 14 as a nice number. And you can make a quarter inch ditch in a piece of J-channel or a piece of half-inch PVC cut in half, and you can lay it on 40 feet of siding on a house because you already got a pre-existing level line there. Then you can show your 3 inches of rise for your 112 feet that they say they need. And then you can pull it down for the concave guys and show them how the ditch will not stay full. I don't know. Maybe I'm a lunatic. But still, a quarter inch trickle of water over 14 miles represented. That's an awful small ditch. And I was just wondering if I had my scale right, because,
There is one frequently asked flat Earth question that is more rhetorical than inquisitive, more a defense mechanism than a genuine query, and tends to be the final discussion point allowed by stubborn globe defenders before completely refusing to further engage with the subject. Regardless of the answer you provide, no matter how articulately and convincingly you argue, after asking this question, they will almost always throw their hands up and claim the entire pursuit of truth to be futile. This final Flat Earth FAQ, formulated one of several ways, is, so what if the Earth is flat? Why is Flat Earth important? Why does the shape of the Earth even matter? What difference does it make to my life? And my personal favorite, I still have to get up and go to work in the morning, so why should I care? When a globe defender reaches this point, it is basically a Hail Mary, white flag, full retreat surrender, admitting that anything short of winning the lottery is unimportant to them, because that is literally the only thing that could fulfill such a ridiculous prerequisite. If the flat Earth revelation doesn't somehow make them an overnight millionaire, they don't want to hear about it. Imagine if your friends or family said this about any other subject you tried discussing with them. For example, suppose your spouse cheated on you, and when you tried to talk about it with your best friend, they responded by saying, regardless of whether or not you were lied to, I still have to get up and go to work in the morning, so it doesn't matter to me. It is absolutely rude and completely ridiculous to require someone to relieve you of your need for employment to be deserving of discussion. So then, why does it matter what shape the Earth is? Why should anyone care whether Earth is a level, motionless plane, or a tilting, wobbling, spinning space ball? Firstly, the thing of crucial importance is the lie, not the shape. The lie of heliocentrism is one of the most insidious lies imaginable, uprooting people's common sense and lived experience, and replacing them with unproven theories and explanations from supposed experts. When children are indoctrinated from an early age to abandon the evidence of their senses in favor of this nonsensical globe model, a schism occurs in their psyche, where they are no longer able to trust their own senses and experience, and instead must trust information completely contrary to it, presented by perceived authority figures. This is incredibly deceitful and disempowering to the individual, to teach such a singular false cosmology, and the result is humanity has become just like the slaves in Plato's allegory of the cave. Once a child is convinced that they cannot trust the evidence of their senses, they become forever thereafter chained inside Plato's cave. Unable to see the outside world as it actually is, the child is condemned to a life of watching shadows cast on the wall by Plato's puppet masters. Teaching this false, nihilistic, materialistic cosmology as absolute truth is psychologically traumatizing and spiritually devastating, causing believers to lose faith in anything beyond the material world. The result is a cultish following of scientism, the veritable New World religion, complete with a creation and destruction story, prophets and prophecies, yet without any purpose or higher power. So-called scientists have become the new priestly class, with educations and explanations supposedly so advanced that us neophytes have no choice but to blindly believe them. This then becomes fertile ground for further deceptions, as people uprooted from their true foundations and given false bearings can be led anywhere. So why does the shape of the Earth matter? Again, it's not about the shape. It's about the lie. The fact that humanity has been completely deceived for the better part of 5 centuries regarding something so fundamental and foundational as where we live and where we came from makes the heliocentric globe model the greatest and most successful hoax in human history. To fool nearly the entirety of humanity for multiple generations, stripping people of their common sense and replacing it with carefully crafted lies, is obviously a matter of serious importance. It is one of the most psychologically devastating things that could be perpetrated upon an individual, and seeing through it should be one of the most revealing revelations of a lifetime. So when someone asks the asinine question of what difference does it make, that is already evidence of extreme psychological distortion. If knowing the truth doesn't matter to your life, what does that say about your life? Flat Earth is an epic epiphany that changes many people to their core by adding a spiritual dimension to their lives, affirming their common sense, developing their critical thinking skills, curing their existential apathy, and reigniting a spirit of discovery and adventure. In this way, the Flat Earth revelation is holistically helpful and truly transformational for many on an individual level. Even more importantly, however, is if humanity succeeds in fully exposing this egregious lie and finally routing out the liars, the beneficial ripple effect it will have throughout society is massive. When the spinning spaceball Earth is finally exposed worldwide for the 500-year deception it was, humanity will suddenly be faced with the reality that every government, every space agency, university, religious organization, mainstream and alternative media outlet have all been duplicitous in propping up a monstrous manipulation to fleece and control the masses. Once these fundamental truths are exposed, these lying politicians, spokesmen, reporters, and teachers suddenly transform from being heralded voices of authority to being ridiculed, shunned, and denounced as they deserve. Once these foundational facts are realized, these governments, universities, media outlets, and other entangled organizations, which have long been hard at work weaving this multi-generational heliocentric myth, suddenly and completely lose all credibility. The resulting mass mental exodus away from the control system is exactly what is needed. Furthermore, once our true cosmology is revealed, so too is the truth of these few elite families and secret societies who have kept this most important reality hidden from us for these hundreds of years. Essentially, once the Flat Earth conspiracy is exposed, so is every other important conspiracy by proxy, because this so-called mother of all conspiracies holds under its umbrella so many fundamental and foundational facts and fully reveals them. In this way, Flat Earth is like the Achilles heel of the New World Order. This subject, supposedly the most crackpot of all conspiracy theories, mocked and ridiculed for centuries as being an ignorant, unscientific worldview, is actually one of the most easily demonstrable and empirically evidenced facts of reality. When humanity finally wakes up to the truth of our flat Earth, it will usher in a veritable new age of enlightenment, a renaissance of common sense, and an opportunity to finally and forever expose and expunge these deceivers among us.
Hey, I'm here to call out Joe Rogan for talking crap about me and talking crap about my mama. He's been doing it for too long. Me and my mama will tell you right now this earth is flat. It ain't moving around at no 600-something thousand miles an hour, spinning 1,000 miles an hour, and floating through the universe constantly, okay? This earth is flat, it's fixed, and the stars and stuff rotate around us. The sun rotates around us. Okay, and I can prove that. I would love to debate you, Joe Rogan, because I'm tired of you making fun of flat earthers. And if you're so confident, come on and debate me, buddy, because I'm tired of this crap you're posting. You want to post a video today about a mathematician that says the universe is local, but it ain't real. What does that even mean? That's a bunch of mumbo-jumbo crap, brother. And the guy is holding a trident in the picture. And y'all think I'm crazy for thinking that this is a religious thing. He's holding a trident, a symbol of the devil. They're trying to feed you these lies to make you think that science is right and that God didn't create this universe, the Big Bang did. Okay, I used to be an atheist because I used to believe that this universe was created by the Big Bang. I used to believe all that crap from Neil deGrasse Tyson, okay? And I'm just so sick and tired of hearing your crap, Joe, about flat earthers being stupid. Boy, I'll smoke you in a debate. I will smoke you, and there ain't nothing you can do beat me in a debate, brother, because you ain't got no proof. Gravity ain't real. It's density. This paper, when it drops, it's because it's more dense than the air around it, not because of some magical thing called gravity. There is no proof of gravity, brother. There's only proof of density. That's why hot air balloons float, because of hot air being less dense, okay? Not because a hot air balloon is an anti-gravitational device. And I will debate you right to your face, and I'm tired of this crap that you're posting. I'm tired of you making fun of flat earthers because you got one right here that will bring it to you. And I know you won't accept this challenge. Actually, no, I don't know, but I bet you won't. I bet you'll sissy out. And that crap you're posting, it's leading people away from the Holy Spirit. This universe wasn't created from no Big Bang. I don't care what Neil deGrasse Tyson says. And we didn't land on the moon. And Neil deGrasse Tyson knows we didn't land on the moon. He's lying about it too. Okay? All these people are lying, brother. And all you're doing is leading people away from the Spirit. When you understand that God created this universe, then you'll understand that there's no need for all this Big Bang and this and that, and it's all a bunch of crap. That's why the stars, the Little Dipper and the Big Dipper, are in the same position they've always been in, because the universe ain't constantly expanding.
Why would anybody lie about that? Where's the money in lying about the Earth being flat? It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Listen, the reality of Earth and space is crazy enough, you dumb You don't have to fake conspiracies. The reality of this whole thing is so uber bizarre. We're in a giant ball that's floating in the sky. So above us is something a quarter the size of us. It's floating in the sky, and it doesn't even spin, and you need it there, and it regulates the tides. And if it was any further or any closer, everybody would be dead. That's crazy. That itself is crazy. You don't have to pretend the Earth is flat, you retards. That doesn't help anybody. Faith SETI is investigating a possible extraterrestrial signal from deep space. Yeah, they said this is not
That's
a
the
drill.
movie Contact.
Yeah, literally. They're trying to, but this is a real SETI signal. But this is a real SETI signal. But this is a real SETI signal they're investigating. It is amazing, man. Amazing, man. But this is a real SETI signal. But this is a real SETI signal. But this is a real SETI signal they're investigating. It is amazing, man. Amazing, man.
Listen, man, I got a question for you, man. So, I've been a fan of you for a long time, right? So, what made you make the switch from like being a moon landing denier to like?
That's a good question.
Crazy if we didn't, you don't know.
If somebody reputable starts talking about UFOs, you can co-opt the person and say, hey, you want to know UFOs? We'll show you the real deal. But not only can you never talk about it publicly, you have to be a debunker publicly.
I'll tell the government right now, tell you right now if you're listening, NSA, CIA, I'm available, okay? If you show me all the real wreckage, I swear to God, I will make fun of that crap to the end of time. I'll make up stories. I'll lie to my mother. I don't care. You show me a UFO, I'll lie to my mother. I swear to God, I will make fun of that crap to the end of time. I'll make up stories. I'll lie to my mother. I don't care. You show me a UFO, I'll lie to my mother.
They probably did. Plus $100 million in the public side, maybe a couple other 100 millions on the private side, and now he's making up stories. Just Google his channel. Joe Low Rogan.
Bro, I was just about to say hi to you. How you doing, man?
Good, how are you, Kiwi?
I'm good, thanks, brother. I am very good. Chilling on this Monday afternoon. How's everything down your way? In the hood of Philly. You're in Philly, right?
In the Massachusetts.
Ah. The Mass of Massachusetts.
Yeah, it's getting colder here. It's like 40 degrees today. For the past few weeks, we've been having like 70 degrees.
Yeah, we just hit -2 Celsius today.
Where you at?
Ontario, Canada. Just outside
you
of
got any snow? You got any snow already?
Yeah, we had up north. They had a bunch. We had snow flurries, but nothing stuck yesterday. Stuff starting to fly.
Sounds chilly.
Getting there. It's getting there.
How low of a person can you be to go publicly and say, I'll lie to my mother? If they show me a UFO, I'll make stories and lie. I will lie, I swear to. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, $100 million will probably change a lot of people's minds, you know?
Yeah. Most definitely, man. Excuse me.
Can only imagine he got $100 million on the public side. That's the public record, but probably got more in the private.
So a lot of cash. A lot of cash. Hush money.
I bet a lot of people will lie to their mothers for $100 million. That's Joe Rogan is one of them.
Probably just lying on record, period. I guess when your world gets threatened.
I don't think they come threat you. They go and buy you. It's easier and threatening people. The first step is like, hey, you wanna come to a private party in a private island? You know, lots of VIPs, and we're gonna have lots of people there, party, rich people party, and that kind of stuff. And yeah, let's go. Then you get to meet these, top CEOs and start making deals like he did with Spotify. Got $100 million.
Boom. Go make the deals.
I mean, if Spotify offers the guy $100 million just to post the podcast that he has done already, work from the past that is just sitting there, right? He doesn't have to do anything. Just get the check for 100 million. That's a pretty good deal.
Here's your hush money, Joey. Shh. We're gonna make you famous.
There is no way they made it to the moon. $100 million later, there is no way they didn't make it to the moon. That meme that is 10 minutes later for Rogan is $100 million later.
Wow.
A few moments later.
I like that.
I mean, I've seen people getting contracts for a couple $1,000s to kill someone. Imagine what $100 million will do to someone. Like, you definitely go online and lie to people and change your position, flip-flop. Joe Flip-Flop Rogan.
Well, what are you supposed to do with Eddie Bravo looking at you like, I'm gonna sell out. I'll be the crazy one. It's like a episode of Good Cop, Bad Cop.
But Joe, he was getting triggered by Eddie bringing this stuff up. Joe was like, he was definitely getting triggered.
Because they had a good 1-2 punch going for a while. And then, I don't know, like, from my perspective looking in, it looks like Joe sold out.
Pretty obvious. I mean, give me $100 million. I'll stop talking about flat Earth. Give me $100 million. I'll talk about trending things like Joe, right? Joe, that's what Joe does. He talk about so many topics, trending stuff, right? He just sits there, smokes weed, do drugs, and talk about talk about different topics, but not about the important stuff. Actually, the ones that is not allowed. He had to flip flop in a few things, to be able to, get that money.
Get that money. Keep getting paid.
Come on, bro. If they said $100 million, what will you say?
Oh, dude, don't ask me that question, man. Don't ask me.
I mean, I would if they give me $100 million. I don't think I'll enjoy that stuff. I'll probably donate all of it or most of it.
That's just it. You're always gonna have that gray cloud over you, following you, right? Like that came from not a good place.
But the guy said he will lie to his mother and lie to people for $100 million, and he actually does. So there's that kind of people out there. I've learned that from the first time I've heard about someone not selling for money was my father, my dad, because he was offered a similar thing. He was kind of like suing some government thing because there was some issue. I remember it was some type of contracts that was illegal, and there was a lot of some type of conflict of interest. And he got together with some lawyers of the community, and they sued the municipalities. And some regional administrators came over, and I remember he was talking about it with my uncle, and they offered them money to settle it or some sort, and he said he didn't take the money. And I'm like, wait, when people offer you money, you don't take it? You can't do that? I was young, I did it. I thought people offer you money to do something, you do it because they're giving you money. You just do it.
Yeah, brother. It's good to learn these lessons from the male role models in our lives. For you to be able to say that you witnessed your dad do that. It's important for children to have the thought.
Yeah, he didn't die penniless, but he wasn't a guy that he will just be pretending about having money or anything. He didn't have money, but he wasn't poor either. So he lives a comfortable life. I would say it was a life. Yeah. The sunny day. Cold sunny day. If you're outside with the wind outside, the air outside feels cold. Even the sun, when the sun hits me, I can feel the sun, right? But if I'm inside the vehicle, the sun is hitting through the window. I don't feel the cold air outside, but I feel the sun hitting my skin.
Yep.
Right?
Exactly. Creating your own localized environment. Localized environments. Creating you're in a bubble.
The light of the sun is causing that effect.
That's right.
Hey, we got Captain Caveman. Oh, he's been here. He has visited. Haven't seen that before.
Glat's joined us. What's up, Glat? Hope all's well, man.
I'm so glad that Glad. Wait, Gladflow? Where is he?
Jeffrey Perham. Low key.
Hi.
What's up, homie?
Yo, 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 yo.
Hi, yo, yo.
Those that video was slick. Well done.
Which one?
Smacking up them skins.
Oh, the drumming, yeah. I was drumming along to like a dubstep song, and I was like, you know what? I'll just clip a little bit of it and show the folks how bad I am at the drums.
I enjoyed it. Good to see you.
Yeah, and I wanted to also provide an opportunity for someone to try to dox me. Try to use the small portions of my face that you see in the faces that I'm making. Try to use that to try to dox me. Go right ahead. I can't wait.
Oh, gosh. So as I eat all of my words, let me try this again. Is it just me, or is our server on YouTube down?
Yeah, it's down on YouTube. We got a strike for something. So
what happened?
Here's the deal. And I've done it too. I've said words that I shouldn't have in the past couple weeks, month maybe, that would have gotten, say if I owned a YouTube and it had people streaming, it'd get me in trouble too. So everybody needs to, this is my opinion, everybody needs to really watch what they're saying. You know how we try not to say things like when we're describing our flat Earth to people, we try not to say planet, right? Or globe, or the globe, something like that, or planets. I avoid those things like the plague when I'm describing things to people. So I need to do the same thing with the V words or all of the off-limit words and topics that we have here. And it's not really Discord being jerks about it, guys. A lot of people have the misconception that Discord's saying, oh, we're going to shut your channel, blah, blah, blah. No, it's not. It's YouTube. YouTube is telling those of us who stream that we can't say certain words, talk about certain topics. In fact, the list of things we can't talk about grows exponentially by the day. That said, though, we can always talk about Earth's lack of curvature. Always. There's never going to be a problem with that. And if there is going to be a problem with that, well, hell, I'm not coming back. You feel me? You won't see me again. But we talk about Earth's lack of curvature, and that'll never get us in trouble. Nothing racist, nothing medical, whatever, right? But people, and I get it, people want to come on here and talk to a group of cool people, because we are fucking cool-ass people. They want to talk to us about stuff, right? Cool people want to talk to cool people about cool shit, right? But the problem is, we can't do that here with everything. We can't talk about everything we'd like to because, oh no, we talk about subjects that the powers that be might not want you to know about. Oh no. So anyway, they'll try to shut us down if we don't keep it on the topics that are quote unquote allowed to be talked about in public on streaming platforms like YouTube and such.
Yeah, wash your dirty mouth, you guys.
Well, like I said, I got to do it too. I think everybody should just pay attention to it.
Can I say level?
Yeah, the two words sea level will never be curse words, and like I said, if they are, well, sayonara.
Wait for 2 years, it will be.
It will be a finable offense.
No, wait, when new definition comes out more. Level. What?
What?
Level is what?
What is what? Be
Level.
water.
Level its curve. What?
Just if YouTube says something, you gotta, follow the rules, act accordingly. YouTube doesn't like you saying something, shut your mouth. Because, YouTube.
Because YouTube.
Yeah.
I love it.
I mean, what are you trying to be, an outcast of society? You want to be in the cool kids club, you gotta say the right things and stay in your place. Okay, Sasha?
Yeah. Stay focused on the. Do not use your sense and stay focused.
Stay fuck us.
Without sense.
You like the focus. You must have the focus. You don't have the focus.
If you're focused with the sense, problems.
If you fuck us, then you're doing the right thing.
You must have the focus. Be water. Like the focus. You have the focus, you be water. Focus like the water. Once you know water, what's the 6th level? Once you know 6th level, be water. Be level.
Be horizontal.
Wow. I gotta go sleep. Be horizontal.
What? You haven't slept?
No, I'm saying that's why I know to be horizontal. I'll go sleep. Have a nap.
Yeah.
I'll rest on my bed because when I rest, interestingly, I don't observe any forces acting upon me. Interestingly. That's why I rest on my bed.
Hey, you gotta say the right things because you see what happened to that dude, the Kanye West guy.
No,
have you seen that drama? Have you seen the drama with Kanye West, whatever guy?
Kenny East.
Yeah, Kenny East. He's speaking about, he's saying the wrong things about the wrong people. Actually, he's saying the wrong thing about the right people. And he's done. He's done.
He's questioning the narrative.
I heard, this is just a video. I heard him saying that he had like $100 million in the bank. And after he said what he said, all of a sudden, he got a $24 million tax bill and a $40 million bill from bills. Like bills started popping from everywhere.
All of a sudden, they show up.
The collectors started coming up, be like, "Hey, you owe us money, bro." So yeah, pay up. $24 million tax bill, bro. Damn.
I have a quick question, guys. Can someone link a link or the video of that exposes Professor Dave not to be a real professor? I need that to send to someone. Where he says that he's
he admits it. He admits it. He says it himself.
Yeah.
I was gonna say just play any of his videos. You know he's not a professor, but then him saying it, it's even better.
Yeah, for someone.
You know what? That trick is interesting because the first time I've heard his name, Professor Dave, I actually thought he was a professor until someone pointed out that he wasn't. Just because he had the title, the label. So and I remember speaking to a girl in Discord, and she was kind of like bringing him up, Professor Dave. Oh, we were speaking in VC, and she was saying Professor Dave this, Professor Dave that, and she was kind of giving the whatever ideas from his videos. He was quoting him or whatever. And I was like, he's not a professor. And she was like, what do you mean he is a professor? Like, no, he's not.
I just wonder if anyone has the video of that that video where they exposed them. It was like a short video.
Not a Professor Dave. Okay.
If you want to find out if somebody's a professor, ask them to show you their dissertation, either their master's degree or their PhD.
Yeah, he wants to show the video to someone, so that's why he wants the video.
Dude, Captain Caveman, you're posting some weird shit, brother.
Well, the thumbnail on that last one kind of looked like Shrek.
You'd think Professor Dave would have a few more expensive trinkets and such, and a bigger TV, and whatever, if you're getting paid to do this. What a loser.
Not a Professor Dave.
He's got a keyboard back there with two other keyboards sitting on top of it.
Guys, maybe you can help me. I'm debating with a guy from Germany,
collaboration track with him. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm debating with a guy from Germany, and he says, "I love the universe. I have a friend who has his own planetarium, so to say, in his garden. Like he looks at the sky and makes pictures of the planets, and that's why he can't understand how people believe that the Earth is not a ball. He says it must be a sphere. He says it must be a sphere, otherwise all the planets and things you see in the Milky Way.
How could somebody say that the curvature is not detectable from the surface of the Earth? That makes no sense.
So where the hell is it detectable? They're like, oh, you got to be up higher. You got to be in outer space. Wait a second. Hold on. So if I'm trying to put my finger on something and detect what it is, the best way to do that is to be nowhere near it.
Yeah. Change your altitude. Go higher. Go higher.
They will believe anything. If they can sell you symptomless diseases, they can sell you.
Your perception of it might change at a higher altitude, but it'll still be the same.
Yeah. Why do we have to try so hard to explain to somebody the world around them? It's just, wow.
Dude, it took me a whole month in here to change my mind.
That's actually not very long.
Really?
No. Oh, okay, I'll put you in my perspective. Where I'm coming from is, I've seen, quote-unquote Rhodes scholars, right? So sarcasm. Rhodes scholars like Kosho or Zanuck or people here for years and years, Smart enough to get it, but stubborn.
How you doing?
You talking to me?
Yeah, anybody, dude. I don't care. Anybody.
Cool. I'm good, man. I'm good. Just chilling out. Literally chilling out. It's freezing cold where I'm at.
Where are you from?
I live in northern Minnesota right now.
Okay. Let's see what we have here.
Got Glober's asking me what direct physical measurement is. So I'll put it in perspective. You got people claiming that the Earth curvature has been measured, right? And then I say, okay, go ahead and show me a direct physical measurement of Earth curvature. And they say, what do you mean by a direct physical measurement of Earth curvature? Wait a second. I thought you just said countless peoples have gotten the measurement. So where is that measurement? Can you give me at least one of them? Show me how they did it. That's the thing, Flatty. How do you get a direct measurement? Motherfucker, I'm not the one saying anybody got one yet. You are. Where's that direct physical measurement of curvature? You show me the thing that you claim is happening. They don't know how this works. How do you measure curvature? I don't know, Globers. It's your claim. You figure it out. I don't know why that's so hard.
Or you may want to tell the Glober that it might be impossible to measure the curve.
I have to. I've just been fucking with him at this point. Like, I try to take it seriously for a second and then argue a little bit about a little something, and it's just like, never mind. These fucking people. Never mind.
Well, I'm like, here's where I see where we're at. I might be a little crude, but I'm gonna try anyways. They say the measurement exists because 7/6R.
Well, how'd you get
they
on?
have exactly. Well stated, Globe. Thanks for putting that one home, homie.
Yeah, it's like they almost they reaffirmed the fact that they have nothing by saying 7/6R is what they use. It's like, really? Okay, cool. So how do you get R then? Oh shit.
Exactly.
Well, you assume it.
Well, exactly my point. Thank you so much for playing, and I appreciate you guys so much for catching it along. Go ahead, please, I insist.
Well, yeah, assume it. He's right.
Well, Actually, they actually teach you that in mathematics and differential equations. They teach you to assume answers. When you solve second order differential equations, the way to directly solve them is not like something you teach second year university students. So they'll literally teach these students to assume answers and then prove they work.
Wow. Well, I get like if you have an answer bank and such, and the thing's already been figured out a million times, and there's different ways to look at it and different ways to learn. I get that. Why teachers would do that for sure. That's different though. That's a way of learning certain things. That's not that's not an empirical way to understand reality. It's like an ipso facto way to get to a conclusion.
Yeah. Because sometimes they're very, very wrong.
Yeah.
So that's the big
like
thing.
assuming a ball.
Well, yeah, like so they'll say, well, we'll just keep changing the assumption until it works out with reality. It's like, wait, what?
Yeah, that's what they do with all the particle physics. They create new particles until it works.
Yep.
Like they're God.
Create more mathematics so that it works.
Right.
Because they basically just keep taking a dummy and keep on putting another layer of blanket on top of it. They're like, oh no, there's a human underneath that. You're just not moving. And you're like, okay, but let me see underneath the blankets you just put on top of them. And all those blankets are labels of mathematics.
A lot of the new physics is starting to blend in with quantum AI and shit, though. So don't take Neuralink.
I haven't even got that far yet. I'm just trying to paint the picture that I haven't been able to put my hands on the thing that I'm trying to measure. I mean, no one's demonstrated interaction with the surface to show that there actually is a drop over distance. But I can see, if you were to get into that aspect of things, programming being something that gets programmed in, so that you've gone from knowing what you observe to then believing what your programming has been set to. Which, I mean, the programming has already been put out there, and it's already being received. Some would say it's a software update. Being cheeky, of course.
Okay, what did you say? It's 7 over 6R. Is that the argument that's usually used?
Well, it's I mean, 7/6R is one of their formulas that they use to show their demonstration of their model. But I just used it as a sample of one of the bullshit blankets that they pull over the measurement we're looking for. Because the measurement's what we're looking for. The mathematics of the blanket that keeps getting pulled over. Yeah, 7/6R is one of them. And then you get the tandem like 7/6R because my shadow says so. And you're like, wait. Hold on a second here. Park the car. I need to have a chat with you. Pull over. So the guy pulls over. And you turn to the driver and you're like, okay, wait a minute. So you're going to presuppose the shape based on mathematics because of your shadow. Is this right? And the guy driving the car is like, yeah. And you're like, go ahead. And you're sitting there as a passenger going, where the hell are we heading to? Because those two reasons aren't valid. How are we supposed to entertain the mathematics if I can't associate a baseline number? There has to be a baseline number so I can proceed with the formula. Otherwise, I'm strictly under theorem. Because mathematics is a theorem until you can realize an answer. It's just a theorem. And further to that, you're going to tell me that you use stuff in the sky to determine the surface? So we can't even correctly ascertain, that's right, I said ascertain, proud of myself, using big words because Goldberg's only fun. Hey, he's using big words. But you're going to use an object that we can't even agree on how far it is located away from it, i.e. the sun, to determine what the surface is that you're standing on. So basically, you're going to determine the color of the hat you're going to wear. Or you're going to, let me think about this. You're going to look at your hat to determine what your shoes are. That's not making any sense. My hat's my hat. Shoes are my shoes. Independent of one another. I can take off my hat, still observe my shoes. So why are we using the sun and the things that it can create to determine the surface? Nice one, Morvis. I love it. You remind me of the REM song called "Stand." Stand in the place where you live. Now face north. Think about direction. Wonder why you have now. Stand in the place where you live. Now face what about. Alright, I'll shut up.
I think the economy is about to fucking collapse. They keep raising those interest rates, bro.
Don't we have this kind of thing happening every 7 years, every 8 years, something similar?
Yeah, every two presidential cycles on average. And literally, the biggest market events happen during the U.S. elections.
Okay, yeah.
I'm wondering if that's just a coincidence or not.
Because I don't know, a lot of what happened with this crypto thing. I think it goes deeper from what they're saying in the news, because they're blaming this FTX and this guy. They blaming him like is his fault? Is his fault that people are so dumb?
Well, it's two things. It's part their fault, and it's part people who are putting their money in places that they don't know where they're putting their money.
Okay, so you know how you have to have a faulty guy. You need someone to point the finger towards. That's
Yeah,
this
but
guy
that's like
now.
me saying it's my fault for putting my money in the banks. I mean, it kind of is, but when they collapse due to their own when they do dirty businesses and they collapse and I lose my money due to their dirty business, is that really my fault?
But it was never your money, because the Federal Reserve owns that money. It was never your money in the first place.
Okay.
That's the
point of
king's
even
money.
using banks?
Exactly. Why? What's the point when they're pointing fingers? Oh, this guy is scamming the other guy, when the whole thing is a scam. It's like designed for people to scam each other. Just look at the whole monetary system, and the biggest people that make the most money is a fucking scam. It's a pyramid scheme. Just ones are bigger than the other ones, and some of them have friends in the government, and they're protected from not falling under whatever laws that will send them to jail, right?
Yeah.
But it is a scam, even if they're in the trillions of dollars.
Well, then, if we're arguing this at this point, why don't you just throw all your money away and go live on a farm?
Nah,
Exactly.
The thing is that they have changed the meaning of the meaning of money and what productivity should be compensated for, and the value of things have
Money is now
been
a means to slavery.
transferred. Exactly. So the value of things have been transferred into the dysfunctional way of doing things instead of a functional of doing things, a productive way of doing things. It's more shit. My headphones. No, yeah, I know we need a monetary system to do commerce. We do need one, but the one that we have in place at the moment, it benefits the bigger scammers.
Well, it benefits the people at the top, really. That's all.
The bigger
whoever has
scammers.
the most capital.
Think about it. Think about it. The
Can I
central
explain
banks.
something
Think
to you?
about it. Yeah, real quick before you do that, right?
Okay,
The central
go ahead.
banks, the bank, the modern money mechanics, right? The Federal Reserve. When you go to the bank and you ask for a loan to open a business, right? Because you don't have any savings or whatever, you say, "Bank, can I get $100,000 to open a business?" They say, "Sure." Sign this promissory note that you're gonna pay this money, right? So they give you a monetary instrument that you sign for a promise of pay. Then they go to the central bank, let's say Bank of America that you're doing the loan with. They go to the central bank, and they go to the discount window. They give the monetary instrument, the promissory note, to the central bank. The Federal Reserve creates the money out of thin air. They create $100,000 out of thin air plus a 10%, and then the Bank of America gives you a check with a contract saying that you're gonna pay the $100,000 back plus interest, when Bank of America never gave you any money.
You know,
they
this
just
happened before
facilitate
fiat.
it. This happened before fiat. Before fiat, it was actually resources-based economies.
Yeah, but
gold,
the thing is
silver.
what I want to say is with gold and silver, say for example, you have like 1,000 pounds of gold for your country, right? That's your economy. So gold can be, you can always mine more and bring it back. So gold itself is not even a
But it
perfect
takes
currency.
labor,
because-
right?
Yeah, but it's not a perfect currency because you can mine
No,
it, put
definitely
it
not
into
a
your
perfect
circulation. The difference between that and Bitcoin is that there's always going to be a 21 million and it doesn't change. That's why there's the idea of it's a deflationary commodity.
Yeah, but the thing about the resources is that right now, people that control the fiat or the digital money, they can buy the real assets and give you something meaningless in exchange. So they buy the properties, they buy the real estate, they buy the gold, they buy the silver, they buy the oil, they buy the banks, they buy the businesses, they buy everything. And what do you have in your bank? Worthless money that loses interest every day.
Yeah, and they say it's 2%, but it's really like 7% every year, which is pretty crazy.
Well, the Federal Reserve came up with the inflation numbers, and they say like 7% in the past month or something, right? So last year, your money is less, like 7 to 8% less valuable than your money right now has a 8% less purchasing power.
Well, those people are liars. Any inflation number they give you, multiply it by 4 or 3.
For sure.
And then you'll actually know what you're being inflated by.
But see, they have the resources, right? So they own the food, they own the drugs. You still need the food, you still need the drugs, you still need to housing, you still need clothing. They own all that, and they give you what? Money. they give you money and labor that you have to. You need to put labor, energy, your time and energy and effort in the system to get what? Paper money, fiat money, fake money. To get what with that? To exchange it for meaningless things as well. So
yeah.
So in reality, whoever is holding fiat is getting screwed all of the time. I think the monetary system in reality could be designed to be better and more balanced, but right now we have so many meaningless things that are in place that people put so much energy, so much effort to do a bunch of BS that is not necessary. And
Do you
even
like
the
finances
fiat,
being controlled by humans?
I mean, I don't like monkeys controlling the money. No, I don't like complicated rocks controlling the money. I rather have the market sort that out without government intervention, because if there's a demand, there will be a supply. If people want meat, they're gonna be a farmer, right? If people want meat or fish, people are gonna go fishing. And then, okay, I went fishing and I got 10 fish. I was able to catch 10 fishes, or fish 10, but I'm going to eat one only. And this guy that didn't go fishing, maybe he has something else that I want and he wants fish. So we can do that trade, maybe with a means of exchange. I don't know. Maybe we could do, I think we can do a digital currency with the technology that we have today. We can do some type of currency that can be traded between
Personally,
parties.
I like
but
bartering more,
without-
but I don't
yeah,
think it's
bartering is
practical.
good. No, but
No, I think
can
you should always have
means
it
of
as an
exchange.
availability to. I think you should always like have the ability to engage in a barter.
Definitely, always. Yeah, definitely, always. But right now, you're incentivized to take.
You know, that's what the
king's
fucking
money.
elites do. They transfer assets to each other. They don't give each other money.
No, they. Yeah, they own all of the real assets, the stuff with real value, the real East level stuff, and they give you.
The Queen owns all of the soil. It's like I think she owns everything that's like 5 feet under the soil in Canada and USA.
She owns the title to that, right? She owns the title.
Yeah,
But in
so if you
reality, she
find a-
doesn't own it because she's never. Like 99% of all of the land is under her title, the queen, the title. 99 of those assets, she's never touched, seen, smell, or poop in it. So she doesn't own it. It's just under her title. In reality, things are owned by the people that actually utilizing it. Those are the ones in ownership at that moment. Because think about it in the real East level. If I have a vehicle, I'm using it, I'm putting the energy, I'm the one doing something productive with it, and whatever I'm doing with it, I'm the one that owns it at that moment. But then you get a title from the government saying, "Hey, you cannot use that vehicle to be productive, but you have to pay us a fee." Because they own it in the title sense. They say they own it. That's why you utilizing the property. That's why you got to pay a fee. That's why you got to pay like excise taxes and all that kind of stuff, because they give you a certificate of title that it says from the state of Minnesota, this vehicle certificate of title, and you're gonna utilize this vehicle, even though you have it in the real sense of it. You're the one touching it, putting the gas, fixing it, putting all the energy to make it work, and use it for the practical thing. You're the one that actually in reality own it, but they have a claim to it, and that's why they can tax you on it and say, "Yeah, give us paper, give us the tax." I don't know. I think the monetary system is way overcomplicated. It's way too complicated. It could be simpler. It could be more productive, more efficient, more P2P. So if you and I want to get something done, some type of job, and we agree to do labor together, or I pay you to do a labor for me, I mean, we could agree to exchange some medium of exchange that has some value in the markets. So if I pay you with that mean of exchange, that is going to have a value for you to utilize it for whatever else you want. It doesn't have it to be as complicated, and you have to go to the bank and sell your soul and sign all of this shit for the bank to to lie to you and give you give you this usury contract that is gonna be you're gonna have to go to work for the rest of your life just to pay the dwelling that you live in. The bank owns you for 30 years, bro, and the owners of the bank will never see the house, will never take a poop in it, will never do anything for the house, but they still own it, and you have to freaking put 30 years of your life to pay the bank, even though they're not gonna clean the toilet of that house, but you're still paying them. You see you see the fault of logic of the unreasonable, how bad the system is, how impractical, how dysfunctional that is. Because instead of you being productive and putting some energy and being productive in the system, you are just trying to work and put your energy into something to just pay someone else. You're working for someone else just to live in your house. It's just it's usury, slavery. It's actual slavery. Don't you agree?
Yeah.
And I think we can have a better monetary system, but the one that we have in place is being managed by complete scam artists and greedy demons. That's the only way you could probably describe them, I guess, or probably have a lot of descriptions, but I would say greedy demonic entities. And you know what happens when you have this type of system that they have in place at the moment? They can print their way into any conflict, any war, any invasion of any nation. Because we have to go the United States, right? We have to go to war with the Middle East or Iraq, right? Where are we getting the money? We're just gonna print it into existence. That's what they do, right? Whenever they need money to pay for the bombs and the checks for the military, they have to print it into existence instead of having the reserve. Like, if you actually had real money and you have to save your resources, save your assets, have the reserve in place for in case there is a conflict, and you can utilize the real resources to, I don't know, protect yourself from an invader or whatever. No, now you don't have to do that. Now you print the money, like the US, the petrodollar, and you can print wars. You have unlimited amount. Governments have unlimited amounts of money because it's made out of thin air to pursue whatever agenda they want. And that's only allowed because of the fiat system.
Why do people allow it?
People what?
Listen, would you rather grow the cow, feed the cow, slaughter the cow, make sure everything's clean, do this, that, and the other just to get a hamburger? No, you just want to go to the damn store and buy a fucking hamburger. So that's why people do money. That's why they don't care if it's a fiat money system, because at least they don't have to do the work to get the burger. They just have to eat the burger.
And that's like an insult to all of our ancestors before us, because
People in the past did the labor. People in the past.
Yeah, what about with all the
actually had
farmers they're
different
trying to get rid of?
That's
Being
what they've
bug burgers.
they've been getting rid of the production of the labor that people put in the past, the effort that people put to make the burger, making the bread, making the burger, doing all that stuff that people used to get it done. Now you have a McDonald's at the corner, right? Easier. So they take the productivity and the quality and the actual means of getting a means of exchange to be able to get a product, a quality product in the first place. Now they replace all that. They took it away from you. They took the environment and the ability from you to actually doing that, and now they're giving you a burger that is not a burger. You like it?
Oh, really?
What if I'm playing some devil's advocate here? I've
That's
got
the
a
thing.
question.
Hold on, that's the thing, Gemsy. I do like it because I don't have to work for it. Right. Anyway, go ahead.
Right. My point is kind of in line with that. So, like, say the farmer who is taking the time to kill the cow, make the burger, process the bread. He's not going to have the time, or maybe even he's not even capable of, say, learning how to cure his wife's serious illness. So he has to bring in a doctor who spends a lot of time learning about that stuff. So what do you say to that? The doctor is just a piece of shit because he's not going to, make a burger?
Yeah, but right now you have quantity over quality. And when you have the farmer and you have an environment where the farmer can thrive, and the farmer can do that work and still have time to rest and doesn't have to be killing himself and shortening his lifespan, his life years, just to work for the industry and all that stuff in a system where the government is not on the way of productivity. The farmers, no, it's not the farmer. You have communities of people doing this kind of stuff. The farmer doesn't do this job because he's a farmer. The farmer can accomplish this because the environment allows it, because there is an established community and multiple variables of many things happening in being in place for the farmer to be able to be a farmer in the first place, right? So it's not just the farmer being a farmer; it's about the environment that allows for the productivity of the families, the communities, to be able to have a quality burger that is coming from a clean animal and something that is well made, instead of having the fat guy that doesn't do anything, that doesn't want to work, doesn't want to do anything, and gets fake money into his bank account every month and can go to the corner where the McDonald's can give you that burger. I mean, I think the McDonald's can exist, but I think the productivity has been taken away, and everything the productivity and the quality has been replaced with the quantity of the machine that is in place these days, which is this monster that we have as the huge $1 trillion industries that control the grains, the drugs, the farming lands. They're all the same. They're all part of the same octopus that have replaced the farmers and the communities and the families that are supposed to be doing that.
Yep, and then you got people like my stepdad was CEO of ConAgra Foods for 10 years, and I was like, wow, that's a lot of corruption. This was during Enron scandals, right? Enron was right down the street from us. I was like, man, so you guys didn't misrepresent your earnings? Okay, well that's cool. Y'all aren't going to get in trouble. But what's with all the other scandals and stuff? And I'm like, don't you just want to feed people, right? Isn't that why you got the job? You want to help feed people? My stepdad was like, yeah, but all the other stuff that comes with it doesn't seem much like helping people at all. And that's what you got to kind of balance. It's like, yes, I want to feed people, but I also have to do profit margins, and I got to fire this many people this year, and I got to It's like, really? All that just to feed people? Well, that's the system we live in. So, yeah.
And you ask about the doctor. You need a doctor to take care of, I don't know, the sick children or that kind of stuff. I mean, the environment should allow for people have the knowledge and the means to, oh, the children got sick. Okay, we have this procedure. We have this, let's say, let's label it medicines or whatever. We have the environment to be able to have the means to make people healthier if they get sick, right? You asked about that. The doctor, the environment will produce the doctors, and the environment will produce. If there is a demand, there's gonna be a supply, right?
Right.
Because we're not gonna make the burger if people are dying from eating the burger, right? If people are getting sick by eating the burger, okay, we're definitely doing something wrong. So it has to be done correctly, and bro, it like I don't know. I'm just saying about the monetary system. Everything has been not everything, but most of the more fundamental things like the means of exchange, the value of money, the resources, and the control of all those things that can actually are part of this whole environment that we're in. The communities and people should be in a way have power and should be able to be handling this stuff. In reality, you have people like you're saying, the CEOs in high places making decisions and giving us quantity instead of quality. You want 10 billion burgers? Yeah, you get this pink slime in McDonald's, right? Don't you get that pink slime? You want burgers in McDonald's? So there you go. You got this artificial stuff that looks like a burger, tastes like a burger, but is it a burger? I know I'm ranting a little bit, but we were talking about the money, and this guy, who was it that said the you said the economy is about to crash, and in a way we always get crashes, right? But I think we are due for a big one, like for a bigger one. Hopefully not. Hopefully I'm wrong, but a lot of speculators are talking about this huge bubble that is about to be burst on all of the markets, and we're coming into some type of reset of the markets. But there's always that fear mongering about that stuff, but I imagine the system that has been in place for a long time somehow has to be, I don't know, renewed or reset or remade in certain senses. So we might feel the effects of the bursting bubble, and we might see it in the news. They'll talk about it in the news. Hopefully it doesn't affect my corner store. Hopefully I can go to the corner store and still buy groceries. As long as I can buy groceries and make the burger, right? And eat the meat and get the eggs, everything is fine, right? Because if the food stops coming, then we definitely failed. And I hope that scenario is not actually ever in place where there's no food in the supermarkets. Who wants to see that? I don't want to see that.
Well, if food becomes a big problem, you're going to see people in the streets killing each other. A lot of people.
Who wants to see that?
Well, if that happens, I'm getting out of Toronto. I already know a place to go. I know a guy who has a farm.
I would say that is a possibility, and I think, yeah, it's possible. But I will say, in my consideration of everything put together, it's not as probable as they sell it to us, and they kind of push it.
No, I don't. I don't even think the internet's going to go up because the power. Because I think if all the power goes out, like all our foods connect to that in storage, right? We're going to have maybe a week of food before it's all gone to shit, unless you got cans. I took a look at my grocery store last. All the bread they have expires in 1 week. Either that or it's empty.
Yeah.
I do think they will hold some food back though, and They'll make that price go up real high.
Here's the
They'll
thing
make
about
us
bread,
pay.
real quick. Here's the thing about expiration dates and bread. Things like bread. So, like, the expiration date says, "Oh, don't eat this. It's expired after a certain date." What they're doing is they do the expire date well before the food actually starts to rot because they want you to keep buying the food. They don't care if you eat rotten food. They just want you to buy it. So you can wait. You can get a loaf of bread that's like says it's a week past expiration. If you take a look at it, take a smell on it, looks fine, tastes fine. Fuck it. That kind of deal.
I think on the U.S. in the U.S. I think we might see at least the Western world. We gonna see some type of harsh economic hit because of the petrodollar and a lot of the nations moving away from kind of like our high, because we have a higher position than most of the other nations. The nations that use the dollar, like the U.S., that we export. We don't have an actual export of goods. We export the dollar because when we want something, we print dollars and we buy it with the dollars. But a lot of nations are going to stop taking the dollar as a means of exchange, and we're going to have to produce that stuff that we want or not get it because nations might just stop taking the dollar as a means of exchange. And what's been happening to nations. What was that?
Who stopped taking the dollar?
That's what's coming. In my opinion, that's what's coming. That's why I think the U.S. is gonna take a big hit in this reset of the economics, because the reset of the economics is gonna include moving away from the dollar. As I don't think the dollar is gonna disappear in a sense, but it's gonna be not the only means of global of worldwide exchange between nations like it is right now for the most part. Yeah, what is it? Brazil, India.
Yeah,
Russia,
South Africa,
China, South Africa, and also right now I think Saudi Arabia is going to join the BRICS.
Well, they're talking
nations.
about it.
Yeah.
If that happens, listen. If that happens, America's going to get no fucking oil from the Saudis. I'm telling you that right now. Or they're going to be paying top dollar.
But that's the issue, right? That's the issue that that we're trying to point out here. That I'm trying to point out. The U.S. in reality, this landmass, let's say America, including Canada, Mexico, even South America, no country in the America needs any oil from the Middle East. It could be being produced here on this land. That's the problem, that we have the replacement of the productivity of the nations and countries and communities. It was taken away, and that's why we have this dependency on this system, and that's why we're bankrupt. We are totally bankrupt because our resources have been under control by these people, and we're being given a handful of options of what we can utilize to stay afloat as a nation. Like, oh, the U.S. needs the oil from Saudi Arabia. No, we don't. Like Neil will say, the U.S. could be energy. I mean, this energy thing is definitely a scam. That's why I'm telling you the monetary system is a scam. It's part with the energy problem. But they're gonna use this as a means to, I would say, reset the economy and hurt people. In my opinion, I hope not. But since we are so dependent in this system, in a sense, that's the belief. Because in reality, we're not supposed to be as dependent as we believe we are. But yeah, this is the mentality that if Saudi Arabia move to the BRIC nations and stop taking dollars, they might not be able to fulfill their promises of
actually answer this.
if
If this happens, if if a lot of the world stops taking the U.S. dollar as a currency, do you think that the U.S. will start a war over that? And
The
they'll
U.S.
hide it
is
as
been
something else?
fighting wars. The U.S. has been fighting wars.
I
for
mean a
that
big
for
one.
decades now.
I mean a
The
really
U.S.
big
doesn't
one.
have the U.S. doesn't have the reserves, doesn't have the manpower or the means to fight the whole world. We can't fight the whole world. It's just gonna collapse. That's the whole point. That in place we have the petrodollar in place. That's why we have so many bases around the world. Whatever. This is for me. This is politics and foreign policy, which is kind of like a farce in many ways. But this whole empire idea of the U.S. and having the dollar as the world currency is just a house of cards. And I think it's due for some type of replacement that is coming, that is being planned and is in place already to happen. It's just I don't know how the cards are gonna fall, you know? Are they gonna fall one by one or are they gonna just fall all at the same time?
Well, the way they usually do it, from what I've seen, is that they don't do it all at once. Like, there's times when things come together all at once, like 7-Eleven was an inside job, right? That was huge, and that was all at once. But even still, there was Patriot Act that came, right around that time or right after. And little things that happen as a result from big things. But I don't think it's all going to just house of cards crumbles down, and then here comes the dollar to save the day, or here comes the crypto to save the day, or something like that. I don't know, but maybe who knows? But usually they do the long game, right? They do the long con because they got patience. They can wait a long time. So who knows?
I think it's a combination of two. I think it's a combination of two, but crypto is going to be utilized to kind of offer a solution. Crypto is going to be part of the new system, but they're going to collapse the old. We said that we said this about the economy. We've been talking about the economics for many years in here, and it's playing similar to what we've been talking about. And you see what's been happening with the dollar and it looks like they're gonna do a combination of things. And we're talking about crypto and the crypto collapse at the moment, the financial system collapse, but we can describe it as a collapse, but in a way I think it's some type of in a way a reset and an adoption of other means of exchange. In the US, we're gonna see it as a collapse, but for other nations, it might be the best thing for many nations right now, for them, for their productivity and the growth of their economies, is moving away from the dollar. You understand that, right? For most of the nations, it would be better for them to just move away from the dollar, but not for us. Because we depend on exporting our dollar to get goods. Does that make sense or no?
I guess, but you said like. Sorry.
What was that? Can you repeat that?
Never mind.
Yeah, that makes sense, Gemsy. That seems like one of the options. Yeah, and what I was trying to say earlier, I didn't get out properly, was the frog in a pot of boiling water, right? So they're going to do to us what happens. So we're the frog in the boiling water, and they're the ones controlling the heat at the water. So instead of dropping a frog in hot water, he'll just drop right out, right? You want to boil a frog, you don't drop him in the hot boiling water. You just set him in the room temperature water, and then you slowly turn the heat up. And that frog will sit there and sit there and sit there and not notice until it boils to death. And that's what they're doing to us.
In a sense, yeah. But I also think that when we say collapse, it sounds very dramatic and all that stuff. And I'm pretty sure there's going to be some type of food crisis in a sense, possibly, hopefully not. But the U.S. has a lot of this nation has a lot of resources. We export a lot of technology, whatever, and there is a lot of ways of doing things. So just because the other nations are gonna benefit by moving away from the dollar, because like that they're not gonna have to put so much effort and produce so much goods to exchange those goods for fiat money, which is the dollar. So this is what many nations are doing right now. They have to work, produce, and do a lot of things just to get dollars to buy petroleum, because the dollar is exchanging petroleum, right? So when they move away from the petrodollar, they're gonna find a relief on their productivity is a lot sooner and gonna go up, because when they produce something, they're gonna be able to have more savings instead of taking the dollars for their goods. They're gonna be able to export to maybe they're gonna be able to exchange their productivity with other means of exchange, and not just the dollar, which is just in a sense affecting the long-term economics.
Yeah. Well, a problem with that too is what we've done in this system is, instead of appreciating sweat equity, right? So like I do the work to help raise a goat, and then you do the work to help raise a cow, and we exchange the goat for the cow, or two goats for a cow, or whatever, and that's sweat equity being exchanged for shit that actually is stuff in the real world. So the mistake that was made was we took our sweat equity, our ability to build and create and do things in life and produce. We took that and said, well, why don't we just put that all into a $1 bill or a $5 bill if I've done more work, or a $20 bill if I've done even more work. And instead of trading real goods and services, we're just trading this paper bullshit.
Exactly, yeah. Which you can still do the paper or the means of exchange, the in between currency. You can do it, but you cannot do it at this level that we can just print it and print it and print it and export it as a means of exchange. And just people just nations, many of these South American nations that produce a lot of grains, a lot of food, and they send it to the US, they only take the dollar because they have faith that it has value.
Right.
That's the only reason.
No intrinsic value. It's just it's the idea of value is worth enough for them.
Nothing has intrinsic value. It's all based on what we believe. Nothing, absolutely nothing has.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's an oxymoron, actually.
It is. It's like this. Yeah, you're right. Value, like, say, what's valuable to a tree? Dirt, water, oxygen, things like this. But is that actual value? Well, no. Value is an opinion. If it's valuable to a tree, doesn't mean it's valuable to me or valuable in the long run. Like, what's actual value? It doesn't, that's the problem, is that it's subjective. Value is subjective, so it's always subject to being changed given someone or a group of someone's opinions about it.
Yeah, the problem with fiat is that it's like backed by nothing.
And it's being exported for goods at unlimited rates. Yeah, because right. You don't need to build up productivity. All you have to do is print dollars. So productivity goes down and the printing of money goes up. So that money loses value and the productivity keeps getting lower and lower. So your quality of life gets lower because you're just exporting a piece of paper that doesn't do anything in reality.
Yeah, you're exporting the idea of worth instead of worth itself.
Exactly. And the productivity, which is important on any means of, like productivity. You need to produce food, shelter, you need to produce whatever, energy, all that kind of stuff. But it has to be exchanged, and it has to have a meaning and being exchanged with something of value. It's not just doing things just for doing it. I mean, yeah, we can do that, but I
It
think
has
the
a
dollar.
value right now because everyone else thinks it has. Not everyone, but a lot of people thinks it has.
And that's why I'm saying a lot of the nations that will move away from the dollar, they're gonna have an improvement of quality of their lives, in my opinion.
Yes, everyone who moves away from these fiat currencies, I think, if they can reliably rely on them, you know. I think decentralized private cryptocurrencies is a good alternative. Also gold, but it's like heavy, you know.
One thing about gold is that, okay, if you look the trend of the central banks and many of the nations that are hauling gold by the tons, there is something to that because gold has been utilized as a currency for all recorded history, right? So who am I to deny gold as a currency, right? Currency, energy, means of exchange, right? Hold of value. Gold has been utilized for those means for a long time. So right now, many nations are hauling gold, but the thing is that the value of gold has been measured next to the dollar based on dollars, right? But think about it. The dollar doesn't have any value in reality. So the value of the dollar has decreased. The more dollars, so many dollars have been printed and put into the system, have devalued the actual value of gold or the price of gold. And in my opinion, when this thing clicks and the people drop the dollar, then and many of the nations drop the dollar, bro, the value of gold is just gonna go up crazy because right now a lot of the gold that is exchanged in these trades and exchange how do you say the markets a lot of that gold is just it's not real gold, it's just artificial. So they have to kind of the exchange and the value of the gold is being traded but in reality it's not physical. So when the physical actual goal, when people start saying, "Hey, where's my goal?" and start calling for their goal and say, "Hey, I want my goal, I want my goal," and when everybody puts the numbers of the goal and the gold amount and the value of it is put in place, the value of gold is just probably gonna go skyrocket like nothing else because the value right now is based on a fiat system, on a fake system. Hopefully, I probably didn't explain it the best way, but it should make some sense.
Yeah.
And not just gold, it's many resources like gold, silver, and
like anything that is useful or limited in amount. What is scarcity? It's called. So like crypto too.
Remember, many of these nations that they export their productivity and exchange it for petrodollars. They are very productive nations. They produce a lot of food. They produce textiles. They produce chips for computers. They produce technology, whatever. They do a lot of production, and they have a big workforce for that kind of stuff. They might see some type of also reset on the amount of productivity that they have to be doing because when they measuring with the over consumption of things, I think that always is gonna have some type of adjustments. But if these nations move away from the petrodollar, that's what I'm seeing is gonna happen. The roadmap, not the roadmap, the war map of powers that we see in the world. I think the U.S. is gonna it's gonna take a big hit. And many of these producing nations that have a lot of productivity, it's very possible to me that they're gonna have a big improvement on their quality life, because they're not gonna have to be importing the dollars and exporting the productivity. That's my opinion. Okay, the dollar has been weaponized. You see how if a nation doesn't do what the U.S. says or what the United Nations says, what do? They use the dollar as a weapon. They do fines and
if they back their own currency with gold, they destroy the nation.
Yep.
Hey, Jamsey, don't you think the U.S. dollar gets its strength from the military? The army that backs the dollar is the dollar that has the strength. What you say?
We have this came from after World War II, I think it was, or World War I, the Bretton Woods Accord, right? And the dollar back then, before this fiat system that we call these days, we call it fiat because it was moved away from the connection of precious metals like silver and gold and resources. So now we call it fiat because there was an agreement between the biggest nations of the world that all of the petroleum was going to be exchanged utilizing dollars. So that was when the petrodollar was born, right? They came to this agreement. Okay, if this nation is going to exchange petroleum with this nation, they have to use dollars to do that exchange, right? So that's why the dollar has so much power. And that's why the U.S. gained so much power, because we can export the dollar and buy productivity from other nations, buy products from other nations, and use the dollar as a weapon. So your question was, do you think the U.S. military, the dollar is backed by the U.S. military? The U.S. military is so big and so overextended in so many nations because we can export our dollar and export our military with it, right? We can buy the guns, buy the petroleum, buy the resources to build all this stuff, to build all this whole military. Indefinitely. You check how much money we spend in the military. Why? Because we can print all the money we want.
You ever notice how whenever America goes to spread, quote, democracy, that country always has a central bank after?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's yeah, of course.
Because they're spreading the democracy of the Rothschild debt system. Everybody jump on in, buddy.
Of course. Yeah, like they put it in Afghanistan recently, I think.
I think that system, in a sense, is coming to not an end, but a renovation. Because they now they're gonna call it enhanced quantitative easing. Right now, when we print money to inject money into the markets, it's called quantitative easing, right? The Federal Reserve call it. Now this new system. Even crypto is included on this. Crypto can be used for a more conservative system, I think, but it's gonna be utilized for way more than that. Crypto is gonna be used to create a whole new monster of the economic system, and enhanced quantitative easing is part of the new system that is coming.
Quantitative easing is part of it?
Enhance. You know, when you have something but you make it way better, way bigger.
Quantitative easing is literally printing money.
Exactly. So crypto is going to be used like that too. The
citizens pay the arbitrage of the central banks.
You know, there are inflationary blockchains, right?
Yeah.
So because there are deflationary
Ethereum
blockchains.
Is actually inflationary.
Exactly. So this system, bro, we're gonna have. It's not just gonna.
They're gonna turn Ethereum into the new system, bro.
No,
you can just
Ethereum
create
is
more
gonna be part
Ethereum.
of it.
It's literally called Ethereum, bro. That's how funny is that? And you can create more at will.
Yeah, listen, Ethereum is gonna be one piece.
Also, JP Morgan owns 70% of the Ethereum infrastructure, so there's that.
Yeah. But like I'm trying to tell you,
same with Bitcoin. Actually, they own some Bitcoin too.
Okay,
They also
it's
own
gonna
MetaMask
be-
infrastructure.
Listen, it's gonna be an octopus of technologies. It's not gonna be one thing. It's gonna be a combination of a lot. Even the what we call the old system, the legacy system that we have in place right now. That system is gonna be still in place. It's gonna be moved forward and connected into the new system. It's not gonna be one system taking over. It's gonna be a combination of systems that is
But
gonna
also
run the new system.
They are not the ones who are behind like crypto. I'm pretty sure it's crypto was like anti-government and fiat currency. If you
You're gonna have. My bad. Go ahead, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, if you read like I think it was the Satoshi Nakamoto paper. I haven't actually read it myself. Probably Satoshi Nakamoto himself has. You have like the papers like how the Bitcoin white paper. I
The
guess,
white paper?
Yeah.
What about it? I've never read it.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah, Bitcoin's too big to the point where I don't need to read their white paper. I don't really care what they do with it.
But yeah, right. They are trying to confuse cryptocurrency, like decentralized cryptocurrency, with central bank digital currency, which is just
If people accept that, they're fucking retarded.
Yeah, right.
Well,
because it's like
CBDCs are gonna be part of the system no matter what, but a lot of banks are about to collapse. Like a bunch of banks, bro, are just gonna
money.
disappear.
Which they already could do with normal banks. It's like nothing different, really. Just
It's gonna be part of the new system, but it's the central banking digital currencies are gonna be part of it. It's not gonna be the whole system.
Yeah, it's. I mean, yeah.
Programmable money like that, yeah, it could be depending on the nation that you're in. Yeah, they could expire your money, turn
As
it
you
off.
said, it's like slow boil. As you said, it's like a slow boil. They're going to introduce it slowly and not be like too crazy about it and not censor everyone who says some wrong thing on the internet and shut down the bank account immediately. But just like a little bit at a time, like with the Canadian truckers, only them, and they are probably moving on to doing more.
Even the you know the miles that you see in the vehicle, in your electric car or your car, you see the mileage. They could give you a mileage limit, and it's based on some type of crypto or some type of blockchain. No, you can travel. You can travel 200 miles this week.
Fuck proprietary technology. It's fuck.
And if you pass your limit, your car will run 2,000 miles this week or whatever, right?
No, they want it all to be electric, bro, so they can shut it off manually.
Yeah, but like I'm saying, oh yeah, for sure, yeah. But I don't think the whole thing is gonna be like that. But a lot of control can come with that.
I actually think diesel and gasoline. I actually think diesel and gasoline are more like fragile because we can't create like diesel ourselves, as far as I know.
Actually, you could get ethanol from industrial hemp, which is an industrial crop, and you can grow this crop anywhere, almost anywhere in the world with the right temperatures, obviously. And you could grow this crop 3 to 4 times a year, and it's one of the cleanest, more efficient, and machine efficient fuels and oils. You can produce the fuel and the oil to lubricate the machinery from the same crop. And
All right, where
yeah,
do I
you
find
can
it? Where do I find it?
right industrial hemp or ethanol
Oh yeah.
fuel from hemp. Yeah, this is known stuff for millennia.
Okay. Interesting. But at least with electric cars, you could like make a water like generate. I mean, you could have a water. What's it called? No, I don't
Like
know.
a hydrogen fuel cell. A hydrogen fuel cell, you can produce
No, like
electricity
if you
from
have
the
a
water.
river, you could like get energy from it.
Oh, a hydro. How do you call it? Hydroelectric turbine. Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's so many ways to produce energy, but like we were talking earlier, it's about controlling the resources and controlling the technology. You know how many patents have been taken away? How many ideas that come out, and they just hold the
You
technologies
shouldn't
for
patent
so people
them.
don't use them.
If you
Yeah.
patent them, they come after you. You should just publish it or something anonymously.
But for you to be able to put something in the market and to reproduce it, right? To be able to pass it towards that filter, you need a patent, right? Because the big companies they want your product to have a patent to be able to put it in the eyes of the view on the eyes of the consumer, so the consumer can buy it.
Well, if you start by yourself, you could and you like move away from Western civilization. You could, I guess. I don't know.
No, I agree with you. Yeah. There's many ways of doing all this kind of stuff, but the system that we have in place in the moment is designed to stop you from doing that kind of stuff.
Yes, of course.
Probably have the means. You could probably produce your own vehicle that runs in water. I'm pretty certain of that. You can definitely do it yourself. It's just that it's not being incentivized. It's not being
It's not easy. It will probably be like 1800s cars or something. We don't have the infrastructure. Like we like have to. Yeah, it's complicated.
Because we have an infrastructure in place that is to move around with the system that they want us to use, right? But if we wanted to have a system that is as efficient as the one that we're talking about, we could have the infrastructure set up to be able to use a better system. The ethanol that I was telling you about, we can fuel the vehicles that we have today with that ethanol, and the vehicle will function with that.
Cool.
It's just that there is a war. They label it a demon crop, right? Like the plant from the devil, and they send people. They send people to jail.
I know. It can be used for a lot of things. It's like strong and can be used to building stuff, and it's also I think it can make good bioplastic that is recyclable and not like creating microplast. I think like not the same way.
You know what else you can design? You can get from hemp fibers. You can produce graphene, and you can build batteries with it, and very high quality batteries that are way better than the lithium ones. You could do that with industrial hemp as well. Okay. You wonder why do you wonder why they made it illegal? You wonder why they made it illegal?
Oh, I don't know. There's like probably several different reasons. Like more probably infinite. I don't know. It's like can be used for anything.
Yeah. It can be used for food, shelter, clothing, transportation, energy. Just one crop, one, and you can harvest it 4 times a year. So it's a
And you can also
crop, multi-resource. It's not a resource. It's a multi-resource crop that you can you can grow and use and grow and use and harvest.
you can also
so many times a year. Yeah.
smoke it. You can also smoke it to get more BDNF in your brain, like a brain.
Imagine that. Yeah.
Yeah, it can
Wow.
grow brain cells. But that fasting. You can do that the same thing with fasting too.
That's great. I'm pretty sure you could.
Yeah. There are like three different health tips that are like super effective. One of them is probably not smart to say here, but I've already said 2 of them: weed and fasting.
Yeah. One of the things about the industrial hemp is also that is very underrated is the hempcrete. The you could make structures with it, like housing.
Yes.
Which is
you can do.
a very a way superior type of material to build with, superior to what we use today and most of the houses, at least in the West.
Except, I guess you can use stuff like cold stone. You can't like make you can't like make stone or concrete with hemp. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's called hempcrete. You mix the hemp. It's called hempcrete. Hempcrete. Yeah. And you mix. Bro, just write HEMP.
Yeah, I believe you.
Crete. And you mix the hemp fiber with limestone and water, and it will make a solution that will turn into a rock that will petrify, and it's very strong and very light. So it's not very heavy, and it's very strong.
Damn, I see it on Wikilist now. It's pretty.
It's also insulating, so it will keep the temperature of the inside. It's breathable, doesn't rot. It doesn't rot. So you know how wood rots and you have to replace it. This stone, this stone that it turns into doesn't rot, and it also breathes, so it keeps the correct humidity. Depending on the humidity or how dry the air is, and it will keep a temperature inside the structure. It will keep around the same temperature all of the time, even if it's winter or if it's summer or whatever.
Okay, I'm starting to believe like hemp is God or something. It's
people in the past. I remember people describing industrial hemp as an alien crop. They said this crop is not from here because it's like nothing. It's totally different from things that we have here. It's like a design crop, multi-resource that was designed and put in place here for us to utilize it so we can thrive and not need to worry about so much. We could be very efficiently using it and no need to be worrying about how to do so many other things. You have one crop 3 times a year, and you concentrate on that. Use it for whatever you wanted to use, which is the most important things. And that you with that crop, you solve like 50,000 different needs. 50,000 different needs. You solve it with that crop.
Yeah, damn. I wonder where I can get like seeds for this. I guess I would get in trouble if I got some.
Probably the seats are not depending on the country that you are actually, because if you're in China or Russia, I think it's troublesome.
Okay.
You could probably
Norway.
you could probably go to jail. Norway shouldn't be a big deal. No, I don't know. Check your own laws because you know.
Like smoking, it is pretty illegal though.
Okay, but remember, industrial hemp is different from marijuana. So they are different crops. They are cousins, and they're pretty similar. But the industrial hemp doesn't have any. I mean, very low quantities, trace quantities of the what people call the THC, the tetrahydrocannabinol. So you won't find much of that in industrial hemp. So some nations actually allow hemp as a, I don't know, they don't make it as illegal as the marijuana. But in reality, the U.S. the first laws that were passed against hemp were based on its relation to marijuana. So many nations might probably look at both plants and say, yeah, they're the same. They're the same plant, and therefore you go into jail because this is the plant of the devil, and you're gonna kill people with it.
Yeah.
Just because it's on the books. In the books, it said that it's illegal. The politicians will take you to jail because it's on the books. And that's it. The people that are dead pass laws about it. We gotta follow those laws that these people that died already pass. You know.
Laws are nobody should be like enforcing these laws, I guess. I mean, never. Yeah.
Hey man, they're just doing their job. They're doing their job. You know when Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. My bad.
No, I didn't say anything important. Just say what you was going to say.
It's because there's kind of like a delay, like a refractive delay between you and I. And when I start saying something, or you start saying something, then I start saying something about the same time. But it's all good. Forgive me.
No. Okay. Yes. Oh yeah, I was going to say I've actually worked with some kind of industrial hemp at my workplace. It was for piping. Putting pipes together, and you have to use some kind of fluoride solution, and then put on like the hemp fibers. It's pretty interesting that they use fluoride and hemp, like two very different materials. Fluoride is known for not being healthy, but hemp is the opposite, kind of. Just interesting.
But there is different types of fluoride. So there is a sodium fluoride, and then there is what is
sodium fluoride. Still not good for you. That's why they put it in toothpaste and in mouthwash and stuff.
And they mix the hemp fibers with that to make some type of housing material?
It's the water doesn't leak out of it. And I suspect it's sodium. I suspect it's sodium fluoride because the water it might pollute the water a little bit with fluoride, and then some people might drink it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just a thought.
Oh, that's interesting. Mixing that to make some type of water seal material.
Yeah, they do that with the PFOA pans and stuff. They pollute your body. They also say it's like they have detected it all across the world. I have not seen anyone really tested that themselves. I think it's just a scare tactic to get conspiracy theorists locked inside their homes.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of that. Fear mongering.
That's something I thought about like last week, because nature is pretty beautiful when you go outside, even here far up north in Norway.
Yeah.
And they don't want people out in nature. They want people inside. You can see that for yourself with the COVID pandemic. And,
Especially in Norway, they don't want you going. They don't want you going too far north in Norway because you might reach the other islands up in the North Pole, and you might reach Mount Meru, and you might find the bridge to heaven, and they don't want you going to heaven, bro.
I don't know, but like they don't allow you. You can. I can actually go to Svalbard legally. I think. I think I can take a boat to it, and I don't need to get like a vaccine passport because I haven't got vaccinated. Maybe you do if you're gonna take a plane, but if you're gonna take a boat, I think you can. You can get to Longyearbyen, which is the biggest city there. I think if it was like if you go outside Longyearbyen, you have to have a gun with you or have someone with a gun besides you with like a license and stuff, which is kind of ironic.
Bears are dangerous, no?
Yeah. There shouldn't be a law about it. Like if you want to do it, then you should be able to do it without anyone stopping you. But anyways, it's kind of ironic because you aren't really allowed to wield a gun normally in Norway unless you are hunting. It's like in Canada, if you know.
Like in Florida, in the United States, in one of the states in Florida, you legally can carry a gun if you are on your way and or coming back from fishing or hunting.
Oh, okay. That's a county thing.
Florida. You know Florida, United States?
Yeah, I know Florida.
Yeah, so normally I think it's illegal for people to carry weapons in Florida, but if you're going fishing or hunting, you can carry.
It's technically legal all across the United States to wear a gun, almost wherever, as long as it's not private property of someone else. According to the Second Amendment of the Constitution, I guess.
Yeah,
I mean, they're allowed to interpret it as they want, it seems.
Yeah. I don't think your rights come from, pieces of paper.
Yeah, that's true. I'm just saying that it's technically legal.
Oh, yeah, I get you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And also there aren't states within states like Florida. There are counties within states. And I think it is districts? No. I don't know what it's called. Like, what's the subgroupings of counties in the United States? Just want
counties. Yeah, the counties is. I use that term, but I don't hear people saying that often here. Municipalities, no, but that is used. I'm pretty sure it's used in some areas.
Yeah, it's a thing in some places, like but there are like
towns.
There are like some subdivisions that are not used in other countries. Like Canada uses provinces instead of like states or counties.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And maybe
here you have you have the state, the county, then you have towns or cities, Yeah. So yeah, you have certain towns. Yeah.
Yeah. Where I'm at, it's country. Then below that, it's county. No, yeah, it's county, and then under that, it's municipality, and under that, it's like cities and stuff.
Yeah.
Cities, towns.
Yo, Jemsy, just a quick drop in. Jay Vanity just joined up with the community. Seems like a very genuine person. If you could give him a hand on his journey, welcome to the community. That would be greatly appreciated. Jay Vanity, welcome, man.
Welcome. He has the VC verified. Let me give him the VC verified. He doesn't just gets on my phone because I'm doing something else.
To be able to unmute. Excuse me.
He has the VC verified.
Yeah, he's been involved.
Cool.
Appreciate you. Thanks, man.
He wants to open his mic and ask questions about anything. About the shape of your backyard. Yep. What was your name? The guy from Norway that was speaking?
Me?
Yeah, the Norway gentleman.
Architecture.
I mean, you don't have to give your name, but I mean the username in Discord. I don't see you.
Architecture.
Architecture. Okay, great. Cool, man. Yeah, you've been here a few times. I've heard you before.
Yeah, I've been here for like 9 months or something, I think. You can check that, like with the command, I guess.
I was just making sure you have some roles that allow you to use the server a little better. Because sometimes people are here just unmuted and they can like open their mic normally or whatever, but you have the perks that you need or to post and to do a few things. So yeah.
Yes. You have a lot of roles on this server.
Oh.
I guess.
The server has a lot of roles? Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
I've seen some with like 20.
Check mines. Check mines. Tell me if I have enough.
Oh, sheesh. That's a lot.
Do you think that's
Why?
enough, or?
Do all of them mean anything? Like,
Oh yeah, they give me
Hysterical
They give me superpowers.
Space Third. So you're a Space Third, Globe, Hysterical, Space Herpes, Space AIDS, Space Criminal, Lazy Earther. What does that even mean?
I mean
Weaponized
that sometimes you feel lazy on the earth. You know, you are on the earth, and sometimes you feel lazy, and you're a lazy earther.
You're also a reality
Right?
denier, apparently. Also
Sometimes,
weaponized
sometimes.
autist.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm definitely a weaponized autist.
What does that even mean?
I don't know, but I feel like it.
Yeah. So you're a troll earther? What does that mean?
I troll trolls.
Ah.
You get it?
Okay.
You know when the trolls come in and they try to troll? I troll them.
You also have like a pretty ironic role. You have too many roles, complainer. I think I should get that role. Not
All
really.
right.
I don't complain. I don't complain actually. I just pointing it out that it is a lot of roles. Never mind.
Which one you like? Tell me your favorite one.
The favorite one?
Or tell me which one you like.
You want to give me one? Is that what you're saying?
I'm asking you which one you like or which one you don't like. Whichever you tell me.
I don't like that you're not here to learn.
Which one?
Let's see. Number 12.
I don't see it by the
number
numbers.
13, number 13. Number 13. I mean, sorry.
What's the name? How do you say it?
Not here to learn.
Not here to learn. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Any other favorites?
Yeah, Flat Earther. I like that one.
Oh, you like that one? You got it. You got that one already.
Yes. I just said I like that one.
Yep.
Yeah. And,
you were talking about cryptocurrency earlier.
Yeah, you can give me that
realist?
one. Direct realist too. You can give me. Yeah.
Sometimes they escape my eyes somehow.
You have a role called coincidence theorist, but what does that mean?
You know how the globe earthers, they tell you, oh, the sun is 1,000 miles, 1,000 times, what is it, 93 million miles away, a million times bigger than the Earth, and the moon is certain distance, but they are at a social distance that they look about the same size. That's a coincidence, right?
Oh yeah,
And
I pointed that out many times.
yeah, that's a coincidence. They have so many coincidences that there is a coincidence theory. Everything is a coincidence. So yeah, coincidence theory.
Doesn't work against like Christians and stuff though, because they think, oh, it's planned by God and whatever, you know. Instead of just accepting the simple fact that it's we are at the center, or at least more at the center of the universe, and it's made for
Yeah,
us.
if there's a design of things, it wouldn't be a coincidence, right? Because it's been designed to be a certain way, like a machine. Your BMW is not a coincidence, is it?
No, I wouldn't say so. Wouldn't.
What about your Swiss watch? Is your Swiss watch a coincidence?
I don't have a Swiss watch.
Let's say that hypothetically,
no, I know it's like the same argument. Yeah, of course. I mean, like same answer.
Yeah, same answer. So whenever you make it with the cryptocurrencies and you're a billionaire or a trillionaire and you buy a Swiss watch, you know that wasn't a coincidence, right?
Right. I don't like to use money. I'm just interested in the coins. I just don't like to involve myself in money. But I do have some Monero and some other private currencies, but I don't like trade them and stuff. I have them like as a I don't know, symbol or just in case things happen and stuff. Backup. I don't use it as like Wall Street, like trading. I guess it would be. Well, I guess I could get more power to like spread more freedom with the money, I guess, and I could probably do a lot of stuff. I could probably use it to move away from this kind of shithole here. It is kind of a shithole. There's very little sun here, and I consider that not a good thing. And and I have experience with like foreigners too. Like foreigners are much more like nice and open and likes to talk, much easier to talk to and stuff. No, people who live are like they don't want to have any conversation with anyone really. I feel bad for the foreigners though.
Monero, I think they made the name from the combination of money and dinero, which is money in Spanish. So Monero is money and dinero, nero.
Yeah, I heard it was
money
like
and dinero. Yep.
What I heard earlier was that Monero just meant money in Spanish. I guess you're more right or something.
Money is dinero, but then when you say money, mo, and then in Spanish nero, dinero, monero. You mix both. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, I'm saying it. No, I'm explaining it like that. Not trying to say you don't get it, but just to get my point across.
I also one other role I would like to get is original thinker, and I don't know if this is true for me or not, but I would like to say that I'm intellectually honest. But could correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah. Cool that you like those.
Yeah, of course. I like to seek what is true. So, of course, those resonate with me.
Let's see if I can find any more.
Sometimes it's scary, feeling like you're the only one thinking these thoughts. But it's also kind of empowering too, to be able to think these thoughts. You can remove the too many roles complainer if you want to. For me.
Now that you complain about it, now you're gonna keep it.
Well, didn't really complain about it, but sure.
But now you are, right? Are you?
If you mention it, that means you're complaining. Just to explain that a little bit. No, that's how it works for real. Anything else? No, but this, yes.
Yeah. Also, I'm a stargazer, like in the literal sense.
Oh, I like that one, Stargazer. I'm definitely a Stargazer. Stargazer.
Even though I don't really have a camera for it, I just use my eyes for it. My dad actually recently bought a telescope. We are going to test it someday. We're just waiting for like a holiday off so we can do it at night.
Oh man, too bad you couldn't have done it for the damn lunar eclipse a couple days ago. Because we ain't gonna have one and for almost 3 years since that last one.
Okay.
That's what I heard.
Well, we are going to test like curvature, which is pretty easy where my location is at. Well, it's like fjords everywhere, and some of them are like straight for a long while. And I've tested it with the Globe Earth calculator, and it seems to it should curve in their model like a lot. This should be hidden by a lot of meters. If you do it at the most extremes, it's like think it. If you are standing at 2 feet, it's like some places there are like I think it's almost like 20 or 30 meters. It's the water should hide something behind, which is pretty exciting. My dad is still a
Oh, you're talking about. Are you saying where is the sagittal hump? Is that what you're saying?
Sorry.
The water.
Walk up a little bit.
Oh, you know what? I need to get off my Wi-Fi. Hold on. All right, am I good now? I had to get off my Wi-Fi.
You're good.
All right, so I forget what I said just now. I think were you alluding to what also referred to as a sagittal hump, as in water?
I didn't say that, but what does that?
No, I wasn't trying to imply that you were saying that. I was not trying to do that. I mean, maybe. I mean, it was a question. It wasn't. So okay. So can you restate what you just said a moment ago?
Yeah, I was saying that if the globe model is correct, and we do our experiments, the like shoreline should be hidden by like at the extremities is like 20 meters or so at the most extreme points I found around locations where I live. So that would be pretty interesting if we can see all across it, which I'm pretty sure we are going to. He's not so sure. He thinks it's going to be hidden by it, of course, because he's a glober. But he's at least open to it. I've debated him on this for a long time, so he's a little bit more open to it, I guess. Now. He's not really that intellectually honest, but he's like old too, so he says it's like hard to change his mind on things that he has believed for a long time, as many others do and say.
So, what I was thinking, something you said made me think of something that, I don't know, I guess it could be considered a ridiculous argument considering we can't verify it by any kind of surveying or whatnot. Not just anybody can go way up in the sky. But shouldn't there be at some elevation height where, you're above the topography, let's just say, and from a long distance observation, shouldn't you see buildings like not looking straight up and down?
Yeah, that's the people at the Portuguese scientists on it's called the Convex Earth documentary or something.
Know who you're talking about. I do know who you're talking about. That was I liked it, but wasn't it like trolled big time, or they trolled themselves or something? They had some kind of. Guys remember
That's an actual misconception of the people brought up into the community, because every time that documentary is talked about, people throw the baby with the bathwater, because the guy that made the documentary, that he had nothing to do. So listen, the documentary was filming these researchers with decades of experience in the field, in many fields, not just one field, multiple fields, and researchers from multiple nations that got together to do these tests, right? So this guy was to do this a bunch of tests, right? So the guy that recorded and made the documentary, this guy is he's made other documentaries in the past, and there is controversy with this guy making claims. But this guy making the documentary, he's not one of the researchers. He's a documentary making guy.
Oh, that's so
And
good
he made a comment about some alien that told some Brazilian kids that the earth was flat, and that was taken as a joke, as a meme joke, that an alien told flat earthers that the earth was flat, right? And so people grabbed the tests and the researchers and completely throw them under the bus, because the guy said that. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
But the thing is that the tests that they did are actually nails nailed to the coffins of the globe, actual solid nail coffins, and people throw them under the bus. I don't know how dumb some flat earthers can be, but I remember I mentioned this documentary a few times, and every time I mention it, people here say, "Oh, but they said that an alien said the earth was flat."
Yeah, you know what?
It's ridiculous.
I'm so glad you brought that up, and straighten us all out on that, because that does happen when you collaborate with people. Sometimes they go rogue, or they've been rogue before. I get that. And so I would be willing to contend and stake my life on it that the work that they did, that it could be replicated. So, I mean,
you know the thing, that they didn't claim flat Earth. These researchers actually were testing for the globe, and they came to the conclusion that there was no curvature anywhere to be found, and they probably made some extra speculative conclusions outside of the research, right? Because they're people themselves. So they probably made a few comments here and there and made some erroneous conclusions at the end of the totality of the shape of the universe or whatever, right? But the test that they did, looking for the curve, in their conclusions they said there is no curvature of 3,959 miles, so they couldn't find it because they were looking for it and they couldn't find it.
So they were kind of like, "Hey, y'all, it's not a globe." Is that what you're saying?
Not a globe, exactly. It's not a globe. They didn't say flat Earth in a sense. I think they did mention it. But
my stance as well. I mean, I don't really like to use the term flat Earth. For one, it's been stigmatized. We all know this and experience it. So I like what people have been saying lately. True Earther. That sounds pretty cool. So I don't know, but I really liked that documentary, and I was really sad to discover the controversy, stupidness that we just heard about. But
yeah, attack the argument, not the person. I guess it's
right. Yeah, So yeah, the facts speak for themselves. The data
Yeah,
speaks for.
never mind that these researchers spend decades, have decades of experience on many fields, and they actually build their own laser that was more powerful than any laser they were able to buy. They put radio. They connected radio towers from point A to point B, line of sight, and show there was no hump of water between the two towers. They did observations of they demonstrated that the phenomena people call boats going over the horizon. They demonstrated that that doesn't happen because it's a perspective thing and visibility thing. So they demonstrated that that claim is false, that the boat goes over the horizon. They
So it's
also
like
did a triangulation measurement between 3 points on a body of water, and there was no curvature between the 3 points. And yeah,
wow.
never mind that. No, they someone said that an alien told some children that the Earth was flat. Therefore, we have to throw out all of the tests and all the decades of experience that the people have.
Right, they are expertise in their field, and that should be acknowledged, in my opinion. You don't need a piece of paper. My mother didn't have a piece of paper. She was a journeyman upholsterer for many decades. So, yeah, I agree with you. I appreciate everything you said. Thanks so much for that. But yeah, the whole
It's good that you recognize it. No, it's good that you recognize that because some people in this channel, multiple people that they have every time they hear about these researchers, Brazilian researchers. This guy said Portuguese, but I think they were Brazilians, and it wasn't just Brazilians. There was some European guys with the Brazilians, and I think that there might be some Portuguese people as well in the mix. But it was people researchers from many nations, and some people throw the whole thing under the bus because some stupid comments.
Right. I got a theory though. Maybe, and this is going to sound crazy, so bear with me. Maybe it was meant to happen for them to be thrown under the bus and speculated upon and such, because you know why? Because what you said, you can't just throw the baby out with the bathwater. And that is something generally known to all nations, all humans. That's common sense almost. So, I guess it would divide people who are not ready to hear information from those who are. So, a lot of things that could be seen as bad actually can be used for good. We all know this too, right? So that's my theory. Y'all. I mean, that was like years ago, like 3, 4 maybe years ago now that happened. But yeah, it was a big, huge meme, and everybody was making fun of the people who were making fun of Bilu. So it was like, that was when I used to listen to Glowbusters, and I think Patricia Steer was still doing with Mark Sargent. So yeah, maybe it's like more than 4 years.
Wow.
The only thing I don't like about it is it's a space in the background, and they assume it's space behind it. It makes sense because of their background and stuff, but it's like still an assumption they haven't proven.
Think about it, right? These researchers, they did research to their immediate environment. They tested.
And also, I have an interesting question that I'm pretty confused about. They barely even covered the stuff about the continent outside. You can see it in the thumbnail. What even is that? And how did they get there? And how did they find
They said that they launched a high altitude balloon with some type of optical equipment or something, and they said that they were able to detect an ice region and a continent beyond the ice region.
Wow. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Wait, I didn't know that. Wait, what are you talking about, you guys? That's exciting AF. I mean,
say that again. But I felt it was barely covered at all. Yeah, sorry.
In the documentary, they just touched upon it?
Yeah, they briefly mentioned it when they were he was speaking Portuguese or he was the Brazilian one of the Brazilian researchers. There was they were asking him questions and he was talking about one of they launched a helium balloon or a high altitude balloon, and they said that that's what he claimed, that they detected a continent beyond and the ice region.
Do you know how many thousand feet up in the air they were?
That's a good question. I know there is they have a paper of specifics, but it was in Portuguese, so maybe someone translated it. But I remember seeing that a long time ago.
Yeah, it's been a long time, but the reason why I ask is because one of my favorite flat earthers is Dwayne Kellum, and he's done like 2 different high altitude balloon recordings. He's pretty into it, or he was until life got in the way, and he's doing other things right now, but I'm sure he'll be back at it at some point, maybe a year from now, who knows. But anyway, he's gone in excess of 120,000 feet.
But maybe he wasn't that close to an Antarctic rim or.
Oh no! I mean, you're talking about somebody in South America, correct?
Yeah,
the group was in South America.
In South America, yes, they're probably doing it there. Yeah, I think.
No, you know something. For my understanding, I could be wrong, but for my understanding, they actually launched the balloon in the northern countries, like one of the northern European countries. So I think they were
like
probably looking towards the north. Yeah, they were looking towards the north when they did that. So this might be.
That doesn't make any sense at all, because that's farther south, that continent. If you just look at the thumbnail, the north is in the center of the biggest pond. And
yeah, but you don't know how big. But remember, you don't know how big the north is, and they might be an island or a big country or a big. You could call it a continent, but it's not probably as big as South America. It's not as big as Africa, but it might be a big piece of land. Yeah.
Ancient maps allude to what was, I believe, titled Mount Meru.
Hey, but I could be wrong about where they launched the balloon. I don't remember well, but in my mind, my imagery kind of tells me that they were showing something that it looked like it was in the northern countries, and they were working with someone in Switzerland or something like that. They were working with some European people. That I probably mixed the information a little bit because I was translating. I was
awesome
listening. Listen, I speak Spanish and English. I was reading the translation in English and listening to the guy speaking Portuguese. So I was translating from multiple angles, and I got mostly everything what they said, because I can understand Portuguese pretty well.
Fist bump, bro.
I'm still confused though, because if you're gonna like find stuff that is farther south, you don't go farther north to see it.
No, but you might be having a misconception of what they were trying to do. They weren't trying to find something south. They weren't trying to do that. They just launched a balloon up in the air. The only thing that the thing that is in question at this moment is where they launched the balloon from. I'm not 100% sure, but from my memory, I thought they did it from the northern European countries.
Yeah, you're just translating. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, but also if they were launching it close to the north, they could probably also see that maybe the topography or how the north is. Could map that out, because
so that was
have you seen the
issue,
4 years ago. 4 years ago, the documentary was. That's all I want to say. Thanks.
Yeah, I saw that.
Have you seen some of the depictions of the old maps that they might be right or they might be wrong? Who knows? But there is some depictions of islands in the north.
Yeah, you have like Friesland or something it's called, and also Hyperborea, the four like islands there, and also like Black Rock Mountain. No,
I so should rewatch this again. I have not watched it since it first came out. So yeah, long time. I'm not sure if I agree with that take.
This year.
I mean, I know they've done observations, measurements, what have you, triangulation, but I just don't think that's the clarity of what we're dealing with.
My point about, like I was trying to tell you, you see that depiction in the documentary?
Yeah,
so remember, the tests that they did this test mostly, they went to multiple areas in the world. They went to Peru, they went to the lake Tihuaca. There's a big lake that they went to. They went to Tres Minas in Brazil. They went to Europe. So they did test a bunch of locations, but they still don't have the bigger scale of what this place is. So from the test that they made, from the test that they made, they were able to determine that there's no curvature anywhere because of all the tests they did, but they didn't test the whole thing. And in their minds, they still haven't filtered out from the propaganda of the flying globe. So in their minds, they probably still haven't, they haven't considered gas pressure and containment and that kind of stuff.
Hopefully,
and maybe
now
they probably didn't consider back then, but by the moment, they were being asked questions by many people were asking them questions, even the documentary guy. So they probably made some conclusions and made a depiction that is probably most likely wrong. But that doesn't take away from the test.
My thinking is they're once again trying to shock people into, hey, pay attention to this. So that's going to get anybody's attention, this flat rock going through space, So that's going to get somebody's attention immediately. It's going to draw somebody into the topic. They see that thumbnail, they're going to be like, that shit is stupid. I want to see how stupid these guys are.
Maybe if they probably had more context, maybe the firmament, the design of the luminaries, and if they were able to put the horizontal level plane.
I'm sorry, but that's also like programming and stuff. I think it's actually like better to like be like testing for that stuff, but also not assuming that it's space outside or a firmament or something.
Okay, well,
only evidence for firmament we have is the rocket that crashed in it.
See, the thing is
when I say firmament, my bad, I didn't finish. I'm sorry. When I mention firmament or whatever, I'm mentioning also a ceiling, and for me it's pretty obvious there is a ceiling of some sort, or I wouldn't say one. I will say there's multiple layers to that, but the thing is, what I'm saying about them, that they made this depiction, they didn't have the whole context, and they probably didn't consider other variables. That's why they came with a limited understanding of, and they wanted to depict the whole thing, the whole Earth, and they depicted it kind of like that,
They based it on the reality and the stuff they didn't know.
Damn, bro.
Sorry, yeah.
So my takeaway from the thumbnail, and that hopefully others would think of this as well. So if they make the conclusion that it's not a ball, then what's holding all the water in? What's containing the water? So the convexity thing that they go with, I think, that's something I would, like I said, I need to watch it again, but what contains the water? There's got to be something convex somewhere. I mean, we can't have infinite water, can we? Maybe we can, but
they said they were gonna do other type of research, but I don't know if they probably were defunded or something happened. I don't. They I remember them speaking. They were gonna do more stuff, but I haven't seen anything else. If anybody has any updates from them, yeah.
A rock in space definitely tells us that they believe in gravity. There you go. That's all we need to say, really.
But imagine them coming. Imagine them coming from the perspective that the Earth is a spinning globe. Then someone tells them, "Hey, there is no curvature. Let's test for that." And you're claiming there is no curvature. All right, let's test it. They actually did the test, and from that moment, they started realizing there was no curvature, and they had a bunch of ideas in their mind. So they couldn't cover gravity at that moment. They couldn't cover containment and all. They couldn't have all the answers right there and there and then, you know. So it takes more time to kind of probably put the whole construct together. I will say in a better context with a lot of the variables. Yeah. That's why the depiction looks like that.
Yeah, and they base it. What's interesting is they base it on observable reality, and the stuff they don't know, they base it on the mainstream model.
But if they still are showing this outer space idea at all, then they've completely missed the point, and that's literally more dangerous than the globe. Now you're still allowing for outer space?
Well, there's just only one proof, as far as I know, that the firmament is there. I mean, it could possibly be like infinite up.
Does the EXO you understand what I was trying to say? Like they did the test, right? But they still were missing some context from, you know, maybe they depicted something, but they were still missing a bunch of things beside the test that they did, and then they came to the conclusion that there was no curvature. But in my opinion, they were missing the containment, the firmament, and the cycles of the luminaries and all that kind of stuff. So they maybe depicted something erroneous, and the thing that it was kind of like a rock floating through space because they obviously didn't.
That's the problem, yeah.
Yeah, but there's no proof there isn't that it isn't. I don't believe it myself, but I'm just saying there's no proof that it isn't like that, as far as I know.
Well, everything dictates that we don't live in a space of nothing. That's the point, is that they've taken away reality and they gave people nothing, an infinite omnidirectional nothing, a bottomless pit. That is the deception. That's the underlying factor here. That's the real point of this. Satan couldn't hide the earth. He hid heaven. He took away everything.
There is no curvature. The point about flat earth is that there's no curvature. It's not about if there's space or not. I don't think there is.
Yes, I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm not a flat earther. Yeah, that's why flat earth is holding back the big truth then. Yeah, that's my point. That's a big problem.
You see in the depiction of the convex Earth, it even looks almost like the sun is far away, like in the solar system. So they didn't even consider the luminaries to be in a more closer near system. They still probably were considering the sun at 93 million miles away. You know what I'm saying? So that they were missing a lot of different variables to be able to come to a more concrete conclusion for whatever they try to depict.
Yeah, but it's a start, I guess. It's a start. They
did debunk the globe. They did debunk the globe because no curvature, but still missing the whole thing here.
The takeaway from this video is that we should base stuff on observable reality. Yes, that's it. And I don't think it's dangerous to have ideas that think that it's like space outside.
Oh, that is absolutely the most insane religion in history, and it takes away everybody's senses, and it literally removes your ability to think if you believe in outer space. That is the crux of the New Age satanic foundation for all their belief systems.
But maybe it's like space, but like there is directionality to it. like it's up and down and stuff, and there are all the floating islands for no reason or something.
The point is that they took away heaven. That's the whole point, is that they took away heavens above. That's what celestial means, heaven. It's not space, it's heaven. That's the great deception, yeah.
Well, but that's based on a book, not observable reality. I'm sorry, but that's what it is.
No, that is the observable reality. That's what it's called. It's been called that for 6,000 years, way before you were ever here. It's already been the heavens above. Yeah, it's already been the heaven. Yeah, that's reality. Yeah, that's just how it is. We see luminaries in a heavenly bodies. They're called celestial because that means heaven. It's the outer space that is the New Age religion. Yeah, it's always been heaven.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of naive to assume there is space outside. I would agree with that. I wouldn't claim anything that it is or isn't. It's my point.
Well, right. Well, we all have different jobs. I have a different gig. Jemsy understands, like, if I only have 30 seconds to talk to somebody, I'm never going to see them the rest of my life. Flat Earth doesn't even get brought up. That's secondary. I tell them outer space is a hoax, and everything they show you on TV when it comes to outer space is a lie. That's the real deception. And if they can figure that out, Flat Earth is eventually going to be in their eyesights anyway, then they can pass that as well, because that's not a correct terminology. There's all kinds of problems, but the Flat Earth is literally on the back burner compared to this outer space deception.
Okay. Sure.
Jenny wants a container for the water. That's actually a good question. It's in Genesis 1:2, and darkness was on the face of the deep. That is the volume of the creation that holds the water. Yeah, the earth isn't holding water. The deep holds the water. Genesis 1.
The deep. Like,
also known as the abyss. The abyss is my favorite term for it. Yes.
Okay.
I would like to experiment with that. That would be cool if we could go down there and check it.
Well, near what continent is the Marianas Trench, you guys?
Oh, I forgot. Is that the borehole in Russia? No, that is not it.
No, this is supposed to be, I believe, the deepest part known to man in the ocean.
No, that's the borehole. Oh yeah, the ocean. Okay, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that would be a drop in the bucket compared to the deep. That's nothing compared to God's deep. So God's deep would be probably eons deeper than that. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but there's got to be an entrance. I mean, there's caves everywhere. So, yeah.
Well, the problem is, do you have access to that technology, right? Yeah, we can't even explore the ocean floor. That's just a reality. So when you realize that, how could you believe that you could explore a fantasy of nothing above us with no, you know what I mean? So we can't even explore what we can dive into.
It's right south of the Japanese southern islands, where Guam is.
So my question always goes to, how is it that you have the plates, the tectonic plates? In authoritative sources, you have the abysmal plains covers like 70% or more or something, but it's all flat. How can you have a bunch of flat shit on a globe? I mean, I'm doing a horrible job of being articulate, and, I don't have a link. If I had a computer, I probably would. But, yeah. Getting where I'm going here. I mean...
Hello.
Hey. Perfect timing.
For what?
What's up with you?
Nothing.
Well, no, I just wasn't doing a great job at talking, so you came in. I'm like, hey. So what's up?
I thought somebody was talking.
Yeah. Yeah, all I have is my phone. I don't have a battle station, aka a computer.
I'll be back.
All right, TTFN.
What does that mean?
TTFN. I think it was said by some.
What does FN mean?
Winnie the Pooh character. Ta-ta for
FN?
now. Ta-ta for now. I think it was Tigger. I'm not sure.
But what does the FN mean?
For now.
For now. Oh. Is my connection not coming in good, y'all?
No, I heard you. I heard you. It was just a who's on first issue, yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't understand it.
No problem. It's all good in the neighborhood. We're circumnavigation.
The Mariana Trench.
What about the Mariana Trench?
I was asking about it earlier.
Can somebody?
Why don't we put our money into exploring that rather than the fucking space?
I know, right? Probably so much easier.
Like the Pacific. Also, the Pacific was like if you go to Google Earth and it's just pixelated everywhere. You can't see anything, and you see a bunch of like lines everywhere.
This could be so easy for. We already have the qualified people to be in water. We have astronauts. I mean, they're qualified and trained for underwater.
They also film the space station footage underwater.
Right.
The irony. The irony of that. When they tell us that there's not waters above, but when they fake it, they have to do it in water. You see, that's another biblical thing right there.
That's hilarious.
I never thought of it quite like that. I so appreciate you pointing that out. That's amazing.
I never thought of it like that before.
Inverted, yeah. Everything they do is they mock and then they copy.
Geniuses.
I don't have that label. I'm not a flat earther.
Well, if they call people like Neil deGrasse Tyson geniuses, then you're definitely way past it.
Yeah, upside down clown world, y'all. That's what we have going on. Some are ignorant.
Yep.
Ignorance is bliss. Good for those people. Some people don't want to know. Good for them. Don't know what's going to become of those people when the shit goes down, but we shall see. Well, hopefully we don't.
What shit goes down? The shit's always going down. Haven't you noticed? From 9/11 to now.
She means when heaven comes down and the King of Kings comes out and start cutting things out of this place. That's what she meant.
Yeah, when it gets serious. Like serious. Or if there's like an apocalypse, like the Walking Dead show, those people will go first. They'll perish first before we would.
I think people are getting prepared for the invasion of the aliens, right? And they're gonna get the armies ready from when the aliens comes. People are gonna go fight the aliens, and I guess it's possible that they preparing themselves with a war with God.
Holy cow!
They're just gonna perish because everything is a war. Everything is against God, right? Everything is against the Creator. And they're preparing people for the aliens coming from heaven, coming from above. So yeah, whenever they show up, whenever God comes from heaven, the aliens, right? People are gonna fight and they're gonna perish. Because
holy cow! I have heard of a place called Guam before. I'm horrible at geometry. I'm looking at this picture, and where is it? It's like on the very tippy top of the Marianas Trench. I mean, that's kind of scary. I would not want to be there.
Why? Because it's cold?
Well, when you're talking about deeper waters, you're talking about bigger animals in the water. Right?
Wow.
I mean, like sharks?
Or sharks? Worry about squids, or the squids eat the sharks.
Oh,
giant
all right.
Squids.
They strangle you to death.
Yeah, see that too. All right. I don't know if I'd want to visit there. I really don't. Even if somebody paid me a lot of money to live in the lap of luxury for a week, I don't think I'd want to go.
They pay you money to go die in the Marianas Trench.
Ooh, glad. I love that scientism. I'm taking that. All right. That's awesome. In Mario Galaxy? Holy cow, I didn't know they were going that far with that game. Holy moly. Are you for real? That's a real snapshot of the game?
That's the main hub, I think, yeah.
You see how the whole universe in Mario Galaxy is built on a platform and a horizontal plane platform. So they give you like balls on top of the platform.
Dude, and in the middle, that's like a toroidal field or some shit. That's like pretty incredible.
Oh, fucking, it's, you're deep into
linear existence, Gemsy.
Yeah.
I think it's just artistical, you know. Pretty sure.
Well, yeah, I don't think any of that's real. Yeah, that's definitely not real. Yep, it's all artistic. Yep.
Well, it depends on what conception.
I mean, it's a video game. What do you expect? And
you guys have never heard of the cosmic egg theory? Because that's what that looks like.
It doesn't have that much power over Eastern nations to.
I think that's no.
Is it like a bunny egg or like a?
Yeah, like a bunny egg. Well, there would be a I guess I don't know how like a spear around it, but there are different levels of the Earth. It has been again. You guys got me again. I just don't. Ooh, I don't have that stuff at the.
Actually, the cosmic egg or the sphere is a representation of what is up in heaven, which is the shape of creation.
Well, it alludes to other creations that moved outward from the center of creation. So there's other lands.
There you go, an expression of it. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you.
Other lands. Yeah, other lands with their own sun and moon. And that's what they say planets are within that theory or whatever.
I think the planets are basically like you're looking at a light up area of the layers above, and you can see the gases being excited by the input into the system, and at the lower layer, the ceiling above our head, the sun and the moon, you can see those expressions. But you see Mars. I have a video here. Where is it? Where is it?
So the channel Norb's World doesn't exist anymore. He did a perfect CGI rendition of the theory. Man.
Look at this, Jen. Look what I posted in the live stream. Oh, it's coming up. You could probably see it now. It's pretty short.
Oh, here we go. I found part of it. All right, I'm going to look at what you got. Hold on.
It's like 1 minute, but you'll get.
Okay, I'll watch it. Come on, internet. Oh, I love it.
Krypton is going crazy.
Oh man, that's so cool. I love that. So it's an electromagnetic type of.
So it's a Tesla coil, right? You see how the Tesla coil is behind the noble gases, outside of the container of the gases. So you could be exciting the gases that are different layers or different chambers. So when you look up,
go ahead. Well, I just remember this topic being discussed that there is a difference between daylight and sunlight. Is that not correct? When you start talking about
the thing that you have to, I think we want to, at least I take from that myself, is that people kind of concentrate on the sun, like being the source of, you know how in the heliocentric model, even though I don't like talking too much about that perspective, the fake perspective, they tell you that you come from the sun, and the sun is kind of like the source of the light, and the other lights that you see are also other suns. It's kind of like sun worshippers in a sense. So they're telling you sunlight. This sun concept is a heliocentric or globe concept that they're trying to give you. So you're thinking from that concept, from that idea. Sunlight.
I'm thinking of. Oh yeah, I don't know. That doesn't. I'm not following you on what you're.
So the sun is one light out of it, but the sun is not the source of the light. When you look up at the luminaries, you see many lights, right?
That's what I mean. What you just said. That's what I was talking about. So it would be daylight, which is light from the gases in the atmosphere.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's exactly, yeah. That the daylight is definitely, you can see the gases around you being excited, yeah, and the medium around you, it's being illuminated.
Yeah, and you know who photographed it? There's a really cool guy that photographed that, and I can't forget his name. I forget his name. I'd have to look him up. But you know, if you pay attention, you can see the. And the atmosphere. I just think it's incredible. You go ahead and talk about it because I'm loving everything you're saying. That makes total sense to me. I mean, so yeah, a Tesla coil.
When you look at the layers above, imagine that Tesla coil being above the layers that you're looking through, and multiple layers, and let's say different gases or different chambers of different. That's why you see Mars is a different color, Venus is a different color, Jupiter, they call it gas giants, right? Gas, right. The fluids above, the waters above, right? And this electric input into this system is passing through multiple layers, and you can see it lighting up with multiple colors, right? And they're always in reference to the sun and the moon. You see how the planets are always in reference to the sun and the moon, depending on the angle and the movement of the sun and the moon, almost like a watch. But the thing is that I would say the Tesla coil or the laser, that electric ray that is coming from, I would say, the source, God, or the city of God up in heaven, is coming through the layers above. And you see that expression as the sun, the moon, and the wandering stars.
And you know why I agree is because the sun wasn't created on the first day in the Bible, the creation story. No. The sun was created, on the third or fourth day? That's kind of weird.
Yeah, so it's not the source. It's not the source of the light. It's an expression. It's like, I would say the sun is almost like a window, because when you look at the sun, and you're looking through the layers above, and depending on the angle, you can see this focal point, and you basically are looking almost like a window to heaven or something like that, right? It's almost like a light, but it's not the source of the light. It's coming from somewhere, and that somewhere, it's above the layers above, which is the source or the cause of the effects. Yeah.
Some speculate it comes from underneath, from the center.
Well, underneath is part of the build, because it's not one thing. There is the ground, there is the medium that we're in, there is the layers above, and there's not just an input into the system, there is a flow in and out of the system. So whatever input is coming from heaven, and that vortex that you see above, that is also a result of the rotation of the structure above. So that input is also flowing from above to the system and away from the system. So when you say from the ground, yeah, it's flowing towards the ground and away from it as well. Just like heat and cold, high pressure, low pressure. People label electricity high positive energy, positive and negative. So yeah, it's a flow from above to the ground, back to the sky.
Okay, so don't you think Mario Galaxy, that picture, like in the middle, like undoubtedly, would that be the Tesla coil? If we were to speculate and point things out like that.
I think it's more
No.
like primal fusion technology. Looks more like it, if you know what I mean. It's like a free energy device. You can see it on YouTube. Yes, explaining how to make it and stuff. I'm searching primal fusion on YouTube. I think you.
You mean the sun? You're talking about the sun?
No, I was just asking about that game, the picture. It was way up there on the chat.
I will show you how it looks like.
I was off base anyway. It's all good.
No, I know what you're talking about. I mean, when you said the plasma, the Tesla coil. What I was referring about the test. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, just look at that in chat I sent. That's.
Yeah, so you
like
see. Exactly. So how you see the effect? You see the light in the middle of that fusion, right? You see the effect, which is this light, the spark of light. But you need to build the machinery to be able to accomplish that. So what we see as the sun and the luminaries, those are effects that are being caused because of the construct in place. So it's a structural machine, like working like a clock, like a machine,
well, it is a clock.
and you're seeing the effects. What was that?
Yeah, well, it is a clock. I said.
It is a clock, but it's an actual physical machine. I mean, it's not just the lights that we see. It's not just that. The lights are an effect that is being caused, and it's part of that input into this system. Like when you have a terrarium and you have the light that is inputting the heat into the terrarium, you have the heat outside of the terrarium that is not even part of the terrarium, but to be able to keep the terrarium going and alive, you need the input into the terrarium.
I love how you say terrarium. Hey, just I'm gonna pop in here real quick and I'll let you guys talk still. But so I am crazy. I think Stephen King depicted the middle correctly. You know, like the Dark Tower, like in the middle. No fans out there. Okay, never mind.
Dark Tower. I heard of it, but I never watched it. We have Copulator 648. Copulator. It's a new member with no roles. You can mute yourself, and you can ask Yen one question of your choice.
Did you just volunteer me?
Yeah, he better make it good, right, Jen?
I guess.
I mean, I say he, but it could be she, he, it, we, them, it.
Anything. I don't think it is ever on a list. I'm just going to say.
And today I'm going to identify as a used racquetball court from the 70s.
Okay, yeah. But we can't go there. I think y'all know that. So
I'm going to try not to butcher the name. So Sroji Copulator 648. Sroji. Welcome to the server.
Hey, you guys know what copulation is, right?
What?
Yes, I have some. I have some in my pocket.
Copulation. Look up copulation. It's inappropriate, but it's funny. Whatever.
Alrighty then. Hey, Choppy Dog. Hey, so yeah. What if our realm is like the Dark Tower? I should reread those books. It's
The Dark Tower.
I think they.
A question I have for.
Oh, go ahead, dude.
Just somebody gave me the role, not here to learn. Please remove it.
Oh, I love that Tree of Life picture. That's so cool.
Yeah, Srogi is in debate text at the moment, and we're waiting on him to provide evidence that fisheye lens cause curved lines to look straight.
See. But then what about 360 camera? That's like the horizon is. Never mind. These guys are hopeless. Kinda.
Well, just remember, guys, nobody asked to be lied to.
Yeah.
Hey, so Artemis still hasn't been back to the moon, right? Or have they said that it went or something?
It's 16th of November, I think.
Oh, okay. So they pushed it back. What is it now? 6 months?
I don't know.
Talking to a
I don't know.
No, they pushed it. It's December now. It's not even.
Oh, now December.
These guys are fucking. Yeah, dude. It's so funny, bro. Because I just have to laugh because they're never gonna do this. They're never gonna do this.
Yeah. I wonder. Yeah, they're stalling. I wonder why they're stalling. 'Cause, maybe they're just seeing how long they can milk the lie out and have people still buy it. I don't know.
They just want you to forget about it. That's what they're banking on.
Yeah.
They make this bold proposal, and then all of a sudden something else happens. Right, war breaks out. A hurricane. So there we go. Just keeps going. These guys are special, man.
That's crazy. How many attempts? So did they make another attempt and if they stalled it? They stopped it? Or?
Well, the problem was they said, "Oh, we're having fuel problems, fuel leak." I'm like, well, apparently Japan has been on the moon with their little satellite orbiting the moon. I'm like, well, why not just talk to Japan? They seem to have figured it out. It's an unmanned one that's supposed to be manned, right? No, it's unmanned. It's an unmanned mission.
Yeah, but the Japanese, they speak a different language, so it will be difficult to communicate with them to figure this out.
I mean, Resident Evil is easily translated into the U.S. You can't. If video game code can easily figure it out, how come NASA can't?
Bro, are you a rocket scientist?
No, bro. I didn't know you had to.
Exactly. So you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh man, dang, dude. Thanks for letting me know, bro. I really thought you could just be a regular dude. These guys are something special, man.
Don't worry, NASA got you. One day you'll be able to go to Walmart on the moon and go to McDonald's. and vacation to the moon. One day you will. Don't worry. And once you have your vacation on the moon, you're gonna see, wow, I remember back then when I used to be a flat earther. What a dumbass. Looking back to the globe. The irony. Where's the new people? New people, please ask something and save us from fraud.
Yo, Gemsy. Shane. He lost his other account. He got axed. Is it possible you can get him associated, please?
Shane has been unmuted, and he can open his mic and speak his mind.
Yeah, I can vouch for Shane. Go ahead.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, man, I had my account taken down yesterday by the Mr. Big Gambino who's throwing a fit. That is what it is.
Shane, welcome back. I've heard of you before, so...
I think, if I may state that, Shane's at least... What was your last tags that you had, dude?
I only had Flat Earther and Lincoln Bedroll, to be honest.
All right, that should be enough for now. If you want anything else, let me know.
Please give him valued. Please, at least give him valued, please.
You have to beg.
He's our resident Star Trails guy.
Yeah, funny thing, I was doing a presentation on just that when it went down, and literally it took me 12 minutes to make a new account and get back in and rejoin the same stream. Kind of proud.
Good job, man.
Never confess that out loud.
What happened, Shane?
What?
What happened, mate? Got taken down.
I mean, so yeah, I had a private server. I was doing stuff there.
Yeah, your channel.
Yeah, and then Big Gambino wanted to be there, and I told him no. And then he made some stuff up about YouTube censorship and how I couldn't censor him. And I said, dude, this is like you walked into someone's house and you're in their living room and they're politely asking you to leave, and you decide to sit down and go to their fridge, right? So please, booted him again. And then he must have changed his VPN and came back in and reported me, and then, took me down, right?
So no more debates?
Hell no. What do you mean? I got a new one I got to promote right now. All right, we got one today. Okay. You can't stop. You can't stop us, dude.
Good stuff, mate.
Even though they'd like to try, apparently, right? Makes them feel powerful. Like when I came back in, he's like, "Did you learn a lesson?" I was like, "Nope. I already knew you were a whiny bitch." Anyway, and I got to go around, make the rounds, and collect stuff and tell everyone what happened. If anyone who was my friend, please friend me up. Or anyone, really. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Glad you're back, man.
It's like someone can come and accuse you of something, and the administrator, the Discord people will be like, yeah, okay, let's delete that person because you said so.
Right. I mean, I wasn't as careful on that server about posting links with certain keywords in it as I should have been, I guess. It could have been someone else for all I know, but, I'm not going to rule out it was my fault, yeah.
It's your fault for speaking something that you shouldn't be talking about. Like, you're not being a good boy.
Right? Yeah, I kind of pride myself on that, Jimsy. I don't live my life by YouTube guidelines, that's for sure. Certainly not going to censor myself on platforms. Yeah. I mean, here, but on the other servers where it was worse, right? Because the same guy somehow got mod powers and was trying to dismantle the server with the most malicious intent, right? What kind of person does that? As soon as he gets power, he's like, oh, let's remove this, screw this up, change this around. Stop, everyone stop. Get this guy out of here. Let's continue. What are you guys talking about? going on in here?
Talking between ourselves about barely anything.
Nice.
Okay. Well, I already got Gemsy, so it's too late, Shane. They ain't going to be able to take him away, so all I need is a couple more, man, and I can start my cult movement.
You need a lieutenant for a cult? I could be a cult lieutenant.
Hey, what?
I already, yeah, all I need is like two. I mean, all I need is 12 guys. I mean, Jesus had 12 apostles. I got like 9 now, 8. We're almost there, Gemsy.
Damn. I don't know, man. I can't walk for long distances. I'm gonna have to stay in Discord while you do the walking and running. I'll be here.
Well, I'll just give you the keys to my truck. You can drive. You know.
Oh, I can drive.
I don't feel like walking either, so I'll drive.
Oh, cool. Hopefully your truck is not an electric vehicle, because I don't want to have that battery anxiety.
No, I know. Yeah, that's a theft deterrent. Yeah, bro. Everywhere I park it, I unplug the battery. Actually, yeah, but yeah,
you can run that. You can unplug your battery.
That's right. Yeah, I know. Every time. Yeah. So if anybody gets inside of it and if they can break the lock and by the time they get there, maybe they'll make some noise. They'll be really frustrated, you know. So I think it's a good theft deterrent. Yeah, eventually none of those electric cars will work, obviously.
She's rich, yeah.
So Shane, is that other 24 cosmology channel still up or no?
Oh yeah, completely unaffected, right?
It is. Okay.
So,
all right,
yeah.
sweet.
He did try to get in there and make some changes, but luckily we have a lot of people watching, so it didn't go very far.
Beautiful. All right.
Actually, this is a really good time for me to ask this question because we're among family here. So, guys, Shane propositioned me with an idea of doing a reverse debate where I defend the globe. In my heart of hearts, I'm like, I don't know how I feel about this. I feel like I'm almost selling myself out. What are your thoughts on this shit?
I could spar with you. If you want to spar and have a hard time, I can do that for you, but you know, you're going to get frustrated soon.
I mean, right, right, reverse debates are great because it shows how we know both sides of the argument. We know the globe arguments really well. Like I was experimenting with it and the other channel, just like random globers, like, hey, why do you think the sun sets? The answers they give, dude, absolutely absurd, right? And then forget asking them, hey, why does the sun set on flat Earth? Or like, why do the seasons happen on flat Earth? They were like, I don't know. I'm like, you've been sitting here for 3 years listening to our arguments. You haven't listened to a single word. Oh my God. So here's what we're going to do, right? We're going to put a reverse debate. The globe ineptitude will become immediately apparent when they can't answer the most basic questions. And our knowledge will be demonstrated over and over again, since we know, again, as we always say, we know both models, right? And this will be a good way to showcase that. It's also going to be something to have fun with.
Well, don't say both models, though, because then you're implying that you need a model. If you do that, you're going to actually give them something. They're going to hold that against you if you use that term, because they might need a model, but that doesn't mean that you need to use their terms. That might be the most dangerous part of the argument, is that when they give you a term, 90% of the time, it's usually they shouldn't be saying it in the first place. They certainly don't want it on your record.
Well, also, you might end up like soda. So I'd strongly
end up like soda.
Yeah, she used to do that same shit, right? She would, well, let's do a reverse debate type crap, and she ended up going back to the globe side.
Oh fuck that!
Well, that's because she met a boy. Well, you know what happened? She met a boy. She met a boy, became boyfriends with some psychopath on the internet. Now, whatever he said was true.
Oh boy!
You're not a ginormous one.
Yep.
At least she was. My bad.
Y'all never really did believe soda, did you? I never thought soda was genuine.
No, hell no.
Yeah, she was never a flat earther.
She seemed too flighty, you know.
Yeah, she was just latching on to whatever thought she could get popular doing, and she got what she wanted and went over to that side. She had found a boyfriend who was a flat earther. That's where she would have gone. It's just how some people are.
So she sold.
She doesn't have beliefs. No, it's not a sellout. She doesn't have beliefs. She has directions. There's people like that. Most people are like that.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. She couldn't think for herself.
If you use the event properly, it's a good way to showcase the knowledge of our side against the other side. I don't know how else to put. Like every time I've experimented with it, I've had a lot of fun. Right? People like Negator, who's been around the community for like 6 years. You should have heard his answer to why does the sun set on globe Earth. It was the most fun. I'm like, really, dude? I feel kind of like you haven't listened to anything we've ever said to you now. How do you justify that? How do you be in this debate so long and never even listen to one word of the other side's argument? Kind of crazy, man.
Don't let them have the argument. I mean, there's cut through, how you start in this is actually important. Most contests, it doesn't matter how you start, it matters how you finish. But if you start this conversation allowing them to build a straw man, allowing them to give you titles, right, using words like models and maps and things like that, if you there, then they've already got you. You're in their realm. As soon as they get you to acknowledge maps, models, cartoons, things like that, let's look at math, you've already lost. In the long run, maybe not for if you want to sharpen swords or something, you can get different things out of people. But as far as other people on the fence that need to learn, that are brand new, starting this a certain way is sometimes the most dangerous, because you literally develop a bad habit.
Like here's a logical concern that someone brought up to me that I didn't consider for myself, right? If you're debating the other side, it's prime pickings for people to clip you defending the globe and make you look silly. I mean, I guess that's a risk, but I mean, we get the same thing on the other side, so I don't know if it's really worth it. It's not something that I personally care about. People can make me look stupid all day long, but asking people I know to do it, I think that's a fair concern for them to have, I guess. Imbo, you want next?
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Thanks, everyone. I gotta make the rounds and collect everywhere I was. I even gotta join the Glober servers again. Man, that's gonna be fun.
That's what the headhunter has to do. Hunt the heads. And scalp them. We appreciate you, man. Oh, shoot. I hope that was the term I used. I'm sorry. I was never mind.
You imply I'm scalping people, Kiwi?
I don't know what to say anymore. The internet's not a safe place. They've taken away my safe space.
Freaking snowing, man.
We got that over the weekend. Is it staying, Rod? Or is it going away?
No, dude, we had like a foot and a half of snow like 2 days ago.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. So it's staying.
You see that? You see that map I sent? It's from my video game, and they have like 4 lands around a center. The center is called.
Are you a coder or something?
Me? Yeah, but that's unrelated, I guess. I mean, I do program a little bit in Bash and C. But anyways, the center is called Ether Foundation. It's maybe the Mount Meru stuff in real life is connected to Ether, I guess. I mean, Pokemon is probably like infiltrated by, the powers, because it's like the biggest, highest grossing media franchise and stuff. So that would make sense as to why they are like, quote unquote, hiding truth in plain sight. You see that map? Hello?
I'm working, so I can't even look at it.
That's fine.
But what's the other retards doing? Y'all can look at it. I want to know what he's talking about.
Yeah, it's just a map. Has 4 continents around. 4 landmasses around a single small artificial island called the Ether Foundation, like in Ether. And I thought maybe like Mount Meru is some sort of Ether center or something. I don't know. I don't even know what Ether is, to be honest.
You wouldn't be alone in that.
Bro,
Maybe
these
they are
Freemasons
saying
look
that
like
Mount Meru.
These Freemasons look like
Meru
cool
is
guys.
artificial. Yeah, they do, kinda.
What kind of masonry do they do?
Maybe nothing. They are making other people do masonry, I think. For them. And they have no windows and stuff. I have seen a lot of them. And myself.
What do you mean, no windows?
Like, I've seen one Freemason lodge in a city that's not too far from where I'm at. They have literally no windows to the big lodge. It's like multi-story lodge, and they have no windows. And there's one more closer here, which is an Oddfellow lodge. They also have no windows at all. Not let anyone see what's going on there. My boss is actually an Oddfellow. I learned that pretty recently. I just asked him, and he said. So.
Uh-oh, excuse. What happened?
Good job, team.
We went to space! That was absolutely insane.
That was absolutely insane. We went to space.
We went to space.
We went to space.
And then all of a sudden, it really is. It's just black.
I almost talked to a girl.
Circle, super bright layer of blue all the way around the Earth. Biggest of all time, shout out Moondell. Truly the
it's the biggest ever.
Time from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
For real. Holy
This
cow.
is way better than giving hungry people food.
Sir. Pleasure. Lifelong fan. Is the Earth flat?
Lifelong
Not
fan.
flat. I can confirm it's round.
Confirm.
Confirm is round.
This is way better.
Is the Earth a cartoon? No, it's another cartoon. It's not that cartoon that you're talking about. It's this one. This cartoon.
If I could punch that kid, I feel so much better.
Yeah, he needs pushed into the train tracks. Where's Kiwi?
Train tracks.
These people are just this is the zombie apocalypse. I heard what's her name, Janae earlier talking about zombie apocalypse. We already in the zombie apocalypse. Apocalypse means revelation. There's zombies everywhere. We see this now. That's why they made thousands of zombie movies, because they knew we'd be dumb enough to pay attention to the movies and not reality. It is the zombie apocalypse.
You got a point.
So true.
I just opened my window, look outside, see a bunch of zombies.
Zombies,
But see,
yeah,
that's
and my goodness.
That's what World War Z, the book, is about. It's about mindless. It's not about zombies. It's about what we're seeing right now. These people that believe.
You know how you know the original
the only book I ever read.
The original zombies, they used to crave brains because they have no brains, so they have to eat the brains.
Got him. Got him.
Nice,
right there.
That is nice.
He got him. He got him right there. That's it. Exactly. 1,000% right. I was going to have Kiwi. Right, you're already seeing that now.
They used to say it to do it in the movie. Brains. Brains. That's all they could say. Remember? Brains. That's so true. That's awesome.
Dude, now they're going to be saying, booster! Booster!
Oh, they're
That
already
proves it
saying
right
that.
there. That's why that's how you know it's legit. Listen, I mean, that's in 2020. It all had to happen, right? That was a very important date. There was things that had to be issued in. There was technological advancements, an entire population. I mean, for the first time, China, South America, all the countries together, even that are actually enemies on the map, now agree to keep their population's mouths shut, and will even put a mask on your face to make sure we remind you to keep your mouth shut. At the same time, we have been in Revelation for at least 3 years now.
Do you seriously think that?
Wow. Oh, I know it for an absolute fact. Yeah, it's now already a one world government, and people have to have masks on their face instead of disagreeing with their slave masters. And that's why they're all zombies now, can't even think for themselves, believing that the TV now tells me to be afraid of the cold and flu. We've already had the cold and flu for decades and over hundreds of years, but now I have to wear a mask because of it when it didn't matter last year. 2019, it doesn't matter. All of a sudden, 2020. So the fact that people fell for that shows that it's way too late, where you're surrounded by retards and they'll never learn.
They're never gonna learn, bro. It's unfortunate, but true.
This is the dumbest population of men or humans in the history of histories. People that believe in outer space. Yeah. Right, they're not. This is the dumbest population. That's why, see, they're human. See, I'm not a human. They are human. They're human cattle. I'm a child of God. They're humans. And that's the difference. Just like I think, yeah, there's Christianity out there. I'm not a part of that either. I'm a Christian, right? So they're humans. I'm a man. They're a zombie. They have to be somebody's got to be the NPC. That's what you must realize. God actually needs thousands of NPCs because that's going to fulfill the prophecy. The revelation is coming true because of the bowls being poured out, the mindset of people. They're obviously possessed. Nobody would have thought of this was okay 100 years ago. It's a psychosis. It has to be this way, though.
It's definitely been a one world government, I think, quite some time. People just, they fall for all this other deception. Think that Putin and all these other, they're all buddies, every one of them. They're all just playing a script.
But the difference is, though, the what do you call it? The communists, they don't believe in a god, though. They like, with the the people who run this country, they believe, they worship false idols, crap like that.
Well, how does that make a difference? How does that make a difference?
The difference is that's where they don't agree. You see what I'm saying? So there is warfare that's real, but then it's only on that point. They're totalitarianists. They don't care about certain things.
It's all scripted, my friend. All the wars are scripted. They're all fake.
To a certain degree. Well, when you understand, though, if you're a biblical scholar, you understand that there's a real darkness behind this stuff, right?
Well, of course. That's the one world government we're under.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, though,
they control
even within his government, there's dissension, right? Because he fell and he took some others with him, and they don't always get along. They still fight amongst themselves. So it's not just us that are fighting each other. They fight amongst themselves too.
Hello.
Yeah, we got a victim right here in the lobby chat. His name is Dr. Manly X, and he's asking me, where do they go? What are these satellites? Like, they're in your imagination. That's where they go. He says, oh, so they just spin there? Yeah, they spin on TV. Yeah, things spinning on TV in your imagination that's the point. You live in a fantasy. And these people they watch these things on TV. He's never seen it in reality. He's never seen somebody do a spacewalk in reality. And they get this from, again, a television. So even in 2022, people are still brainwashed by 1940s technology. That's how stupid these people are. They're just absolutely brain dead. Yes, that's the point. This happens in your imagination. When's the last time you needed a satellite to show up to work on your car? Or, nothing. It's never happened. That's why you have cell towers. Everything is based off cell towers. There are no satellites. A light in the sky that Google can predict happens as a light in the sky doesn't give me, my cell phone service, doesn't give you guys your television or your Xbox, access. That's the point.
Position
That's
on the ground.
So if we had satellites in the military, we would use them. We can't. We have to use air warning and control systems or JSTAR systems because there are no satellites. If there were satellites, we wouldn't have to have a $1 billion aircraft program flying around hundreds of aircraft to tell us where things are. We would just use satellites. So the entire idea is just something they see on TV. And if they want to stay living in a television cartoon, you don't want them on your team anyway. I was hoping, what's his name, Kiwi was going to start an argument, pretend to be an outer space zealot, Gemsy, because I'm looking to set a great example. So,
where's Kiwi? He left.
I know he left, unfortunately, because the guy in chat, he just wants to troll in chat. He's not going to come on here and talk right now. He just wants to go, so satellites are real? Like, that's a question. As if that's an yes, you watch TV, therefore you're smart. And you're going to ask if stuff on TV isn't real. I really want to answer that question and have a conversation with this person for 3 hours? Then you might look like the idiot. Thanks.
even when they give these kind of like rebuttals that they you don't believe in satellites, you don't believe in planets, you don't believe in the moon. It's like a prescripted questioning that it was given to them. Even not even their questions are original. They're like, yeah, it's
a reaction. Yeah. Yes, programmed reaction question. Like when you come across a snake, it starts rattling its tail. It's that same. It's already just has an instinct to now talk to you like you're stupid because they've seen things on TV and they're going to get this attitude and crack a smile with you. Like, what? Are you saying that satellites are fake? No, that's the point. Yes, satellites exist in your imagination. Did you see them anywhere else? You are imagining this, right? And that's why I've been trying to ask people, like, this is something you imagine, right? This question is about imagination, or you've seen it on TV, yes? And wait for an answer. And see if they can even be honest, because you're just going to get them to admit, yes, it's in my imagination, or they're going to have a seizure right there and move and then hide from that claim. But it's a psychological battle. And here's why this is such a big deal, Gemsy. You see, the creator of the heavens and the earth actually gets angry when you worship his stars. Now, men have made fake star satellites, whatever you want to call them, it's idols, and now they worship their own creation. God doesn't even want you to worship his creation. He wants you to worship him. And that's the dangers of this religion. It's so evil. Pure evil. I made an idol. I put a golden calf in the sky, and now I worship it. Nothing's changed in 3,000 years, Gemsy. It's exactly how it's always been for 3,500 years.
Exactly.
Yeah, the cylinder, right? Yeah, cylinder satellites. And the galaxy is flat, but that only works on a ball Earth. What?
I just looked at some maps, and with all this global warming that they talk about, right now the Pacific Ocean is actually cooling.
Well, it definitely goes up and down in temperature. I wouldn't make any claims, though. If you make a claim, you're basing it off of somebody else's the shit that they pulled out of their ass. If you start saying, well, it's doing this, because it always has its cycles, but we don't know how, or there's no way to get a legitimate average. So it definitely has its extremes, right? It'll get really cold some places. I bet it's really cold in different areas, and some places like Hawaii, it's probably easier to swim in.
But still leveled without problems.
Well, it's a face of water. It's a surface of water. And that's the crux, is understand that all the oceans are a surface. That's not a cartoon ball. They are a surface.
I'm saying if it's cold, if it's colder, it's the same level.
Well,
global warming still level.
Let's say it's 3 degrees colder. I think that level is the same.
Level doesn't change.
Well, yeah, level's always a reference to the water, right?
Yeah. And sea, because we are using sea level. I don't know why.
Remember the water. Did I meet somebody, Jimsy? The water's not the earth, though, so be careful with your term. You know what I mean? Like, we have oceans and we have earth, but, that's it. So people are going to start making extra claims.
Of course. Water is level and earth is elevation. Yeah, that's clear. Well, what is wrong with it? What is...
Right, there's earth. Right.
Yeah, earth is everything above the water. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, well, the earth is the land coming out of the water. Yeah, it's in water.
Yeah, of course.
Right, and then we have heavens above. Then we have this whole other dimension above us that we can't even fathom. We can't understand it. We can just see the celestial bodies move, and that's it. We can't fathom it. You can't understand it or test it.
Yeah, don't say heaven. Somebody could be offended.
Well, that's kind of why I'm going to have to say it. I'm certainly not going to say, and even cosmology, I don't even say that word because of what they've done, how they've ripped the languages off. Right? It's heaven and earth, and that's what the evil of this world took away. They couldn't necessarily actually take the earth away. They did in a sense, but what they really took away was heaven above. And that's really what this is about. That's the ultimate point. What is the point of this? Why would they lie? It's actually not even about earth. They lied to take away heaven, to take away up and down, to take away it all. It's the word of God. It's creation in a sense. The earth is earth, under the heavens, in the waters.
And we are speaking about that water mostly.
Right. I'm not even going to talk about earth will be the last thing I talk about. I will make my opposition bring it up first. Because I'll start off with, hey, nice to meet you. Yeah, outer space is fake. It's all a hoax. And then what are you talking about? And then that's where I start. And then eventually they're going, are you a flat earther? No, I said outer space is fake. Did I mention Earth? I'm going to get, it's going to be a war. But that's the point, is I want them to accuse me. I want them to try to give me a title to show that they are also programmed. Just because I say outer space is fake doesn't mean I have to be anything. I don't have to have a title. So the fact that people have to call me a title, I'm going to use that against them. I'm going to say, see, you have to actually have these titles because you live in this fantasy where you only have these options, where if it's not this, you're a Democrat. So everybody you see that doesn't agree with you is a Republican. Thanks.
Yeah.
It's just another political argument. Oh, you don't believe in Mitt Romney? You're a liberal Democrat then. No, I'm just a child of God. I don't trust any politicians. I'm not, you know what I mean? Same thing. It's the exact same thing. Oh, you believe in Jesus? You must be a Catholic. No, just a Christian. Nothing to do with those cats. See, that's the label, right?
I could tell you something about communists, but I don't want. It's the same thing also.
Oh, are you saying Mother Russia wrong, you capitalist pig? Right, it's the same thing.
Yeah, because communism never existed in the human history. That means what Barrier says.
Well, yeah, then you're a Nazi. This is what they trained. If you were against communism in the 50s, the Russians would also call you a Nazi. Everybody's a Nazi. If you don't agree with me, oh, you're a Nazi. That's just how people work, right? We are programmed to say these. Oh, you don't agree with me? Oh, okay, then you're this. Give them a label.
Yep.
But Sasha, when I start that conversation off, Sasha, and you're talking to a normie, I'm not going to let them even go to the Earth. I'm just going to make sure that I keep exposing their outer space religion till they kick and scream and have to bail on it. I'll make them bail from it and go, great, that's it. And that's a seed that'll never be uprooted because they can't give me a label. They can't say, oh, well, you also believe this, this, and this. No. I just said I can obviously prove that everything they show you about outer space is a hoax. That's my claim. I did not talk about shapes of anything. And I'll never move off that topic.
Not even, it's a belief, even worse than any kind of belief. Because you can judge somebody because of Bible, but on the end, if you ask somebody about space, what that person will give to you, nothing. Only their beliefs. Oh, I know this. How do you know?
Bro, listen, the reason I got so upset about this is because about 3 years ago, I was talking to somebody that I was a friend of my wife's. And I told this person that I assume is nice and they claim they're Bible believers, right? So I'm trying to see where they're at. And I just started talking about how fake the moon landing was. I didn't even get just the tip of the iceberg, right? Just let's go to basic. We're going to go kindergarten deception here. The moon landing's fake. And they immediately said, oh, well, I believe the earth is round. And I said, that's it. I'm never, ever, 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 ever going to let these people label me. I said, that was it. I said, okay, if automatically, because I don't trust the moon landing, you have to give me a label. And also you have to bring up the shape of the earth. You're bringing up shape. When I said the moon landing's fake, that's it. I said, this has nothing to do with, I'm never going to go there again. I'm going to stick to outer space and I'm going to show that they are the ones coming up with these terms and these conditions and these labels and how that is a psychosis in itself. That is a problem that there are normies walking around that if you don't agree with them, you must be a flat earther. That is a psychosis. And that's when I realized I wasn't going to ever use that term again. That term is now non-existent to me.
I can look in from some other view, even if somebody would say, okay, with open mind, like, okay, this has sense, this water, but space, man, don't touch the space. Don't touch the space.
Right, like I'm not even taking, right, I haven't touched their space cartoon yet. All I said was the moon landing is fake, right? I haven't said, oh, outer space is fake, right? I'll start with the kindergarten level, and they get triggered, and this is a spiritual warfare. Their spirit is telling them, be afraid. This person is going to challenge your belief system, and that's why they get so defensive. I'm challenging their religion that they prioritize over their Bible or over their Quran or over whatever they are. They prioritize their number one most important religion is not shapes of anything. It's the outer space cartoon belief system. That's what they care about most.
Yeah. And that's true. You cannot touch that. If you touch that, you breaking all human existence.
Right. So if I'm going to touch it, Sasha, like if I only have 30 seconds to talk to this person, I'm going to actually smash it with a hammer and say, yeah, if you believe in outer space, you actually don't even have the ability to think. It turns you into a psychopath. I'm just going to insult them. If they're staunch, if they have a hot head, if they have an ego at all, I'm going to just take their feet out from underneath them and say, well, you believe in outer space, so I'm going to literally insult them because their mind is looking to insult me. So you have to sometimes fight fire with fire. I'm not going to see this person ever again. 35-second conversation. It's over. Nice to see you on this plane flight. Whatever it was. I'm going to Phoenix. That's it. You have to literally attack fire with fire, Sasha.
Or you can say normally, like, look, with this and this and this thing has no any sense. With this speed, with this physics, with these natural laws, has no any sense. And if you cannot put your sense in that, that's your belief, even bigger than God, and nobody can change that.
Right. And but remember, as soon as it starts to go to what does man do, i.e., I worship now scientists or astrologers or more priests on TV, because that's their first offense. Remember, their defense is, let's go to the Bible. I have never heard any staunch outer space believer ever say, let's go to the Bible to prove this. No, they know that they need to go to their slave masters. So, Sasha, when they try to mention anything at all, you name it, they can say science, you can say geology, you can say physics, whatever you want to do, I'll turn around and I go, yeah, that depends on my claim, yes. So nothing in science ever has to do with adjusting for curvature or spin of balls. So if they bring up anything, because I have a limited time, Sasha, if they bring up anything, I'm going to say, yeah, that agrees with me, that we don't live in a cartoon. And that's it. That's my claim. My claim is, listen, hold on, Sasha. My point is, Sasha, listen, I'm claiming I don't live in a cartoon. I'm not claiming the shape of anything. You see, that's what they want me to. They want me to say, no, the earth is flat. If I do that, that is actually a consensus secular. That's a secular term. The point is, I'm not going to give them the claim. If you give them a claim at all, there's tons of baggage. Like when you get to the hotel room of being a flat earther, you got to take 3 suitcases and dump it all over the bed and try to sort through it and go, how am I going to fix this? Because this shows a pancake in outer space. That is what the term means. It is a cosmic secular idea, you see. So if you use that term, you have a lot of baggage now. So it depends on your conversation, how you're going to start it off with, but I'll never give it to them. They will be the only people saying flat earth, will be the outer space person I'm talking to. I will never say that, because every time they say it, it's like they've lost a lifeline. They are trying to get a lifeline. They want to phone a friend. They are desperate, so they have to say flat earth. And I go, yeah, I didn't say flat earth. I said I don't live in a cartoon. So every time they do that, they've lost. And it's a concession of the fact that they can't defend their own belief system. They're trying to give you a belief system. That's what the world wants you to have, a set up belief system so that they can attack a straw man.
No, they put the pure fact, and that's called science, and then you cannot question that. That means it's a program pure fact. And I spoke with the normies when I had some information to give them. The first thing what I asked them was, why do you think that it's that what it is? And they said first only one word, and then it was science. And that was
science, exactly. Yep.
Yeah. And that was that, because that is first thing what you will answer, because somebody realized I don't know now because I'm whatever I am, but somebody for sure realized in these 100 years or whatever, modern science, we are going to spray everything, man. It cannot be possible, that pure good thing called science is wrong.
Yes, because that's their God. So they're referring to their gods, right, that give them their intellectual prowess, right? That's self-worship. Like they think I'm smart because I've memorized things that people have told me on TV. And because I'm smart, I certainly wouldn't want to, ever doubt that we go to outer space. That's the pinnacle, highest level of technology. So it's a technological worship. It's, our most advanced technologies where? Is it on Earth? Are we digging holes? Are we going to the Mariana Trench with submarine? No. Our most advanced technology is outer space.
Look at this now, Ixo. What I said now in last minute. That means that somebody who is listening will for sure now say this. This guy is science denier. And now, when we want to point it out that science to people, science is this. Science is not some kind of whatever.
Okay. Well, Sasha, that's an insult, though. When somebody tells you "cause science," they've not only insulted you, they've insulted their intelligence, and they've also mocked you as if you don't know that this word science exists. So that's actually an attack on your personality. That is a vulgar display of idiocracy is what it is. So if somebody says something that's stupid, but Sasha, hold on. If somebody insults me like that, I'm going to now insult them back and go, well, you won't be able to show me any of this science, will you? I'm going to have to now attack them back because they just attacked me. If you allow somebody to slap you in the face, and this is over something that's important to you, right? And you turn the other cheek because you're confused about how the Bible states we should do things, which is when we actually should directly condemn evil like this, and that's evil for someone. So it makes sense for me to just insult them back, Sasha. Why would I allow someone to talk to me that way and just think that that's okay? Because if I do it, then they are going to feel, oh, I'm superior over this person now because they didn't even know the word science existed. It's a psychosis. You can't let one thing, if you let one thing happen, you've now allowed a leak on that ship, and now your conversation's already taken on water.
Well, I will not anymore in my life. I don't care anymore who is who. I know, what I see, and that with that I will, and what other people see and feel, and with that I will make my conclusion and my experience with the reality all the time. That means every minute, every second, like I was in all my life. And that what I see, that I will conclude. And what the science saying, that means I can be scientist, it's only you need to teach me, how to do that, and then everything will be great, and then we realize, and that's it. It's very easy, you
Okay.
don't know how
and
to
right, I know, Sasha. On another note, Sasha, when you meet someone that's very invalid mentally or young, right? Like you get these young children that go around, right? They're teenagers. You can't talk to them that way. You have to talk to them differently. And I'm not going to give an example, but each individual that you find, you want to express things to them differently, right? And that's kind of where you got to switch gears. Like you can't entertain ideas that television is reality, or we did stuff because our superiors. You got to treat them like they're a baby boomer. They're going to call you a boomer, right? Because they're younger, and you're better off treating them like they're the baby boomer. You're the one who doesn't believe in this baby booming fantasy that started back when baby boomers were born. Right. So there's that reverse psychology thing. Like you have to be different and actually kinder with these people. And if they're really young, sometimes you got to tell them that, listen, you might be too young for this. You might not be ready for this because unfortunately, this system lies to us and you're a little young. You might not be ready for this. Just because we meet somebody that's young doesn't mean we need to actually treat them as if they're a 45-year-old that's been divorced and has 3 kids. They have a different level of cognitive abilities, right? You have the development of an adult, and over here with this person, you have the development of an artichoke. They have 0 life experience and can barely find the light switch in the dark and play roadblocks in Minecraft, and they're 19. They're going on 11. Right? So you have to talk to people differently. You have to switch gears and go, you know what? This part of the conversation, I'm not going to say, why would I say flat earth? Let's keep this basic. Something else, something that's not going to shock them with a preconceived, ideology. Save that for last. Leave that in your back pocket because they are going to bring it up anyway. Like my dad used to say, let sleeping dogs lie, right? If you're talking to somebody about, food recipes and, your favorite color, you don't always want to just skip to, oh, do you know the earth is flat? That's not going to work. And when people come in here, I've seen it 1,000 times. People want the title of this gives it away, right? There's a title to this forum. So this forum's an exception. This is an extreme exception. People came here seeing that title, and that changes things drastically. But when you behave outside of the server, things should be held very differently, right? It's got to be a different mentality, a different strategy to how you approach these things.
But for me, so it's like a 1 second in a beat of understanding these 7 years. So for somebody, maybe it's all life, but let's say for us, it's maybe 7-8 years. Of it's like a one beat of heart in a human time, and maybe it's the beginning, but it's enough to say. To repeat this information and to repeat and to repeat and to repeat. And I said it's enough only one person to know. For me, it's like that. One. It's enough to know. If it's alive, it's enough one to know. And to share that. And the time will do something. But we like a person, I think that we personally, I would be like in Lord of the Rings, But I think that will be like a big fail in this moment.
Yeah, it sounds like a flat Earth movie, Lord of the Ring Earths. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, but yeah, because in the end, whatever we say, yeah, we could speak, from any angle, but it is on the end evil. It's not nothing good. This, if it's, and we know that it's true. There is no sphere. That means, oh, whoa, this is for. Oh, one guy said this is for our goodness. Even look, this is for our. They are doing this for our goodness, and I'm somehow. Why we don't know about that? What is bad? We can, all of us, protect ourselves. I don't need that somebody protecting me for something and what I don't know. I want to know, and even if it's so bad, okay, let's now protect each other together with
Yes,
you.
that's the worship, Sasha. That's the worship. This is more important than the problems we have here. Going to outer space is now, that's exactly what they said 4,000 years ago. It's called the Tower of Babel. Let us make a tower to the heavens. So it is the same religion. This is a 4,000-year-old Babylonian attempt to make phallic symbols and put that. That's really the roots of this issue. Right. And I won't even entertain anything else. I'm going if I meet somebody new that's even one of these veteran anti-flat earther, weirder, fight the tight shirt glober retards, I'm not going to let them use one word against me that they're able to use in their repertoire. Like as soon as they say something, Sasha, I'm going to say, well, where did you get the information from originally to believe it? And they'll never have an answer. And I'll never let them change the topic. Sorry, you can't even tell me where you got your information from. No, you didn't get it from NASA. They didn't come up with it first. No, you didn't get it from Eratosthenes. That guy, you don't even know if that guy was even alive, and he didn't mention anything about finding out the Earth was anything. He said he looked away from the Earth and looked at shadows. That's not information at all. That's an admission to a imagined religious belief. The guy imagined if this, then that. That's not information. There is no information for this religion. You have to back them into a corner and get them to admit it's because of their television. Right? Or you have to admit, is it because you watch TV? Did you get this information? And they won't be able to admit it. That's where they've gotten it from. And the fact that they won't admit it is the concedence. They are conceding to the fact that they don't want to talk about where they got the information from, Sasha. And if you hit them with that, they'll never recover. It's a seed they can't unplant. You can't even tell me where you get the info. I'll never talk about, are you talking about all these other things and maths and figures and presuppose this and that? If you let them get one sentence in without saying, no, that's not what we're talking about, then they're just going to latch onto that. Whatever you give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
I don't know. I giving them now some videos. They could say, I don't believe in YouTube, I don't believe videos, I don't. Okay, great. You don't need to watch that. If you want to watch that, blah, 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 that's it, what I have. I can tell you something about reality, that's it. I can tell you something about, I cannot tell, I don't need to tell them anything about my beliefs. More than this, I can tell you this and this information, something where I can move you and you can watch that. Even that good information about NASA, because you can watch, because people doesn't know. They never saw that. We saw that. We know what's happening, that are floating there. We know all that mistakes, but people doesn't know because they never look into that. Look into that and then make your judgment. If you can, if you don't want to look into that, that means that you don't want to look into nothing. You want to come and to see and say, oh, I was there, and there was characters, and now, and what did they say? I don't know. They was there, or what did they think they had this letter? But why? Well, I don't know. But it's they're retards. No, I know they're saying this and this and this. For example, can you imagine one person was here and then some guy asking him, you was on that server, yes, and what they are saying this and this and this. Oh, really? Hello, people. Hello. What about? No, wait. Can you learn something? Can you start with this? Why you are thinking? Why are people here? Why you have this server?
See, I can't do it, Sasha. Listen, I wish I could. I can't demonstrate it now, but a few years ago, or even maybe, over a year ago, on this very server, when I had some permissions, I used to hang out in the entryway. Gemsy and Godrocken are probably the only two that remember this. But when I met people on the way into this server, you would be shocked how many people would literally have a a moment of conversion of psychological prowess. Like in the freaking VC check-in, they would stop on a dime and go, oh, wow. Because you would let them know that this isn't about, for the most part, because we're all different. And I would just say, this is my claim. We're all different people here. And that's what I would tell people. Like I would try to tell people in the VC, Sasha, like, hey, we're all individuals here. What I can say about most of us are these people is that we know that we've been lied to. And I'd say that was the only blanket statement that I would broadly paint the brush of most people in the server regarding this topic of flat earth. And I would tell them right away, no, I'm not a flat earther, but let me explain. These people are right. Even though I'm not part of their group because we're all different people, I would explain to them, here's why they're right. Because they're the only group that actually is able to trust their eyes. And you wouldn't believe how there would be literally people would be repenting, turning around in VC and go, because like, oh shit, I had no idea. Like you would literally hear their voices change pitch because you're giving them this impression that it's not a hive-like mentality, right? This is a bunch of people that have woken up to a lie, that know they've been lied to, and the common vernacular is called flat earth. But many of them don't even call themselves that for this reason or that reason. And I would just show them, listen, I can believe my eyes. That's the difference here. I'm not making a claim other than I can trust reality. And this other opposing side over here that believes in an outer space cartoon ball religion says they can't trust their eyes. And I rest my case. I don't even have to move off there. And you'd be shocked at the results, Sasha. Absolutely. I must have seen dozens of people literally have their lives changed because you're just showing them, I get to accept reality. And if you believe in this other religion, you can't. And it was like, you could see it, you could hear it in their voice that their lives are going to change.
And that's scary. And you cannot step up with that so easy in society with the flat earth, you know?
Sasha, people were ready to start trolling, and I was like, listen, I know you're going to troll. But before you do, I'm going to tell you this, all right? And I just, yada, 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 talk about just if they have some questions like, what about this, this, and this? And I would smash them. I'd be like, yeah, you need this, this, and this because you saw it on TV, right? And I would just use that strategy, Sasha. And even trolls would be like, oh, I guess I'll stay around and listen. And they wouldn't troll. Like I would turn their troll off because I would shock them to realize there's something about these people that are right. And it's, that it's actually not even this one little term, flat earth. There's actually a much bigger thing going on here. And even trolls would turn around and change their minds, And the only reason I can say this right now, Sasha, because this is not being broadcasted live. I think Helio said it's been shut down, or else I wouldn't be able to speak like this and tell these types of things because this won't be public information for the masses. This is very unknown information, in this realm of alternative beliefs,
Well, okay, he was okay now. He was not so off.
Yeah, he's broadcasting it on his Helio Skeptic channel. Not the 24/7 channel, but
that's okay. He probably has 3 viewers. That's okay.
So let's put it like this: people can say that. Does anybody think that Tixo is exaggerated with something?
I've never exaggerated in my life ever. In the millions of years that I've been living, I've never exaggerated.
You did. I know, but doesn't matter.
I don't think so, to be honest with you. I'm trying to, because you're so desensitized, Sasha.
I can tell you now, when you say that, I can tell you I understand you totally.
People are desensitized, right? Like you used to say the word big had a meaning. Now you have to say ginormous or say massive and use all these other terminologies, right? Like our terms get dumbed down. And then basically we have a washed out language. You know what I'm saying? So I do get extreme. Yeah, I do go to the extreme points of this because I'm fighting an extreme enemy. Remember, the enemy is so psychotic. They're claiming they can't trust their eyes. They claiming that you look out in reality, that's actually not really there. It's magically appearing to be there, but it's an illusion. So here's my problem, Sasha, is that they've already, this should probably fall on some ears, guys. They have already admitted they think reality is an illusion. That's when you say thank you for conceding. You don't say, oh, well, let me prove to you more. What, I mean, how are you trying to show evidence to people if they're already claiming they don't trust their freaking eyes? If you continue to try to show people that don't believe their eyes, you are now the fool, right? You have to bring that up. Like, wait a minute, you're claiming that you can't trust your eyes anyway. That's my point. I get to trust my eyes. You've already conceded that you can't. That's how dangerous this outer space religion is. That is the evidence. The psychotic atheist glober right in front of you or on the Discord telling you refraction is the evidence. That's the dangerous outcome of this psychotic Scientology cartoon religion. That is the evidence. That's everything. That's more powerful than any evidence because you're looking at the person that doesn't want evidence. Thanks.
Yeah, XO. If they say you can't believe your eyes, then how do they believe it when they go up there and look at that so-called curve they see when they're in the space? How do they even believe that?
That's a great. You're absolutely right. You've now hit the second most important point
is
about
anything
that
real?
psychosis.
Literally nothing is real at all at that point.
That's right. That's the second thing you bring up. Now that you've claimed to me refraction, you can't trust your eyes. Now you can't make a claim for when you do trust your eyes. You're absolutely right. Now they've removed their ability to make a claim. They've admitted they can't trust their eyes. That's
they've
it.
removed
You
their
can't make
ability
a claim.
to think at all. That's what they've
right.
done.
You're right. So exactly right. So now you pretty go. Well, thanks for conceding. Who's next? That's it. They're done. You put them away. Why do you already have this is a perfectly baked cake, right? If you bake a cake to perfection, do you leave it in the oven? No, take it out of your oven so that your kids and wife can enjoy it. Thanks. Don't burn the little Glober cookies. That's all they are. They're cookies. Take them out of the oven, go to the next guy. They can see, they can't trust their eyes. They're done. They are the walking, living, breathing emanation of zombie evidence. That is the greatest evidence for the biblical truth that I'm centered my entire life around. That is a biblical level. It says right there, 2 Peter 3, they will be willingly ignorant. When somebody says refraction, you are fulfilling the prophecy that's in my New Testament. You are willingly ignorant. That by the word of God, the heavens were of old and the earth is standing out of the water and in the water. Wow, God is angry about that. Whereby the earth that then was overflowed with water perished. Wow, it was even flooded by water. Wow, that's a big deal. They are willingly, and that's what this is about. Remember, this isn't about the shape of anything. They are willingly hiding from God's judgment. That's what this is about, including the fake Christians. The fake Christians don't care about God's judgment. They are just like the Globers, if not worse, because they're claiming to be good guys when they're worshiping Satan's religion. That is a wolf in sheep's clothing. God doesn't say, oh, be careful about atheists. Oh, be worried about those. No, he says, be careful with wolves in sheep's clothing. That's what he warns you about fake Christians. They're the worst. Excuse you. There you have it, Stormfire and Little G and John.
I like that last one. Be careful, wolf in sheep's clothing.
What's that, XO?
Well, yeah, the people claiming they have the truth that are spreading the lie, those are where the dangers are lurking. The dangers aren't in atheists who live in a cartoon and admit they think they come from monkeys. No, they're the NPC cannon fodder that you need. You wish all of your enemies would do that. They're not the level 3 to 5, whatever boss. They're not the problem. The problem is when you get to the fraud, somebody claiming to be in the truth. Oh, I believe God. I believe the Bible. Yeah, right. And then they go, oh, everything's allegory. Oh, you can't trust God. No, God didn't know what he was doing. No, God had to talk to Job like he's an idiot. That's where they have to go. They have to go to and an atheist won't do that. An atheist will stay away from that. They won't claim that. They'll in fact say, oh yeah, the Bible says that. It is the fake Christian that you need to be worried about. It is the scoffer claiming that they have the truth in God's word. That is the danger.
Yeah, academia publishes that the ancient Hebrew culture envisioned a flat, stationary, and enclosed cosmology.
that is technically close, but Michael Heisner, who was one of the first guys to kind of talk about this, remember, he's still a secular person, right? So these are still secular people, right, trying to say, well, the literal interpretation is this. And the reason I'm complaining, T. Watt, and you're not wrong, you're right, T. But the reason I still complain, right, is because when men put their interpretation on anything, it's always ruined. And Michael Heisner believes in an, evolution. We'll just say that. Michael Heisner is another one of these Christians that believes in his own intellectualism. He worships his intelligence. So he says, oh yeah, if you were to take the whole Bible literal, you'd have to be a flat earther. And then it's like, no kidding, Michael. Really? You don't say. Well, let's look at what he said. He said because of, obviously, Isaiah 40, right? Now, the reason I'm complaining here, I have a problem because this is where both sides I see fail. It's not saying the earth is a circle, okay? This is where I get frustrated because it doesn't say the earth is a circle. It certainly doesn't say it's a ball because it's not even saying it is a circle. It says it is he that sits above the circle of the earth, which means the earth has a circle. The earth is not a circle, but there is a circle of the earth. Like if we get onto a football field, we still have a circle to our if we're little ants in the football field, we have a circular viewpoint, a perspective around us, right? But the football field is not a circle, right? The structure isn't a circle. So earth is not a circle. That is a circle of the earth. So be very careful. So they're trying to imply a disk. That's why this is a problem. They're trying to imply a shape, an object, a disk, which is still evil. That's still objectifying reality. That's not what the Bible says. So be very careful there because both sides seem to have trouble in Isaiah 40:22. The earth has a circle. It is not a circle. Be careful.
Fair enough. Yeah, hyperspecificity, that's good.
I got something to ask everybody. Hey, Godrockin', are you there?
Yeah, hang on.
What's up?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Nothing, dude. I just saw you.
How did you see me? I'm not there.
I looked at my computer and I see Godrockin'.
How you doing anyway?
I'm good. I was just waiting to talk to you. How you doing?
Doing good. What do you want to talk about?
Godrockin', what part of the U.S. are you from?
I live in Utah.
Is that a small place?
A small place? No, it's a pretty big state.
Like by population?
Oh yeah, by population. I think there's 3.5 million in Utah. So fairly small, yeah.
It's tiny. I'm in Toronto. We got like 8 million in Toronto alone.
Right. Yeah, Utah's way smaller than that, obviously. And Salt Lake City's the capital. I think it has 2 million, and then there's 1.5 million over the rest of the state.
Imagine if Salt Lake City had its population times by 4, and that's what Toronto is.
Right. Yeah, that's crazy. I can't imagine that people in a little area like that.
Dude, we got the worst highway in North America for a collision rate.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Were you born and raised in Canada?
Yeah. I used to live like an hour away from Toronto when I was a kid, and then I moved to Toronto with my dad.
I got a dentist that I met. He came down here, graduated college, and then he came down to go on a vacation before he went to work for the government. Going to go on one of those, go down one of the rivers and take care of the Eskimos, their teeth. So he came down here and spent 3 months at my house. Said he was going to come down and tour the United States and look around. I met him in a parking lot of an Albertsons grocery store. And he asked me if I had any weed. And I said, sure, come on down to my house. He spent the whole summer with me, 3 months.
All right.
Anyway, so he lives in what's it called? It's in Winnipeg.
Winnipeg, that's to the west. It's tiny.
So that's about the only Canadian I really know is him. Like I said, he spent the whole summer with me. He was driving a truck with a camper on it. Told him let him park his camper in the driveway. We hung out all summer long, just having fun, doing crazy.
What, does he just drive around in his camper?
Well, I just let him park it in my driveway. We just used my car for most everything. But yeah, he drove around where he wanted to. I remember when I was young, drafting people. And a bunch of people took off to Canada, so they have to be drafted.
Yeah, apparently it's a big thing for Americans. If they want to avoid the war, they just come to Canada for a bit. Is that true?
Yep. That's what some of them did. And then
how does that work?
And then those are the ones that started growing weed up there. I guess they were the first people to start growing large quantities of weed up in Canada and selling it because they couldn't get a job because they weren't a citizen.
So how did they live with all that cash trading?
Well, if you got cash in your hand, you can do anything you want, can't you? Pretty much.
Yeah, maybe not in 10 years, but right now you can.
Right. This was a long time ago, though. That.
Obfuscation Seeker, did you want to tell us where you got your information from?
Oh, he was here yesterday. I remember him.
That's Sasha 2.0, by the way. Remember him?
Yeah, we were talking yesterday.
Seeker, have you found any source of information that would maybe support your outer space evolution religion?
Yeah.
Can you post it?
It was in my dream.
It was in your dream?
I rest my case. You're welcome, guys. Thanks.
Well, you're not God, so you're going to have to give us an example in reality.
I just want to point this out. Like, if somebody casts spells, it's easy to do a reverse spell on them and get them to just admit the truth. And that's how this works. It's in the terminologies, how you remember, they're spelling, they're casting, literally, people don't get this. There's evil in terminology, and that's why Satan has infected the language. Like, it's in our months, it's in our days, right? Days of the week. Saturnalia is another name for Satan. Why did Satan name that day? Because that's the Sabbath. And with these terms, like, you name it, whatever they want to use, it's literally a reverse spell. And if you just ask them to tell you, where'd you get the information from? They have to admit it's imagination. There's no other option. That's it. It's just imagination.
Well, maybe they are living in their imagination. Maybe we are the aliens. We're so intelligent, we're communicating with these other beings in other dimensions. They just don't know it. We do.
Well, I never made a claim about outer space or religion.
See, that's when you're going to drop your own claim. Okay, you're getting rid of it. You don't want it anymore?
Well, if I remember correctly, you're the one that said you have no claim either, right?
Yes, that you just proved my point. You don't have a claim. That's my point. You see, you don't have one. It's that easy.
Earlier you
There's
said
no claim.
you don't have a claim either.
No, I said I won't
You're the
make a
one that
claim for
said you're
things
not
that
a
I
flat
can't. No,
earther.
I said I won't make a claim about things nobody can prove. That's the point. Nobody has a right to make a claim about the shape of existence. There's no such thing. There is no claim for shape of existence. That's my point. You don't have a claim for your outer space ball religion. You're confirming my point that all we should believe in is reality. We should just trust our eyes and our senses, and that's reality. You're claiming you can't believe in reality, but you can't even make a claim to why you don't believe in reality. There is no claim.
My senses tell me the Earth is a globe.
That is your imagination, though, and you've already admitted that. It's just something you imagine because you want to believe it because it fits into your evolutionary paradigm, and you want to believe that you're just an animal so that you can justify that suspect lifestyle, right? That's what it is.
Bro, I still struggle to get over that lifestyle.
Right, but when we go out in public and we start telling people, oh yeah, we can't trust our eyes, we live in a cartoon, that's when it becomes a really evil crime. If you just kept it to yourself and said, yeah, I don't know, I don't want to talk about it, that'd be different. But when you're promoting it, it's not what goes into your mouth that defiles you, it's what goes out of your mouth that defiles you. That's evil. That's what the evil of the world is propagated by the lies that people tell. That's why God tells us in Proverbs, these 6 things doth the Lord hate, yea, 7 are an abomination on him. Twice he says liars. He turned it from 6 to 7. He says a false witness that speaketh lies. And he also said a lying tongue. Because these lies are the foundation of all crime. How do rapists and murderers get protected in the system? Lawyers lie for them. How are all crimes justified? All criminals are protected by what? Liars. And that's why it's the highest level of crime. It's literally the foundation of all crime. It's what supports all these criminal acts is people lying.
Saying I believe in the globe is not a lie. It's my belief.
It's just a belief in your imagination. Yes, that's my claim. You're confirming my point.
It's exactly
It's
what
just
a
something you
religion is.
imagine. Yeah, it's just you have to. There is no claim for it in reality. It's something you want to believe in. Yeah. For example, all of biology depends on the fact that there is no evolution. You can't have biology and evolution. See, evolution requires that it didn't work and then eventually started working. Biology requires that it already works. So biology and the religion of evolution are polar opposite. One system works, it already works, it has to work, and the other system says it didn't work and couldn't work and died. It's just, you can't even make this up. One is a religion for, again, that lifestyle, and the other is reality. All farmers depend on it, right? All zookeepers, anybody that's ever raised cats or Chinese water dragons or anything, always relies on the animal already bringing forth after his kind. There's no such thing as species or adaptation. Those are other fictitious terms that destroy the minds of men, let alone evolution. These are all fictitious terms. There's biology, there's life. Cats make kittens, eagles make, their babies, they lay eggs. That's it. The system already has to be working in place. There's no room for anything else. Life has to come from already function, not just life. It has to come from already functioning, fully successful life, period. End of story.
And is that your claim?
No, that's the fact that everybody relies on. There is no claim that would contradict that in reality. That is what everybody depends on. Everybody depends on they already have chickens and they're going to get their chicken eggs. Everybody already depends on that fact. There isn't a group of people going, oh, we're waiting for chickens to evolve. You already depend on cows. You already depend on, you have a puppy dog because your puppy dog had parents. They were called dogs. There's no claim for anything else. That's just the lore of reality, the law of life.
Well, I mean, if you're not going to make a claim, I can't disagree with you then.
No, that's what everybody depends on. So that is the claim. I'm claiming that I agree with reality, and you can't. And my other claim is that you can't challenge it. And my other claim is that you have to agree with it. or you can't function at all. So I have many claims, and there's nothing you can do at all to challenge them. That's how everybody in existence depends on already having two parents, all the way back to Adam and Eve, that had to be created from the creator himself. That's what everything already depends on. This fact. You could call it mitochondrial Eve. I won't do that, but people try to sound smart. No, it's very simple. Everything comes from its parents, and they already have to be functioning in their environment. That's what everybody depends on. No, nothing can change it. Nothing can challenge that. It doesn't matter if it's a spore, mold, fungus, a fish, a bovine, a horse, or a human being, or cats and dogs. They all depend on their parents being the exact same kind. Not similar. No, they have to be the exact same kind. All dogs come from wolves. That's the same kind. There's no speciation. That's why there's no such thing as, there isn't even speciation. All dogs come from wolves. All elephants make elephants. All bovine make bovine. That's it. That's as far as the gene pool allows. That's why it's called a gene pool. The gene pool already has to be functioning. So bees can make bees, moths make moths, and the fly larva turns into a fly. That's how the system already operates. There's no room for any other option. And a mutation shows that it already had the ability to mutate to what? Stay the same. So even when it mutates, it stays the same. A child born with 4 limbs or 5 limbs or 3 limbs, less or more, is still the same. You can add it, you can change it all you want. It's still the same. Even if drastic changes happen, the drastic changes guarantee it stays the same. That's why there's no other option.
But after a gajillion years, dogs can make parrots. If the dogs start flying, they'll start to sprout wings over a gajillion years because of time and because of bacteria.
So you don't
in
think
the
you can
imagination,
mold,
yeah.
like, it's impossible to mold arms into wings. It's not possible through years. Hey, that arm looks a little bit more like a wing. Let's breed it. I mean, I doubt it's possible.
Can't do it. No, yeah, you can't. You'd have to graft in already existing creatures, right? So that would take an outside source now to take 2 working mechanisms and try to get them to work together. That would obviously also disprove adaptation, because now it proved that you have to have other intelligent sources come in and intervene with the process that already existed.
I hate to go down the same argument, but if you just let the weaker ones fail or die out and the stronger ones survive, that would be the argument. If you get what I'm saying.
Right, that disproves adaptation, let alone evolution. Let me explain. The weaker ones will die off. Therefore, it selects what already works. It doesn't select something new. Only things can be removed. They can't be added. So that actually disproves speciation. It disproves adaptation, let alone evolution, because you can only take away. You can't add. Nothing can ever be added to a gene pool. And even if it survives or dies, both options eliminate adaptation or speciation. If I already have the ability to survive, I already have the ability. So both options, living or dead, that's your 2 options in life. Something's either going to survive or it's not. Both options eliminate adaptation, let alone evolution. If we go to the coldest, go ahead.
I mean, like I know you kind of said you already have height. You don't think you could expand on height ever as an adaptation for any given thing?
You're not adapting. No. Nope, you can't use the word adaptation because I'm already taller than my parents. Both my parents are shorter than me. I didn't adapt. That was predicted by their genes when they mixed their genes, not an environmental change. And it gave me an ability to start off with. It didn't all of a sudden make me taller because of my environment. I was already born that way to end up taller than both my parents. That means I already have the ability. Plus, did it negate anything else as far as surviving or dying? Well, if it does, if it changes my survival rate at all, that means it already did that. There is no such thing as adapting. If the most successful wolves, if I have a litter of wolves, 3 of them are really large and 1 of them is a runt, well, actually, the runt might live longer. The 3 other older ones might get killed in combat. So even when there's a defect or a problem, that could actually help out, which doesn't mean it adapted. It means it's benefiting off of what it already is, right? So even if it does lessen or worsen, it's still based off an already existing system. So no matter how you slice it, even if something survives or it dies, both options eliminate adaptation. If it survives, it already had the ability. If it dies, it certainly isn't going to gain anything. There's no gaining. You can only remove.
But what about like I'm trying to explain my point. I get that it's not the word adaptation is wrong, and I get that. But
the fact that we have to lose. Well, here's the problem: is that what are you trying to achieve? You want to be able to use this word? Is that what your goal is?
No, I'm just saying that. I mean, sure, I'm coping. It's. I can't fully agree that populations don't change at all to their environment. I'm just saying that.
No, I didn't say that. Now you're misquoting me. I didn't say that. If they change, that's still not adaptation. No, listen, changing still doesn't allow for adaptation. I'm different than both my parents. That's not adaptation, right? You can go from a wolf to a pug or a Dalmatian or a greyhound. That's the differences that already exist in the gene pool. There's no adaptation. So even when a drastic change happens, there is no adaptation. It doesn't matter how great the change is. It's not going to adapt. It either already has the ability to survive or it does not. Both options eliminate adaptation. Always. Change and adaptation are not the same. Adaptation and evolution are the same. You see, evolution is the misnomer. What they actually mean is adaptation, things becoming stronger. Get a medical dictionary, look up the word evolution. It's going to say, see natural selection. Change the page, go to natural selection. At the end of the definition of natural selection, it says organisms which are most adapted to their environment. So the heart of evolution is actually adaptation. This is why it's a great deception. I'm not telling you this to have fun. I'm telling you that millions of people are still deceived. And you're not alone. This is not something that I just came up with. It was many years of looking into this and reading about it and finding out, oh, wait a minute, they're also lying about all of these other things like kingdom, phylum, class, order, genus, species. There's no such thing as any of those things. There's elephants, there's whales, there's cockroaches and scorpions. You see, that's reality. There's no kingdom, phylum, class, order, genus, species. There's mankind, and then you can say animal kingdom, but that's it. There's no such thing as a species. The word species also means to evolve. So if you're using the word species, if you're still using the word adaptation, you're still promoting evolution, not even knowing it. That's a deception. That's how big it is. Yeah. So the environment removes things that don't work, meaning the things that already have, that's the key word, already. The environment will only accept systems that already have the ability. No room for adaptation. So if we all move to a cold environment and Conspiracy hates it and wants to live in the desert, he leaves and he takes his gene pool with him. Me or whoever wants to stay in the cold environment and already has the ability, a keyword, already has the ability to survive in this new Arctic environment, I now get to stay and find a wife to then make my genes get passed on because I already had the ability. So it's actually the exact opposite. We've been told our whole life, oh, things adapt. And no. When things move, they have to already have the ability. If a crocodile runs out of water, it's either going to die or it has to find water. There's no other option.
Hey, that's it.
Yeah, if you like heat conspiracy and we go to live in Alaska and I don't feel like, renting a room, you're not going to like it. I'm going to be able to stay. I like the cold. It doesn't matter. We are already a certain way. We're not going to develop, better ways to then survive the cold. Like if we go into negative 50-degree temperature, we're going to die. I'm not going to be able to live in a tent in negative 50 degrees unless I already have the ability to do what? Build myself an igloo? Yeah, That means I already have the ability. If I now find indigenous people to live with, maybe I can live with them. I have to already have the ability. Survival or death depends on no adaptation, no evolution, no speciation. It's all a hoax. It's a massive deception.
Would you say that the environment still selects for the most fit generally?
No, sometimes the environment can kill the most fit. Like I said, the more fit and larger wolf, somebody might get killed because they were more fit to go on a hunt, and the guy that was weak and stayed behind might live. So no, that's another misnomer. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all. Survival of the ones that already survived. It isn't survival of the fittest. There's no such thing. Things survive because they survive. A perfectly good 100%, strapping wolf, 150 pounds that could take down a bear, can slip on a rock and fall down a ditch and die. It doesn't matter that it was the most fittest.
It means it's not fit if it fell. Fittest isn't necessarily.
No, that's not true. No, the most fit people. Anthony Rumble Johnson just died. He was one of the greatest fighters in MMA history. He just died because he got sick. But during his reign, he was considered the most fit. He was the most capable.
He got sick, so he was weak in that.
That means he got sick. Right. Even when you are the fittest, you can end up dying young. That's the point. There is no survival of the fittest. If you are going to survive, that depends on your action, not just your health, not just your strength. It depends on everything you do from here on out.
But fittest doesn't just encompass your fit. It could be like if you.
Bro, take our current society. Having all the money in the world, people think you're a strong man, but if you don't have money, what are you going to do?
Okay, another example. The Boy Scouts don't go to the war. The Navy SEALs do. The Navy SEAls are much more fit, but you're going to lose Navy SEAls because they're the people actually going into battle. The lesser fit Boy Scouts are going to stay back with the women and help them wash dishes. They're much less fit for battle, but they're the ones that are going to survive because they're not taking the chance to go to war. There's no such thing as survival of the fittest. All creatures already have to have the ability to survive and hunt and live and take down game, and lions have to hunt, and their systems and their pride already has to work from the beginning. There is no room for adaptation. Lions don't just get better and more advanced and start wearing suits out in the savannah and hang out by the water cooler. No, they don't have clothing. They have to go by the lakes or the rivers, and they have a pride. They don't get more advanced and start making tools. No, they're lions. They already live in their environment, and they live in the savannah because they have a system with a pack of lions called a pride that already functions. There's no room for anything else. And you can remove, but you can't add. It's already lions. You're never going to add to a lion. You're still a lion. You're still a cat, whatever you want to do. You can mix breeds. There's that word. That's the correct word. Not species. You can mix a tiger and a lion. You can make tigons, ligers. You can make all kinds of combinations. And all of those also disprove adaptation or evolution or speciation because they're all the same kind. There is no speciation event. No such thing. If a cat gets pregnant, the cat is going to have kittens. There's no other option. And the kittens are going to survive, and the ones that survive get to do what? Make more kitties. And that's how the system works, and that'll never change. Already successful cats make more cats, and that's it.
What about the meteor that killed the dinosaurs?
I mean, if you want to imagine a cartoon, God, Rick, you can imagine whatever you want. What about the flying purple elephants also? I mean, what color are elephants' feathers would be another question. Gold or blue?
Sure. What about a lion and a tiger making a liger?
Right, you missed it. I just went over that.
You're coming like really low, and I don't know. It's weird. Your mic is weird.
Yes, the liger already had the ability to be brought forth from a lion and a tiger. Nothing new happened. The big cats already existed. They both have the anatomy. They already have the genes. And now we have a breed, not a species. It's the same species, different breed, tigon or liger. Yep, no adaptation. Already had the ability. Just like if I meet a woman from a different country, if I go to Sudan and marry a woman in Sudan, we have children that don't look like me and might look more like her, or there might be a mix in between, or one might be like, you know what I mean? Like you have the combination that's already there. There's no adaptation. We made babies. That's it. There's babies. There's no such thing as adaptation. There's procreation. That's it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I could totally get behind that, Pillbox. Like that's something. Yeah, you're making a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's a tough battle, Meggy, because this is a term that is still used. Even when you find out evolution is true, you have thousands of these, people arguing about it, still using these secular terms that are actually promoting evolution. They don't even realize it, that you're still promoting. When you're saying things adapt, you're actually claiming evolution when we know that's actually not possible. And that's where they get you early, right? They get you in kindergarten and say things adapt a little bit. Then you go to second grade, adaptation is evolution. They admit it.
Yeah. No, I get the whole. It's like people of a specific region will be like, well, look at these people. Like before there was these kind of people, and now that these people are living here, they adapted to their environment. I think like what you were saying before. It's like those people would already have to have the ability to be there. Otherwise, they would have died. Like let's just say the idea of adaptation was a thing. How did the person who couldn't survive there was able to during his lifetime? You know what I mean? He would have died out.
You got it. You just nailed it. That's a paradox. You just proved my point. It is a paradox. It automatically is a self-contradictory statement. If you're saying it has to adapt, it would have died anyway. What are you talking about? You just nailed it. That's exactly right.
It would have died a long time. Well, I mean, I've always like the vernacular has been there though. Adaptation has been like. I say this, man, like for the people from Flat Earth and like people that are in creationists, like that word is still kind of tossed around with still a little bit of validity, but it hasn't been fleshed out. And I think you brought a pretty good point. I mean, I was already thinking that way, just like you saying it this way. Just it made a lot of sense. So I mean,
it's kind of like, right? Yeah.
You just got to think about it, right? Like even people of color, like they would say, well, they're in the most tropical regions, and it's like, well. That's not true either. It's like people who want to live there can live there, right? It doesn't matter what skin type they are. It's just like that has nothing to do with it. It's like the endurance of the person, like that. Because like if you go somewhere really cold, you either really love the cold or you don't. You're just like, oh man, I gotta get out of here. Like I can't live here. And then you want to move somewhere else where it's warmer, and that's who you are. That's the kind of person you are. And then generations of your lineage will be born in the area that you desire the best, and That's just the way, like that's us. Like we decide because it's not about like we're adapting to something. Because you said like if you go a really cold temperature, that'll kill anything. It doesn't matter people from in the north, like it's not gonna matter. Like what type you are. If it's really cold, you'll die. If it's really hot, you'll die. Like it's either way, and in either extreme, you'll perish. But there's people that have the endurance to live there, that they've already had the ability to do that. So, yeah, you made a good point with survival of the fittest was also debunked too. It's like, but we really don't talk about that. And now that you just brought it up, it's like, it's how Earth has always been functioning. But like the secular side of it was more of it kind of teaching us a way that we could see it in a evolutionary stance. But because of the fact that like some of the residual from like the globe Earth teachings and such, because it's a ball that just blurped out of existence, and it's all tied together. Like everything is it's like a domino effect. Once you take one thing out, everything's got to tumble. You can't have it all the same. No,
exactly. Like, you got it right, and there's so much baggage, right? The terminology is the worst, right? When you still say certain words like heliocentric or global or universe or atmosphere, that drives me crazy, right? Like people will be in the topic for 7 years and they'll still use these terms that imply this cartoon fantasy, and it's like, man, that shows you how powerful words are, and that's really where they put the deception. Because Jesus is the word, right? So that's what Satan's number one attempt would be, to pervert the words, is what he does.
I'll say it this way, man. Up until this point, I was still carrying the idea of adaptation being something real. And just listen to the conversation, man, that you were having. It's like, because I was already thinking like it's not possible, like the adaptation part of it, but it was still kind of just there. I would still use the term, but it made more sense today. Like right now, listening to this, it's like, why use it if it's not even where do we see it? Like how does something adapt if it either is going to die or it's going to live? So it never needed to adapt. It was already adapted to it. You know what I mean?
Bingo, exactly right. You got it.
Yeah, it's funny because that those
so simple.
Those teachings are residual. Like we still haven't like cleaned our language. It's still there's a lot of stuff to unpack. Right. But yeah, I could see the point there. There isn't anything like when you speak truth, doesn't matter who speaks it. It's truth no matter what. And you could try to refute it, but it's like how? Because if you think about it, like survival of the fittest, you made a point too. Is like the strongest animals would go out for the hunt, and maybe they'd get killed in the process, and the ones who would stay behind are the weakest ones. Those are the ones that have the lineage like prevail.
Bingo, exactly right. I would say it's the opposite, right? I mean, if you go to war, that's when you're at risk for being taken out, right? And the weaklings are going to stay back, and we know that that's just obviously not survival of the fittest. It is just them survival due to a contextual event, right? Like I mean, just imagine all the ways that animals can die in the wild, right? Like you could get impaled on the horn of an animal, right? Like a wolf might make a mistake and get trampled by a moose. That might have been the number one wolf. That he might have been the alpha of the entire pack, and he got massacred.
Mind you, he might have had some successful hunts, but there was still the danger of him like not surviving the hunt. So he could perish within the hunt. And
no, you got it. You got a great grasp of it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, somebody else would take his place, and so on and so forth. And it's not because he was the fittest. He was like But you still have your alpha leaders and stuff like that. But those guys who are in the front lines usually are the ones who they're like the ones that usually got taken away first. Either that or they'll be the ones to survive, but they have the higher chance of not surviving because they're always in harm's way.
Exactly. And this is the other thing I want to point out. Remember, there's only two options, right? So in both options, this is what really gets people, is that both options eliminate the possibility of adaptation. It either survives because it already could, or it dies. Both options eliminate any adaptation because that's it. You only have two options to life. That's it. You either live or you don't. There's nothing. You can just try to think of anything else. You can't. That's it.
Well, and they try to. I've heard the argument like it's really weak for the case for adaptation and stuff. They use like these. I don't know if they're microbes or something where they're observing them and they mutate and stuff, and then that's still not
right.
Like that has nothing to do with like their idea of like how life began and we were amoebas and all of a sudden we're like humans, and there's no tie into. None of that has anything as far as like what you can see. To like us transforming, to mutating to something else. That's not even.
That's right, Miggy. But they're doing it in a lab. So first of all, you got a huge red flag. They're doing this in a lab, which completely removes any idea of evolution, right? Because this is in a lab. You're using intelligence, so now we have to trust them. We know they're going to lie, but then all you got to do is ask them. Okay, were the ones that were immune to the intravenous, things that you put into this family, right? They'll have a little cluster of bacteria. Yeah, the bacteria was exposed to an element that killed most of them, and the ones that already had the ability to survived that dosage or whatever you gave it, and those are the ones that continued to make babies. So the ones that already had the ability to stay microbes and not die from whatever penicillin, uric acid, chlorine, whatever they did, the ones that already have the ability to survive are the only ones that are going to make babies. It's that easy.
But they didn't do it with another kind of organism. It was the same type. So it was
same dupe, right? So you're just copying paste. Exactly. You're still just copying and pasting what's already there. It's that easy. There's nothing new.
But even if it like grew something else out of it, but because like you see deformities happen to in every species, every kind of animal and such. So
right.
It doesn't, deformities happen. So even if that was like it mutated or something, that microorganism, it still didn't matter because mutations do happen. So that's not anything different than we see already.
You got it. Now watch this, Miggy. I'll just top, since you know what you're doing here. Check this out. So when they talk about, well, what about mutations? I'll say, yeah, some men and women get mutations, right? And they're called Down syndrome or trisomy or Angelman syndrome or, ATRX, alpha thalassemia, whatever you want to take. These are called birth defects in people. And no matter how bad your birth defect is, even if I'm born with no arms, right, I'm still 100% human. So even if there's drastic changes, there's no speciation. It's still the exact same kind of. If you have a child that's born with no limbs and has to be fed through a tube and can't, you know what I mean? That's still 100% human. It's that easy. So if we look at humans, or we look at people or men and women, then we realize, see, you can't apply those rules to people, right? They'll try to say, well, this dog is bigger or small. Well, that's okay. I mean, humans can be big and small. That doesn't change that they're still exactly the same kind, nothing different. It's like there's no speciation event. Anytime somebody says this is a speciation event, go, okay, so you're saying if I lose the ability to reproduce, I'm now a new species of human? Crickets. No, I'm still, even if I can't reproduce, Miggy, I'm still a human. There's no species either. It's that easy.
And it's even, I gotta say, man, it's even worse for the Bible believer. I'm putting it out. I don't want to go into that direction as far as diving into it, but I would say so much as somebody who's following that, you can't. There's no escape. It's either the truth or bust. So it's either gonna be true by what we understand, the Creator to have done things, or it's gonna go fly in the face of that completely. If you're somebody, let's say if you're somebody who's into the scriptures. You know what I mean? You can't have your cake and eat it. You can't say that you're for evolution and also for creation at the same time. That's just not, doesn't mix. So I've seen it happen though. There's people on the riding both sides of the fence, and they do it with globe Earth and such, because that's how are you even in the whole Big Bang, cosmology, evolution, all that, and still a creation person. So I have no it boggles my mind. But hey, some people are just misled with the wind of doctrine, and that's, to me, it's I'm finding more solace with just truth, period. If it sounds like it's true, it don't matter who's speaking it. Pillbox is in here, and or God Rockin', Godric, Gemzy, whoever says it, and they're speaking it, and it is true. How can you deny that? Because even we understand, even if you try to mutate something, it doesn't turn into a duck, or it's still the same organism that it was when you first started. So you're never going to get something else out of it that it's not.
That's right. Yeah, so even the mutation, even mutations prove it already had the ability to mutate and stay alive. That guarantees it stays the same. And that's what I try to show people. Even it doesn't matter how bad it mutates, a clump of cells in its first week of gestation is still that being. It's not something else. That's it. Those cells only make that information. It already has that preconceived information. The gene pool already existed. The mechanisms were already there. Everything had to already function, not just 90%. The functioning had to be 100% capability from the beginning. So it's the exact opposite of evolution. Evolution requires that we gain ability, but all of life, all of biology dictates that it already has the ability. And that's why they're polar opposite understanding.
That's the whole chicken and egg scenario. I know it's a bit redundant, but you got to think about that. You have to have a fully formed, chicken for the egg to actually be born out of it. So it's the chicken is the one, what came first, obviously it had to have been already existing before it laid the egg, because you couldn't have just an egg, because that's what comes out of the chicken. So it couldn't be out of the chicken if it was out into the open, an egg already. So the chicken first had to have been made, and then it would have laid the egg. So
100% accurate. Yep.
Yeah. So the chicken would have to have been designed, made, and created and put in place and functioning before it laid its egg in an environment where it could survive. Isn't that weird?
Exactly.
Yep. So, yeah, it had to have the ability to already be living in its environment, and then it laid the egg, and then it produced more chickens and so on. And then other animals that did that same thing with their young, they did the same. They already have to be existing, otherwise, where did that young come from if it wasn't? You know what I mean? It had to be already fully formed. That's great. It's you get into the. It's truth, right? Otherwise, if you come from primordial soup, man, there's no way That, you know what I mean? Like something like that could have turned into what it did and doing the things that it does. It's crazy. It's deception, man. All of it. It's heliocentric globe nonsense, bro. Like that's all it is.
Outer space is the foundation. The outer space makes all that possible, and that's why I only attack outer space, because that's the foundation for all of it, literally.
Yeah, the vast expanse cosmos. Everybody's got their eyeballs all over the. They're going to be traveling through the stars, and that's got everybody kind of like with their imagination running wild. For the rest of the people who still believe the Earth is a globe, because they think that this rock is dying. And we got to figure out a way to colonize Mars, and once we do that, we're gonna be safe. And it's like, man, do you even know what you want to do? Like with this whole idea, even if that was the case, how like idiotic that would be for anything to survive. Like that's crazy. All that nonsense, everything like the vacuum of space, like talking about it, like it's utter nonsense. And so
and that amount of space, right? Go ahead.
No, I was going to say what's so crazy is that there's some things that you don't even know about the moon landing, not you, Pillbox, but everybody else. Like when I'm talking, like when we were talking about the moon landing and all that stuff, do you know that these guys left their human waste on the moon? Like vomit, feces, and urine. They were left in bags and they left them on the moon. I don't know if you guys knew that or not, but yeah, this is something that you can look it up if you want to. It'll even show you the sites where they left them, their trash at, all over the moon. That's scattered. So according to this is how bad the globe nonsense is, and people don't even look in it. Their rhetoric says that they left all their garbage on the moon, like that stuff. Like, wow, and that should make people like proud of like the idea of going to space and like that's nuts, man. Like there wasn't any way to take care of that in their wisdom of like traveling to the moon, like with all these complicated calculations, they couldn't figure out how to get rid of waste. Like that's dumb. They have to leave it on. Anyway, it's just the whole rhetoric, man. Everything that has to deal with like the space and everything that's to deal with it, it's utter nonsense, man. And we have to kind of like bring the people back from space to like, we're not talking about the vacuum of space. We're talking about what's happening within the Earth and like the ecosystem here. It's troubling, man, because this is the kind of like deception that happens when you're super young and you're just impressionable. You're at school, you're learning, and teachers tell you whatever, parents also solidify it when the kid comes home and they're like so proud of their work, of their doing. And that's, man, how can you pull somebody away from that? Because they have years of indoctrination. By the time they get to the stage where they have critical thinking, what do they think about? They're just fully ready to rebel against anything that's being said. So that's what makes indoctrination a lot stronger. That factor right there. When you get deceived at such a young age, and then when you get to the critical thinking age, there's nothing else that can happen except for them to buy into more indoctrination. Like when they go to higher learning in college, and then they start to say that there's nothing that they can know 100% true. Have you heard about that, Pillbox? That these guys who are taking philosophy classes, they learn how to not to identify reality as reality. Because I've asked two questions, and let everybody that's listening right now actually ponder this idea, right? I ask everybody that comes in here that denies reality, I would ask them a question. It's like, are we talking on Discord? And the answer would probably be yes, where it's a justified true belief, we're talking on Discord. But if I was to say the second question, which is the most important, are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord? And then I get all kinds of answers from even Flat Earth side. They're like, well, we can't know anything 100%. Like, that's not possible. Why not? Why can't we be certain that we're talking on Discord? I don't understand that. Like, this is outside of the boundaries of our known reality if you say no to that question. Because now you're taking something that's certain out of context of, well, I could be dreaming. And, well, it's like, how do you define a dream? What's dreaming anyways? Isn't it when you're going to sleep? Don't you know when sleep happens? I mean, people can be put into a sleep state, but the difference between awake and asleep, and some would argue, well, I have had lucid dreaming where it feels like it's real. Yeah, but it's still called lucid dreaming for a reason. It's defined that way. It's still lucid dreaming. So it's still not reality. It's like not when you're awake. So there's a lot of things that are mixed in there where somebody says, well, I don't know, it could be a simulation, all of this thing. And it's like they can't ever say they know something for 100% certain because it's scary. Once you start identifying, but I tell you what, and I've said this before, when it really matters, let's say you were sitting alongside somebody that thought that way, right? 99.99999% that this is reality, and stuff is happening. If you were sitting on a train tracks and the car stalled and it was an oncoming train that was like in a hurry, I don't think anyone in their right mind would be saying, there's a 99.99999% chance that train's going to hit us. I don't think so. Not when it counts. Everybody would be like, you need to get off these damn train tracks before this train comes and T-bones us. Like, everyone would be thinking that, or at least trying to get out the car and get it away from it. Not, well, let's have a discussion if that train's really going to hit us or not. There's a 99.999% chance that it might not. Or that small percentage that it might not from that 99. When it matters, there isn't a gamble. There isn't a gamble. They're certain they're going to get themselves out of harm's way. So being that way, it's like you start to realize what reality that you're in. Like, this isn't like put a quarter in, you're going to start the game over. It's game over once it's over, like completely over. So reality deniers are what's been being bred out of the idea that you can't know something 100%, which is probably why they don't understand why we say we're certain about flat Earth. And a lot of people are like, how are you so certain about flat Earth? What is it? Like, how can you guys say that you are so sure? Like, I don't understand this. Well, that's because we don't live in uncertainty and everything's subjective like everyone else. This is reality where things do really happen. And we can do things like define things and agree upon the definitions. And so, like, we're talking about where you can't know something, or there's gray areas, like, well, what's a hill and what's a mountain? How do you know what's a hill and a mountain? I was like, well, aren't they defined terms that we are?
I was there. I remember that one. That was 5 days ago. Boy, that I was there, and I'm one of his triggers, and he was triggered. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Bendy, like, but I'm saying though, with the idea, it's like they're so far removed from reality that they are even like gray areas in definitions. So it's like if there's a definition for a hill and a definition for a mountain as to what defines it and what defines a hill, then he's like, well, in between a hill and a mountain, you got like where you don't know if it's a hill or a mountain. Well, I'm thinking, well, then pick one and then call it that. But then it's whatever you called it. Then it's like known as a hill, right? Like, that's duh. Why am I going to leave it to like, well, see, it's subjective. So if you think it's a mountain, go ahead and call it that. If it's a hill, go ahead and call it that. No, because it's actually named the thing that it is, right? Like, that's why you named it. Because that's what
he's trying to cause ambiguity. That's insanity. He's trying to cause confusion. That's evil in my I called it out. I had to say that's evil, bro. Sorry.
Yeah. So that's Bendy Light in his craziness. But like, I would
Matthew
say
Learns, man. Matthew Learns said it.
Yeah, he said it too. You were there, weren't you, Pillbox? Well, he does.
Yeah,
that,
this was not even a week ago. This was literally 5 or 8 days ago. He said that he went to the mountain. Let me just hide behind a hill or a mountain. Yeah.
And here's the issue, because we were talking about like the Dude Perfect video that got like millions of hits. Like in 4 days, it was already 10 million hits, like on the views on the video. But I don't know if you know this, but like this guy, Dude Perfect, was he's a YouTuber, was doing trick shots and stuff, and then all of a sudden he got picked to do they put him on the Blue Origin rocket so he can go up into space and whatnot. Credit to Jeff Bezos on that, right? Because that's how they did that. But they just chose a rando out of nowhere. Oh, it's just let's pick this one dude out of nowhere. Oh, hey, what's going on, Cody? And they got him and his buddies and a couple of people to kind of agree to that they were going to do this thing, right? So they put him in this rocket, sent him up about 198,000 feet, and oh boy, was there a celebration about them going to space. And then it's like, well, you hear the rhetoric having contradictions with these guys. I mean, you hear Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about they're 2 millimeters above this beach ball. They're not in space, and he's all like fully like denouncing the Red Bull space jump with Felix Baumgartner at 123,000 feet. Now these cats were no a little bit higher, but they weren't nowhere near space. And yet the liar, Cody, was saying, well, I seen the whole entire Earth and it was a perfect circle. And he was saying these things on camera, on microphone and everything. Yet Neil deGrasse Tyson says that's at 123,000 feet, that stuff is flat. So you can't see the curve. And so these guys were seeing the curve, not only the curve, the entire Earth. And then that's what they were claiming. And then on top of that, they asked him at the end of it, hey, is the Earth flat? No, it's not flat. It's round, definitely. And he was just like totally in the zone, like just canceling everything out. So what they're doing is they tied in like this real soft melody in the background, is emotional music. Everybody gets caught up in that, and it's just a theatrics, bro. He jumps out of the cab. So we went to space, and like his arms open. He falls down to the ground, kissing the ground like an idiot, like these guys are literally putting on theater for everyone.
What do you mean? He just came home from a big mission, dude.
Yeah, well, apparently, right?
The mission is manipulating the masses, bro.
I know, and then see, this takes this because it takes your emotion when you see it. I mean, just for the fact that it's like some kind of story that they're telling. Who cares if they even went to space? But you get sucked into like the whole reality TV kind of thing, and you're just like, man, this is what are they doing? This is weird. And so people who don't have the time to look into this, who are not debating flat Earth and globe Earth, they're just gonna open this video, check it out. Oh, cool, dude, perfect, went to space. Oh, I wonder what we're gonna do next. They're not gonna look into anything. And so that's why I was kind of like upset about it, because like a lot of people like you read the comments, whether it's like trolls on there or just people getting caught up in emotions and putting stuff on there. Who knows? But they're all caught up in this rhetoric, of them actually thinking they went to space, not knowing that Neil deGrasse Tyson denounces people even at that height saying that they went to space. So I'm just like, who's gonna set the record straight? There is no buffer. And then we're talking to Matthew Learns about it, and I was like, Matthew, what's the height you have to be at elevation to go actually, be in space? And the man didn't know. He's like, well, it's like 100 miles. But for me, it's like if I was to orbit the Earth, then I'm in space. I'm like, dude, so you don't know? Like, honestly, the answer doesn't get told by anyone. No one knows. Not any Globe member that comes in here. They don't know. It's like 62 miles. I think that's what it is, right? Like the Kármán line where... but really, there really isn't a place like, there's no certain space or altitude where you're going to be in the atmosphere or into space. So their rhetoric is all kind of gray area right there. So they live in the gray area. That's what I was like really trying to drive home. So the gray area is like home to them. So long as it's ambiguous, it's fair game. Hill or mountain, doesn't matter. Like Kármán line, who cares? Like if you go up in the sky, you're in space. You can qualify yourself as an astronaut. And then if you say, well, was he did he qualify as an astronaut? I don't know. Let's check. Did he pass the Kármán line? Because only those who pass it are the ones who become astronauts. And it's like, no, he didn't pass it according to what they say where the Kármán line is. And then there's different ideas where it is. So who knows? It could be further up or closer back. And so it's like. It's so there isn't anything to hold them to say like you could say whatever you want. You know what I mean? Like, and that's kind of where I feel that's where nobody's holding them to standards or like, hey, wait a minute, nah, you just can't play the game this way. If you're gonna play it, stick to your damn story and say it the way you stand on 10 toes. Say, look, this is the Kármán line. If you're below that, that's atmosphere. If you're above that, that's space, and that's what it is. If anybody tries to say they're in space, no, you're not. So that's where I'm coming from, right? If you're even saying anything to do with the globe Earth and that, stick to the freaking paradigm, at least to what's been already generally said, not what. Because I guess in the globe Earth side, you can just make up whatever you want, and it's like, Bob the science guy, he's always in chat, always causing trouble, but the problem is he doesn't even know, like 8 inches per mile squared. He's saying all the time, right? And Dave Farina, Professor Dave, but he's not a professor, but Dave Farina, he's like, anybody that uses 8 inches per mile squared is a con man. Oh, really, Dave? Well, you just told Bob that because Bob says that it's 8 inches per mile squared, and he swears by it on his videos. So, and then I told Bob this pillbox. I told him, I was like, dude, Do you know that Dave's calling you he's calling you a con man because you're using 8 inches per mile squared, and he's like, well, Dave, I agree with Dave. I'm like, dude, you agree with him for the sake of agreeing with him on the fact that he's just saying that he's a globe Earth proponent? Well, that's weird, Bob, because now you're a con man. You agreed with on the sake of agreeing with him for the sake of that. You're gonna call yourself a con? I'm just like, bro. I mean, if you guys are all, you don't know what's going on, man. Like honestly. And they're like, well, yeah, no, Crit, I was just going to finish. I was like, and then then they'll say, well, you guys say 8 inches per mile squared. I'm like, no flat earther anywhere cares about 8 inches per mile squared because that stuff is flat, bro. We don't care. What math are you going to use? Use that, whatever math, figure out what you're going to use and stick to it so that we can figure out that we're going to come back and tell you, hey, I'm sorry, but it doesn't measure curvature. Doesn't matter what math you want to stick to it. It's never going to measure that curvature. It's not. So 8 inches per mile squared, or figure out what math you're going to use and come back to us and let us know because we don't care. And it doesn't matter what you say. Like the reason why that they're so upset is because 8 inches per mile squared already on its face doesn't prove the globe. And they know that. So they want to weasel out of it so they can find another way to kind of kick the can down the road and keep the globe idea still viable. And it's not going to be. Anytime they figure somebody puts their foot down and says, okay, I know what this is. Here it is. They know we're going to debunk it. Sorry. Go ahead, Crit.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to tie it in with what XO was talking about, too. That he'll take any label, anything, but flat earther. He'll be a con man. He'll be a criminal. He'll be a defrocked doctor. Everything you throw at him, he's fine with. Because he's used like a theory of evolution so deeply that he's dehumanized other people. That he thinks that somehow his ideas still make everything he's done, all the the criminal acts, all the stuff he said. At least he's still human in his eyes. Something that you are not. Because of you're a flat earther, you're less evolved.
Yeah, I'm just.
So
go ahead, AI.
The recent quote unquote space jaunt. I could have sworn I heard in the clip when they came back, they were asked, "So is the Earth flat?" And he said, "Can confirm it's round." He didn't. I don't think he said it's not flat.
I posted a screenshot of it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying from the clip I heard, he didn't actually say it's not flat. As far as I know, I heard he just said, "I can confirm it's round."
I got the clip, guys. I got the 1 minute clip. I could play it. I think he did say it's not flat, it's round.
Not flat, yeah. That's what I got too. I clipped it. I a screenshot of it with I put a gif with it, GIF with Tyson. Yeah, he later on does say. Yeah, he goes on and on about it. It's like that the guy who went to Antarctica. Like, hey, dude, you just circumvented the globe. You walked all the way across the South Pole. What are you gonna do? Tell us all about it, and then just rant about flat Earth for the next half hour. Like, seriously, dude. Yeah, on Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan invited some dude who I guess walked across the bottom of the Earth. Didn't tell him what equipment did you use? How hard was it? Did you ever think about turning back? What did you do to train for it? None of it. None of that. All he did was rant. Just rant about flat Earth. It's like that's the last thing you do. It's like, dude, you just won the Super Bowl. What are you gonna do? Rant about flat Earth? You did that yesterday. You did that. Okay, so you just
won the Super Bowl. Thanks, Coriolis.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for Coriolis, by the way, the Earth's so round because of Coriolis. Like, just, I don't know. It's you guys. Why, guys? And it's like these guys with why did they even take a stab at flat Earth for what? They could have just relished in the fact that they got everybody indoctrinated, knowing that they did this thing. No, they had to take a jab at flat Earth, like. And, I know what that means. It's just like in school when you're taught that Christopher Columbus and you see that image where boats are going over the edge. That's imagery, that's mockery, that's, just it further kind of like solidifies people into the spell, into the indoctrination. That's all that is.
Well, now they got an amateur rocket launch of 290,000 feet, which trumps that one balloon, which is 240,000 feet. Right. And so now they have that, which they claim has got 2 modified GoPros that have rectilinear, distortion-free alleged lenses. Right. And they have a slight curve in the image. Right. So they think that now that's definitive proof, even though it's relatively the same slightest curve you could get at any altitude. So it's like, okay, if you're going up to 290 and you're getting this slightest curve, doesn't that debunk all the other people below that had an exaggerated curve that were claiming that's the curve of the Earth?
Easily, dude. Even Dude Perfect, I would say. So much to say is that much. Yeah, we could.
You know that distortion that was in the Dude Perfect video where it becomes elliptical for a period of time?
Yeah.
So there's a similar distortion if you watch this other rocket launch. You could see it in the features. It's not so pronounced in the horizon, even though the horizon is wonky if you watch it. And you can put it on slow mo. But if you just look at it and focus on it, you'll see it distorting, stretching. It's like this idea that they have this distortion-free lens is ridiculous.
That's ridiculous.
The only lenses that are even purported to be distortion-free, I can't remember the name of them. They're not rectilinear, they're something else. The lens is the size of the target object. Okay, so that removes perspective effects and all other kinds of distortion because, in principle, the light's coming in parallel, right? Because the image and the camera are the same size, right? So if you want to see the Earth with zero distortion, you need an Earth-sized camera.
Yeah.
Not gonna happen.
Exactly. That's what, didn't we dive into this like years back? AI. We had a whole discussion.
Yeah.
There was people about cameras and lenses, and it was just like we got so far into it, man. Like we were dissecting. And there was some people sending balloons. I guess at the time we were arguing like the balloon footage and that, and it was really just like back and forth from balloon footage. And a lot of people were really standing on. And now I think we can use rectilinear lenses to kind of say, for like, let's send this balloon up, and we're gonna see the Earth, and we're all gonna like. I don't know what balloon launch we were watching, but there was some flat earthers that were going to do this. I forgot who it was. Do you remember who it was?
I don't remember. I just remember that Lepizzle said he can prove that light rays are parallel if he had this type of lens, which I can't remember the name of, that I just mentioned. And then we were thinking to ourselves, so you're going to prove sunlight is parallel by getting a camera the size of the sun. Okay. I don't think he thought that one through.
No, he was Lepizzle's. He was on another level too, man. Some of these guys. I don't think we'll ever probably see him again.
Lepizzle's on another server that I'm on.
I do.
He's
kind
of chill. He grew up a lot.
Oh, is he? Yeah, invite him back over here, man.
Yeah, he was like a teenager, I think, it was about 3 years ago. Like, he's kind of like a 19-year-old now. So he's like not as emo and all that stuff.
Let me just really quickly, I'm just going to open up the mics of AB with a buzz. And who else is in here? It's me, as if. I'm just going to open you guys' mic. You're welcome to participate in the conversation. We're just talking about different things in Flat Earth, Globe Earth. But we definitely want you guys who are new to participate into the conversation. Very interesting. Also, we do want to get to know you a little bit. If you do want to jump on the mic, you have control of your mic, so you're able to jump on the mic and say what's up. We do want to know like a little bit whether you think you know the Earth is a globe or you're on the fence, or if you know the Earth is flat. Either way, it's great for you guys to open up your mics and talk to us. So yeah, do that if you want. AB with the buzz and as if. I think this is your name. It's me, as if. Yeah, I kind of cleared the floor, so if you wanted to say hi or something. Or not, it's up to you. Yeah, but anyways, Lepizzle, you can come back in here if you want.
Yeah, he's okay. I mean, what I thought was really funny about the guy is that at the time, Golds could only like mute or do anything through the bot. But the setting was that server boosters were immune to the bot. So he would be in like lobbies starting trouble when there wasn't a mob around, and like only Gold's around, and then Gold would try to cog diss him and be like, "Hot." He'd be like laughing at him, and
I think he had a crush on somebody in there too. Some lady that I forgot what the name was.
Oh man.
Yeah, he was a character. I finally got through to him. Guy said like, okay, he said I'm just trolling. I go, if you're just trolling, if that's all you do is troll, what are you? What are you at that point? Are you a person or are you just a troll?
So
he thought about it.
That lady actually left Flat Earth in total.
Oh, she did? Because of him?
Yeah. It's sort of because of the fact that it's more along the fact that people put up with that kind of behavior and it's just too much stress.
Oh yeah,
it's like,
of course.
Why fight? It's not like talking to a brick wall when it becomes people throwing bricks at you all the time. There's a difference there. You get hit in the face with bricks, you're like, I don't want to be here anymore. It's like every time I try to engage, I have to get, slapped in the face with bricks. And then
that's like Professor Dave, or not Dave,
a bunch of people
Phil.
tolerate the behavior. It's a catch-22 because if you don't have that way. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, sometimes it's good to confront people like that. And other times it's good just to have people who are willing to listen.
It's like Professor Phil constantly messaging women and asking them, like, what do their fathers think and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Like, what's wrong with you, dude?
He's trying to slide in them DMs, freaking creepy. What he's trying to do is identify the issues with their father so he can exploit it for his personal game, whatever that is. It's very untoward of you, Mr. Professor. I'd hate for your university to know how unscrupulous you are in your private time.
Yeah, and then you tell them, I got banned because I'm a danger to Flat Earth. I go, no, dude, you're banned because you keep creeping on women. That's why.
Yeah.
If you can stop messaging women, you're welcome back. Will you do that? And he just won't.
Well, yeah, I mean, let's not provoke him to come here if he's got a different mind for being here. I was just thinking like he's not on the side of that, but just, I mean, he was still kind of rant on a little bit when he was in here.
Yeah, fair, but he brings up a good point. It's not just that these Globers, the Globe zealots, not just people who believe in the Globe proposition, but, rampant zealotry. There's a problem that they all seem to have, which is they just can't keep out of people's personal business. It's like it's one thing to come in here and compete on the stage. It's another thing to wait for other people to come around and then try to slide into their DMs and manipulate them. They all seem to have this problem where they want to manipulate people from the background. It's very, very odd.
Yeah, I agree. Yes, sir.
It's almost like the serpent in the garden. Oh, have they really said 8 inches per mile squared? Have they really said?
Yeah.
Yeah, some of these Globers be suffering mental problems, emotional problems, moral problems. Very odd.
And some of them deny what hills and mountains are. Right, Bendy Light? Just like this. Can't believe it.
Is that
yeah, some of them,
what was said about Professor Phil? I thought he was just banned because he was a dickhead.
Who, Professor Phil?
Yeah.
Phil Bell? No, man, that guy is... No.
I mean, yeah, he is a dickhead, but yeah, he does a lot of cringe things behind the scenes too.
Yeah, is it just kind of because I know he DM'd me? I just thought he did it to everyone, but he's targeting women, is he?
Yeah, he does. I think he does target women.
Oh, sorry.
from my understanding anyway, because some women in the server were like, yeah, this guy's Bambi would always tell us that he's, but she dealt with him, but
because I know
I can't remember exactly, but she promised him some things if he would give her a particular citation, right? And you know, most thirsty, middle-aged, over-the-hill, short, low stature, low testosterone guys would jump at those chances to provide that evidence. But you know, it's been years upon years, and he hasn't given her what she's asked for, which is only like a citation for a certain quote unquote science experiment or something. It's like, hey, you claim that. How about a citation for that?
Right, band member.
Yeah, so
I just undid my thing. What?
I don't know. Two people were talking that sounded the same. Was that you, Timbo?
Yeah, I'll be quiet now. I'm at work, so I'll shush.
Oh, you just got to work? Okay. Still looking for flat Earth evidence, band member?
Yes, sir.
Jeez.
Yes, we do offer an in-house counseling service if the flat Earth is becoming deleterious to your paychecks because you can't concentrate on work. What we do is you sign up for this program and we ban you during your work hours. Works for everybody. You get to work, and then when you're off work, we unban you, and then you can participate again if you have no self-control.
I thought you were speaking of band member, man. I was like, yeah, he needs at least 2 hours on the couch. To tell us about how he feels. So I hear you saying you can't find any evidence for the flat Earth. How does that make you feel? Like start getting psychoanalyzing. It's like, man, the guy's been here like for a while now. There's a lot that we've talked about, and granted, after all of it, it's like, you understand it? No, I still need evidence for flat Earth. It's like, okay, man, we just gave you everything you needed, but you're like, I don't want that stuff. Give me the other stuff. That's what I want.
Yeah, he wants. He wants.
No, I just put my sound back on. So I didn't hear anything. Sorry.
What's that, Tim?
He was in yesterday. He couldn't get past that. We don't have to give him a replacement for falsification.
Yeah, he just can't. There's no way that they can bring their mind to. You know, I'm telling you, he needs at least 2 hours on the couch. There needs to be somebody just like, you know, I hear you saying words like, you know, refraction. Like, how does that make you feel? Somebody should like go through the whole, like have him just like really get it out, man. It's like some stuff he's just clung to. He just won't let it go. So he's in there and you're just like, okay, so this is the way we line of sight, you know, from point A to point B, no drop over distance. And you give him everything that he needs. And he's like, well, how else can I figure that the earth is flat? Like, bro, we're telling you what to do and how to do it. Now you need to get up from where you're going, go into the field and go do the thing and then come back and then tell us what you did and then report back. And it's like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I want it to be done over Discord. You guys have to do it over Discord. That's the only way.
You know, Miggy, you know, I'm asking for recorded data, right? I'm not just looking for, you know, someone tell me.
And I told you, go into the field. If you were to do what I was saying, you would have already been done with this, man. Like, you're spinning our wheels, and like, plus you're gonna deny anything that we show you. Like the laser tests, anything. This doesn't matter what it is. You're gonna be like, well, the light's bending, and like you're not gonna. There's nothing that's gonna give you over a Discord validity until you actually go and do it yourself. But
so
I was trying to tell you that.
In the 7th, I think. Okay, so 5. Let's just say 4 years. Well, it's almost 5 years now for the old server and this server. That I've been engaging with people, and there's been homework to be done. I would say no more than 5 have actually come back with anything. That means that all the rest of the people absolutely did nothing. They didn't get off their ass. They didn't go to a lake. They did nothing. They didn't attempt anything. You know, we got residents here that their base principle is, I don't need to go out and test anything.
Yeah.
Cough, cough, Matthew.
Now, you could throw a few other names in that pot while you're at it.
I have seen an ocean liner vanish from bottom up.
Yeah, I know. I showed you the GIF. So check this out real quick. Look in live stream voice text. This is coming straight off the wire, man. From the YouTube live stream. Bendy Light saying, we get ridiculed for asking for a physical demonstration in reality that proves sunsets are possible on a flat Earth. Should have been the first thing every F-year confirmed before wasting 8+ years of their life. This is, like, it sounds like band member, but Ben actually has the courage to come in here. This Bendy Light character stays in the shadows, throwing little fiery darts.
So
safe haven.
If it's the case that the ground measures flat, then biological contingency, anything that an object in the sky does would be irrelevant, would it not?
Of course.
So for somebody to argue, if you can't explain sky phenomenon, then the Earth can't possibly measure flat, and therefore you should abandon the premise if you arrived at the premise by the Earth measuring flat. So if you believe, or know, or whatever you want to say, if you accept the proposition that the Earth measures flat at the surface, and somebody tells you, oh, but if you can't explain the sun, then that proposition is false and you shouldn't believe it. Well, the reason how that person came to their conclusion is the ground itself measures flat, therefore it can't be a sphere. Whatever you say about the sun at that point becomes irrelevant to that line of argument. So it's not a necessary defeater to say you should have answered the sun issue first. No, that shows that you don't know the point. The point is not what the sun is doing. The point is whether the ground is curved or not.
Here, this is what he's looking for. It was done by many people all the time. Kansas is flatter than the pancake, mathematically. This is done by a university. So, I mean, if you're going to think, like, who was this done by? Oh, some stupid flat earther, or just disregard it. This is why the globalists have to throw away all of math, all of science, all of history, to pretend like NASA came first, took a photograph from space, and and everyone knew that already. They just kind of did it for fun.
So, Ben, do you actually think that the sky has relevance to the ground? Like, as in, to tell us the shape in some way? Like, do you think whatever we look, it doesn't matter if you pick the sun, the stars, the moon, whatever it is that you pick, that can tell us the shape of our ground that we're standing on? Do you believe that exists somehow?
Maybe that all I've asked for is surface measurements of the Earth being flat. That's all I.
Yeah, I just posted it.
Well, I mean, yeah, Crit actually posted in live stream voice text something for you to look at.
Yeah,
I know
what you. It doesn't take into account curvature if there's any.
The relevance of that having to do with you looking at the ground, because most of you guys would say like star trails spin and clockwise and anti-clockwise, whatever. But then you go to that and saying like the sun's doing this, and how does sunset? One of the biggest questions we get is, how do sunsets work on a flat Earth or sunrises? I mean, isn't that true?
Like, I got a question. I got a corollary question. How do star sets work?
I don't care about anything in the sky. All I care about is surface measurements of the Earth drawing flat.
Perfect.
I mean, that's fine with me. I wouldn't even use this guy. I'm just saying, was that even a point of contention for you at all?
No, sir.
Being somebody who thinks the Earth is a globe, I mean, I would think that's pretty high on your burners. You wouldn't none of these guys let it go. Well, the fact that you are not saying anything about it is something different, but everybody else wants to hone in on it.
Does he have any measurement of the Earth being a globe?
No, it's a classic. It's a classic burden of proof reversal fallacy with Ben. He's always saying that he's asking us for the information that that's the other thing with Ben, is that he's asking us that. At the same time, I said, hey, Ben, did you check to see if it was actually a globe? I'm not asking if it was a globe or not. I just want to know if there's any evidence of the flat Earth. That's what he does.
Okay.
That's his
shtick. Let's talk about it.
His shtick is that. So just let you guys know.
What methodology what methodology is sufficient to measure the surface?
I was willing to accept that laser test that was done with FE core, but there doesn't seem to be any data recorded proving flat. It's always absence of globe.
What you talking about,
What?
Willis?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Yeah, please elaborate.
The argument was always FE core tried to find the globe measurements using the laser test, and there's no data showing that what they found is can be turned into positive evidence for a flat Earth. It's more like we didn't find globe.
Hold on.
Okay, so fair. So let's say.
How is that fair? Lack of curvature? If something's not curving, what is it?
Oh my goodness, bro.
Could be a cube or a pyramid. Who knows?
Irrelevant. Okay, so you are correct that via laser transit, right? Unless you mark every point, at best you could have a differential between the surface and the height of the laser. So let's say you have 2 meter laser, let's just say 6 feet, right? If you have a 6 foot differential, right, and you only have 2 points, then it is possible, in principle, that you could have a curve in between the differential. That is true. So you are correct that that wouldn't prove of a necessity, okay, that the Earth is planar and flat in totality, or even in that portion. That is true. However, it does falsify the WGS-84 model, the globe Earth model, by 2 orders of magnitude. Okay, so let's be clear. For you to say, oh, it doesn't prove that the Earth is absolutely planar within the tolerance, okay, fine. It also proves by 2 orders of magnitude it's not the globe in question. So what are you then claiming, that it's a bigger globe? Let me tell you the consequences of claiming that. Let me tell you the consequences of claiming curvature with less than 6 feet of differential at 25 miles. You're talking about an Earth like the size of the alleged distance from here to the moon. Okay, let me tell you what would happen if that were the case. The path of the sun over the surface is fixed. So you don't get an equator that's now increased with the radius of the Earth you just inflated. What you get is you get a small portion of the Earth. Imagine an 8-ball, like on a pool table that has a little circle inscribed on it. You have the sun going around a little circle on top of a huge 8-ball. You know what that does? That destroys all heliocentric cosmology, all orbital trajectories, everything that they say about the origin of the universe and everything. So regardless of whether it proves that the Earth is necessarily planar in totality and absolutely flat, right? It destroys everything else. So what are you left with?
I don't care about any of that. I want to start with the very beginning, which is the surface of the Earth going flat. That's from there. I'll begin exploring other natural phenomenon theories, whatever scientific theories. Earth surface measurements first.
There it is, right there. I just posted it. Utah State University. To the degree of flatness, this could be described as mathematically damn, quote, I quote, damn flat.
Yeah, fair. So let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. This is what's called a false dichotomy. Okay, the exclusion of the middle. Right now, there is a such thing as the law of excluded middle, but it doesn't apply here because there is many things in the middle. So, for example, you might say, well, unless you could show me that the Earth is actually flat, then whatever mainstream paradigm is defaulted must be true. But there's actually a gamut of options. So, for example, I just gave you some. So to simply say, I'm not going to put my finger on flat because this other thing doesn't actually prove flat, yet it disproves all the other stuff. So it's like you now have new options on the table. So, for example, a much bigger Earth, or A convex Earth. Or sorry, convex. Yeah, convex, like a contact lens, like a massive convex wafer. Right? You have all these other options that all of a sudden become viable. I mean, or am I wrong here?
All theoretical. Don't care.
Okay, that's fine, but we've disproved the heliocentric model and the globe that they've claimed. That's not theoretical. That's disproven.
So far, every explanation about the heliocentric model, plus the scientifically linking and logically linking all natural phenomena, works.
Yes, except the lack of surface curvature necessary for the WGS84 model to be true.
Is it possible that the laser test is mistaken?
I mean, lasers don't think, so I don't think they can be mistaken.
Yes. That means it has to be conducted by someone.
Right, but we keep talking about the laser test. There's multiple laser tests.
The one
There's multiple, all kinds of tests.
Why are we humoring this idiot? This is just ridiculous.
It's mental health support.
Your positive evidence is lacking.
He's sitting here saying a laser that measures things on a level plane is wrong. When have you ever seen an instrument that shines a light directly in front of you veer off or curve around something? When have you ever seen that, sir?
Have you seen a laser go out 50 miles?
Have you ever seen you ever use a flashlight? Have you ever used a flashlight, right? You realize that's a laser, right?
No.
You realize that? Well, it is. It's a fucking laser. Okay?
No.
Have you ever seen a flashlight curve? Do you know that a flashlight can burn hair? Are you aware of that, sir? That's a fucking laser. It's a weak one, but it's a laser. What is wrong with you?
Laser's a coherent beam.
Oh, gosh, this is what we deal with, people. This is what we deal with. This is why we can't stand you guys. You just sit here and lie out your asses. It's so annoying.
I'm asking for positive evidence and you can't show it, and you're mad about it. I'm taking you guys seriously, and you think I'm being ridiculous.
I can't deal with this.
Hey, what can be described as flat? A pancake or Kansas? Which one's flat?
What?
Which one's flat? A pancake or Kansas?
Well, going by what you showed me, both.
Okay, so now describe which one's more flat. A pancake or Kansas?
I don't know what the surface area is.
Using math only. You got the math and the surface. Both are flat. Which one is even more closer to 1? A perfect 1 would be flat, or a 0, basically, going up to 0.99999 repeating would be more flat than like 0.6.
I don't know what the geodetic survey of Kansas is, so I can't answer that.
I posted it for you. It's right there. Just read it.
That's not all the data.
Oh, sorry, friend. What he's trying to refer to is the conclusion post-geodetic survey after they put the data that they collect from the field into a mathematical transform, which assumes axial rotation and gravitation in the formula. That's what he meant. So after they take flat measurements and shove them up the butt of a globe Earth transmogrifier, that's what he means by geodetic survey.
Oh yeah, they account for that. They say here that they say the reason why they got this result on the globe is because Kansas is flattened out because of the spin of the Earth. It's an anomaly. It's like
an anomaly.
Yeah. Let me find the exact quote again. You see, I normally hold that part back because they say like, "Oh, look they say globe. They say globe." I'm like, dude, yeah, they're saying it's a flat globe. That's what they're telling you. The globe is damn flat.
But he says that squares up with the globe perfectly. The globe can be flat, no problem. All the observations, all the data, everything squares up perfectly with this flat globe he's talking about. But yet the surface can't be flat. He's never seen measurements for that. So I don't know.
Yeah, if you debunk at this point, debunking flat takes your globe down, not my flat Earth. Your globe. If you say Kansas is no longer flat, Kansas is curved. That's your globe that you're throwing away. That's the globe in the garbage.
Okay, perfect. Let's all come to a consensus.
What about the uni-selflets as well?
There are multiple locations.
Hold on, friends.
Disco ball Earth.
He done said that he can't accept measurements, right? Because the nature of the beast of the equipment used is beyond the tolerance for definitiveness. Now, by asserting such a thing, you must also accept that same tolerance applies to proving that the Earth's a globe. So now we basically arrived at a point where we can't prove either propositions. So what would we do? Well, all you could do at that point is do a bunch of conjecture with logical fallacies, like affirming the consequent. If the Earth was a globe, right, and a thing went away from me, it would be obstructed by a big hump of Earth curve, causing the bottom to disappear. I can't see the bottom of something, therefore the Earth's a globe. That's not necessarily true. That's a logical fallacy on its face. Could be true, but it's not necessarily true. And according to what Crit just said, even if you did measure the surface, right, to be exquisitely flat, not only flat in the sense of no topography or elevation change, but flat in the sense of planar in orientation and free space. All a glober would have to do is just claim that that's a flat facet of the big-ass globe due to equipotential forces, right? It's like centrifugal force and differential gravity pockets, etc. So it's a shaved-off flat piece of the globe. And so now we're into unfalsifiability. So we've got logical fallacies, unfalsifiability, the inability to measure it precisely and come to any definition. So what do we have? We just have beliefs and religious propositions and faith. Wow.
Or flat Earth research can go out there and actually measure different portions of the Earth, proving that it's flat.
Dude,
yeah. Suez Canal.
Just told you what that would result in. Okay, equipotentially flat, irrelevant, dismissed. Next.
I mean, go out there, record your findings, pick any large piece of land, 100 square miles, 1,000 square miles, and show it. I'll take it seriously.
How about this? If you ever understand flat Earth, or even understand the word flat, that I would look at flat Earth again, because I'd be like, I must be missing something. Because if this guy suddenly gets what higher education is putting down, it must mean that he's learned something that I have to look at again. Because if you're just brain fart, all of it, it's not my problem. That's your problem.
That's fair, but we run into the same problem, which is this. Is it possible for a large portion of land to be equipotentially flat on a sphere, allegedly with all these forces going on? Well, the answer is yes. So if you go out and you measure a portion of the Earth and it comes out, absolutely planar flat in free space, right? So it's not just elevation change or zero elevation change around a curve, but it actually is a planar surface. How would you extrapolate that to the body in total? You see the problem? See, the problem is that you don't realize that this shoots the globe in the foot too. Because the globe takes measurements here or there, and then they use a mathematical transform to cover the whole Earth with it based on the assumption of axial rotation and the assumption of gravity inwards to the center.
All that's irrelevant. If you just sample different locations on the Earth, just like economics, you just get a sampling. You can extrapolate a large portion very close within 2 to 5%. Good enough for me.
Really? So if there were 3 locations on the Earth which were flat, right? That were separated.
No, more than that. You need like 10 to 20
miles. 10 to 20.
Yeah.
The point is this: if you have 10 to 20, right? Is it possible to have 10 to 20 planar surfaces on a spheroidal object? Is that possible or impossible?
It's possible, but it could also prove flat Earth if it's done.
What? Okay, if I
big picture here.
take out a ball, a carving ball. Okay, if I take out a carving ball, whether it be styrofoam, marble, or clay, and I take my carving knife and I carve 20 facets into that ball. Small, so it's not all flat. There's curvature on a bunch of places, and a bunch of places are fast.
You're roboting.
Does that change the fact that it's ball?
I'm sorry, you got to repeat that. You were kind of breaking up.
Yes, if I take out a carving ball and I cut 20 facets into it in various places, does that change that it's a ball?
Okay, so what?
What do you mean? So what? You don't get.
You trying to get to some point. So just get to it, please.
Yes, if you go out and you measure 20 locations, right, to be flat in free space, right, that doesn't necessarily mean that the shape in total, right, that isn't still an object in a spheroidal nature. But transversely, if you measure 3 humps in various locations or 20 humps in various locations, that doesn't mean that the object is a sphere in total. It goes both ways.
Sampling, like natural, untouched locations should be suffice.
They won't. The only thing sufficient is water. And the reason why is because water, the oceans, are a contiguous body.
There's what do you call this?
Kansas works
We're
too.
technological age. You should be able to do that no matter where you are, whether you're on the water or whether you're on some hilly
What's a technological age? What does that mean?
You should be able to do that. We're in the technology age.
What? Yeah, can you get a citation for that? What does that mean? Like,
tell me what technology I got to use.
Yeah, what's a technological age? Because I was told this is the information age.
I can describe
Did it get replaced somehow? Or?
Yeah,
I can describe the technology, guys.
I'm talking to you guys from anywhere in the world. Yeah, we have the technology. Yeah.
Oh, that technology.
Yes, absolutely. So how this technology works is very simple. Okay, you do things, right, with technology alongside the axiom, which is this: we already know the Earth is a globe. Therefore, all this technology works on a globe. So, for example, you go out, you take some laser measurements, they're completely flat and planar, or you take some optical measurements, they're completely flat and planar, and then you put it through the matrix, which is the beginning. We already know it's a globe. Therefore, we have to transform the flat measurements into a curve. Now, this sounds ridiculous, but we have a guy that we used to argue with, and people used to use him as citations. I believe it's Andrew Thomas Young, if memory serves, who's quoted saying this exact same thing, that they do other measurements as on a flat Earth, but since we know the Earth isn't flat, we then curve it around the curve that we know exists. So by technology, do you mean the mathematical transforms based on the assumption that you already know the Earth is a globe with axial rotations, a specific circumference, and gravity? That type of technology?
No, the technology that people use to measure Earth's surface.
Which is Discord.
What technology would that be? No.
You said Discord.
What technology would that be?
Basic surveyor's tools.
Really? What's the range? What's the range of a surveyor tool?
Who cares? If you guys want to prove that the Earth is flat, then you're going to have to use something that's related to that, right?
Dude, why'd you say who cares? Or did I mishear you?
I don't care how it's done. As long as if you guys are serious about flat Earth, you would do stuff to prove it on the positive side, not just
right here, Utah State.
On falsification of globe means flat.
Right here, Utah State. Simply put, our results show Kansas is considerably flatter than the pancake.
The measurements of Kansas doesn't apply to Russia or Japan.
Yeah, applies to Earth, which is Kansas is a place on Earth, right? Or are you thinking like the Wizard of Oz, Kansas?
Oh my goodness! So Crit, whether he realizes it or not, he just agreed with my whole premise.
Yeah, he's got.
The whole premise was that you could give him large flat portions. You could give him large flat portions, right? Then he'd say, "Oh, but what about over there?" You could give him 3, and he could say, "Oh, but what about over there?" You could give him 5, and he'd say, "Oh, but what about over there?" This is my point that I'm trying to teach you. The tools at hand do not measure like a quarter of the Earth at a time. The tools at hand measure a very, 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 very minuscule part of the Earth at a time. And they're then extrapolated via mathematical transforms with assumptions built in.
So you mean that you guys would consider the assumptions when you guys research the surface of the Earth, or just leave it the way you found it?
There's certain assumptions you'd have to take into regard. So, for example, let's say you would quote unquote assume that the contiguous oceans are generally at the same level, right? Generally. I mean, obviously they're not going to be perfect. There's a mean sea level for a reason because they're always in flux. But you can imagine, based on the physics of water that we know at scales that we can manipulate in total, like where we can see it, right? Like a large body of water, generally lays flat and level.
Anywhere on the Earth, you should be able to.
Based on that,
go ahead. Yeah, anywhere on the Earth, you should be able to use tools to prove that it's flat. I mean, if the globe can do it, then flat Earth should be able to do it.
Oh, holy crap! When did the globe do it?
AI, may I jump in there for a quick second?
Well, that's a pretty important question. When did the globe do it?
Yeah, let's go to that. At what point in history, from ancient times until now, has a curvature been measured? Who did it, and what was their method?
But
the National Geodetic Survey was established like 200 years ago. It wasn't called the National Geodetic Survey back then. They took those records and stored it and recorded it, as a database, and they've been doing it till now.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. So I already told you that they take very small portions and then they extrapolate it via transform based on assumptions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up the book and then I'm going to throw the book at you.
No, I don't care about that. If you want me to take it seriously, I would take independent research for flat Earth rather than trying to use they're wrong techniques. I don't like that.
That's progress. You don't yet see on a scale of a proposition from thought of to plausible to proven. There's progressive steps. So, for example, if you have a proposition like the Earth is a specific globe of a specific size, right, And on the very other end of the spectrum, you have the Earth is absolutely planar and horizontal. Okay? In there is a spectrum, right? So if you could falsify any point of that spectrum, you no longer have that as a viable option, and you have to move towards something new. So if you disprove the WGS84 globe Earth, heliocentric, Big Bang, expanding cosmology ball, if you disprove that, you've made progress.
Okay,
would you not agree? Now, I'm not saying that it is necessarily disproven at that point. I'm just saying if you disprove that, is that not progress towards the truth? Yes or no?
Yes. Yeah, that would be progress. But what would be really interesting is if you took a known location that's been done by geodetic survey and did your own test.
Geodetic survey?
That would be good.
Okay, perfect. So, okay, hold on, friend. I got it coming. 1 second. Somebody else can talk while I look this up.
You got Kansas, you got the Suez Canal, Panama Canal, St. Lawrence Seaway.
Ben, remember, question for you being, what is your thought with everybody using level? Do you think that level is something that can exist simultaneously for everybody at the same time?
Level has several meanings.
Bro, you're just so lucky that most of these guys here are very patient with you, because you are such a troll, man. It's just unbelievable. It's just ridiculous.
So everybody's gonna build a structure, a deck where they're at. Do you think they're gonna use level to build that deck?
They will use the word level and make sure that it's flat. Yeah.
How do you use the word level to make sure that? Hang on, fraud.
You can use a string or no. This dude's fuck this guy. You can use a string or a laser to make sure it's level. Which one are you gonna use?
I don't know. What's your preference?
Dude, are you not
controlling this fucking guy, dude?
Are you not going to use a tool called a level to build your deck? This is my question to you, Band. If you know how to build a deck, you're going to use this thing called a level. Big capital L-E-V-E-L. It's a noun, right? You go to the tool shop, you buy a. So everybody's going to go out there and they're all going to build a deck at the same time. Again, my question to you is, does the concept of level that they're going to use to build the deck exist for everybody at the same time? Or is the concept of level independent of the person using it, specific to them at that very moment?
Well, on flat Earth, they're all going to be related to each other. On the globe, of course, they're going to be in different locations. That level will be different for each person.
Okay,
so perfect. Let's stop right there. Hold on, let's stop right there.
Yeah.
I got my thing here, because like he's saying, quote unquote, level will be different for each person. All right, whoever's got that background noise, put yourself on mute. Painful. That's you. That's you right there. Yep, you. All right, good. All right, let's check this out.
What up, AI?
All right, check this out, bro. Hold on 1 second. I lost my place. There we get back to the thing where it is. Okay, here it is. So if you look at what I posted there, 6:53 p.m., 53 minutes after the hour, Mathematical and Physical Theories of Higher Geodesy, Volume 1, Helmert. Look at the picture I posted there. Look at that plumb line. Now, think about that plumb line that you're looking at there, all squiggly dangly. So everywhere you go in those little squares, you see those little squares, those are all 90 degrees. So when this mountain has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different levels of 90 degrees, how's that possible? And how do you equate that to be going around a sphere? Well, you see there, you've got the geoid, you've got the reference ellipsoid, and you've got the actual measurement of the surface. Now, because all these things are all wonkily donkily everywhere you go, it's not possible to conform them. Which is why you have this quote right here. Let me read it.
Sorry, doesn't that just prove?
In spite of the fact that the surface of the Earth cannot be reached everywhere. Wow, interesting. It has been made possible to have a general knowledge of the shape of the Earth. through the existence of a simple law of formation of the shape of the whole body. This law of formation, which the factors are the gravitation of mass particles and the centrifugal force created by the rotation around an axis. So what they do, my friend, is they have an assumption of the potential forces that would be affecting their measurements of level. They go around the Earth and they get all these wonkly-donkly measurements, right? And then, with these three different values here, they do a bunch of mathematical transforms and they shove them into a pre-assumed globe. Follow that? So no, they're not going out and measuring the Earth to be a globe. They're going out and taking a bunch of measurements and shoving them through a meat grinder and getting a globe on the other end. So, one more time. What did they measure with this globe Earth that you said, oh, the globe Earth can do it, so why can't flat earthers do it? Well, I could make a mathematical transform to shove a bunch of data up the ass of.
So make your own. Prove that it's flat. Easy.
How does having a mathematical transform with assumptions prove the nature of the Earth? The premises must be proved in the first instance. You can't assume them, jump to that stage, and then go from there. It's not how it works, friend.
Well, someone's got to start somewhere.
Yeah, perfect. They started by falsifying the globe model by 2 orders of magnitude.
Out there,
How about
you can
that? That
start
sounds sufficient to
starting
me.
with the flat surface, and we'll go from there and see what it tells us. Well, it's almost. Oh man, I gotta get going. Guys, we might have to continue this later. It's almost something I gotta do. Anyway, later, guys.
Gotta go cope.
Don't accidentally trip. Yeah, don't accidentally trip and fall when you walk into a differential plumb line on your way out the door. Well, it's like I was perfectly stable until I walked into that differential plumb line, and all of a sudden I was crooked and I fell. I was crooked. Woo!
You're gonna come back the next day with the same questions. Maybe in a few hours.
You're good. Welcome to Flat Earth. There's nothing new under the sun. What did you do yesterday? You asked for a bunch of measurements and said Flat Earthers have no answers. People told you answers. You couldn't repeat any of it back because you're bricked.
Craig, I got a question for you. I want you to think of that picture that I posted. Okay? Think of the picture I posted. I want you to imagine building a foundation for a building at a particular height. So according to that picture, if I want to dig down to build a basement, right? So I set my baseline level at a certain height. And then if I dig down, my level's changed. And if I dig down a little more, my level's changed again. Who experiences that?
No one.
Woo! Yes, but you see, if I draw a picture on a piece of paper, and I say I used math to come to my conclusion, must be true. Guys like him, okay, to be fair, might never be satisfied unless you take a laser, literally put it in the ground, and shoot it through the ground. You know, at 0 degrees, horizontal to the plane of the ground, 0 altitude, 0 degrees, and set your sensor 0 altitude, 0 degrees. Like, you haven't proven it to be exquisitely flat, therefore it can't be generally flat. Which is fair, I mean, I guess. Whatever helps you sleep at night. So, for example, I got a piece of board. I got a piece of board out here, right? It's called Advantech, right? Very flat, engineered flat. But it got wet, so it's a little bumpy. So it's not perfectly flat anymore. Oh my goodness. It's a globe. All right, 7 o'clock. Whatever. I gotta go, friends. It's been fun.